all the time, on a regular basis, there's new exposés on Darkside Phil, new documentary on Darkside Filmmaking. The shit that people are addressing today is bullshit. I quit all of that stuff when Kat moved in 2018. I quit all mobile games. I don't play them anymore. I got rid of them. Dear dumb fuck, I don't play WWE Champions. Every day I look at my Twitter. This ridiculous thing, this thing about WWE Champions, which never goes away. When my now wife moved in with me, that was kind of the end all of all that crap. How could I possibly spend another $40,000 on WWE Champions if you guys aren't supporting the stream? Oh, Phil plays WWE Champions and he spends money on mobile games and blah, blah, blah. Like, what? The fuck does that have to do with anything? What are you even talking about? I gave all those games up years ago. Like I said, definitively, I gave up mobile gaming when Kat was in with me. The Down from the Raptors account is your account on the WWE Champions account. You have to put in a code. Put in a code where? What are you talking about? Did you hear about the crazy conspiracy theory about you spending $40,000 on mobile games? WWE Champions lives rent-free in your motherfucking head. I've told you I play mobile games, you fucking idiots.
Scott was right. I should have got a clapper, bud. I hear your comments. I've ordered an arm for this so that I can have it closer to my mouth, because I think that's the problem, mainly. I mean, you know, I can boost audio when I'm done recording and when I'm editing, but ultimately, you know, having the mic closer to your mouth actually makes it pick up louder. This is how sound works. Seriously, it's one of my favourite bits now. It's one of my favourite DSP moments ever. So, yeah. But anyway, yeah, let's finish up this now. Let's like wrap up Champions and move on, because this sort of like feels like it's over me now. It's hanging over me and I can't get anything else done before I've done this. So I just want to like finish off a couple of things. I'm going to look back through PigPigGo. I'm going to look back at all the times like he's mentioned mobile games and sort of just like analyse his attitude towards them, how he handles the issue, and how he, you know, just generally how he is and what his like thought process might be in each one. There's a couple, 1, 2, 3. I've got like 8 maybe. I don't know how many I'll actually end up cutting in, but yeah, these are like the 8 main times in throughout. They go from August to September, so there's about a month of coverage here. After the Champions final word mobile BS thing. After that, he mentions it on the 5th, the 6th, the 13th, and the 24th of August, and then we get to the 4th of September where he mentions it twice, and then the 6th. So I think that feels like a fairly decent like cut-off point for analysing his attitude towards it after he's had his massive meltdown. So let's get on with that. There'll be other stuff coming up later as well. I've got like another edit, a couple of edits to you know throw in at the end, just because I get bored along the way and I think, oh, that might be fun. So I'll do something stupid like that. There's also talking about his hair and his beard, because he had that weird moment of my mum brushed my hair out until I was 17, and that's why this bit goes back. You know, so oh fuck, that looks awful then. I need to embrace me inner Vegeta. I'm fine. So yeah, I've got that as well. I've got like I think I got like nearly 2 hours out of that, which is pretty good, but it's also a bit worrying because, you know, I talked for 2 hours about DSP's hair. Although I was a little bit off my face. It might come across. I don't know. But you might get that impression. So anyway, yeah, let's just cut to analysing his responses to people asking about mobile games following this, in the month following the Champions meltdown.
Whatever it takes, man, because I really need the support this week. I do. And thanks in advance to anyone who supports in any way, but the tipping would be the thing that would help out the most if you could. Okay? Now, of course, if you haven't noticed, I'm leaning into the stupid memes about me, the nonsense that idiots are saying about these mobile game bullshit. Okay? I talked about this on the Level 1 podcast the other day. All right? I'm not going to be talking about this over and over, although I may make jokes about it every once in a while, because at this point, it's a joke. At this point, the negative meme about me is so stupid that there's nothing to do but joke about it at this point.
Okay, so this is like immediately, well, not immediately, but this is like close to immediate as you can get after the actual meltdown. So he's still quite tense and defensive about it. His attitude and his demeanor there is not one of somebody who is like perfectly comfortable with the criticism to the point where they can joke about it. He's very tense still. He's very defensive still. And he's probably at that point where he's trying to like sell the idea that he's done with it. Sell the idea that there is nothing to it anymore. There is not even any reason to bring it up because everything has been dealt with and it's all a load of bollocks. It's all bullshit. It's all conspiracy theory nonsense. He is selling that idea to his audience. He's done with it. And so that matters at this point. He's insistent that, by the way, it's stupid and there's nothing to it. And so I'm just leaning into the joke because at this point, what can you do but joke about it? He wants to sell that idea to you. But his body language, his demeanor, the tone of his voice is not really sort of conveying that. He's still coming across as like, right, by the way, since I've talked about it before, but, apparently I've got to still do this. So just so you all know, I'm leaning into it. I'm not going to mention it. I might joke about it, but either way, just so you all know, I'm done with it. Unless it's in, a taking the piss context. So he's still fresh in his mind, basically. It's still a really recent thing. As we go along, I'm going to assume that that's going to be less and less of an issue, and he is going to try to be more and more ridiculous about it rather than more and more defensive about it. At this point, he's still very tense, very unsettled. Not unsettled, but he's still, a bit on edge of it with it because he still has to deal with it, and there's still the possibility that it might become serious again. Whereas I think later on, the less it sort of comes up, the more comfortable he'll feel about joking about it. So he's more likely to be like, look how ridiculous it is, look how stupid it is, look how extreme my representation of it, or my misrepresentation of it rather, is. This is how stupid it is, Whereas right now, like I said, he's still defensive. So you're still at the fucking right. Okay, let's just get it over and done with, because I don't want to have to deal with it, and I don't want to risk the possibility of it turning into something more serious again by being serious about it. So I'm just going to bury it.
As I've told you guys, it doesn't matter what I say or do. Morons on the internet will believe what they want and say what they want, and I have no recourse against it.
I have no recourse against it. He says on his stream, in his podcast, his moment where he moans and talks to his audience, he has no recourse against it. He says on his stream that he advertised on Twitter, that he posts about on YouTube. Sorry, it just really bothers me. It's like the recourse to it is to tell the truth. And he doesn't. He never will, because he can't. The truth is that he is spending that money on that game. And we all know that. He filmed the fucking evidence himself. So, I have no recourse, though. I am deprived. I am victimized. I am vulnerable. I am unable to defend myself. There's a slight element of victimhood there. Because, of course, he does have, recourse. He's sat on his podcast now. He's sat on his stream on YouTube right now. And he's telling you about it. He's telling all these people. He ostensibly has a subscriber count that's approaching 200,000. And he thinks he doesn't have recourse to address an issue or a rumour or a piece of slander or a load of bullshit. He absolutely does have recourse. It just involves telling the truth. And, we know he's not going to do that. So he's going to lie and he's going to insult, he's going to demean, he's going to take the piss. But he's also going to play the victim here. I can't stop it. There's nothing I can do about it. They're going to say what they say. Nothing I can do will, ever satisfy them. They'll always find something else to take the piss or to, criticise or to insult me or to throw at me. So, a bit of victimhood here. A bit of victimhood. And as a narcissist, I've been making this point a lot recently on various podcasts and things, because that matters to a narcissist. You can lean on people for support. You can elicit sympathy from them, and they will be more likely to support you in either like emotional or material ways. So that sort of victimhood narrative is really important. It's almost crucial. I think you could argue that it is crucial for his like emotional well-being, because he needs to be able to think, I can lean on these people if I ever need to. These people will give me support. They'll give me sympathy. They'll tell me I'm okay. They'll come up to him, like Baxter said about the flying monkeys thing. There'll be people who will serve his purposes, and some of those purposes will be external. They'll involve like dealing with other shit. They'll be like involving keeping an eye on detractors, for example. But a lot of them will be internal, as in within the group. They will be like directly relating to Phil, and it will be stuff like being there and supporting him, telling him, yeah, this was a good stream, Phil. And when he's moaning about something, yeah, you're in the right, Phil. Yeah, you are aggrieved. That is ridiculous. They should, this is stupid. I can't believe they're behaving like this. You're totally, you're such a brave and strong person for enduring what you're enduring. Stuff like that. They'll be feeding him stuff like that, because that satisfies his ego as well. So he's playing a victimhood narrative here, but he's not a victim. Sorry, that was me. I just clipped the edge of my desk.
So rather than fight it, rather than ignore it, I'm just going to lean into the fucking meme and laugh at the idiots, okay? So, I absolutely need the help this week. Please understand something I'll tell you up front right now. Absolutely $0 of anything that you contribute to my streams this week is going to a mobile game. 0.
It's just fucking ridiculous, isn't it? It's fucking ridiculous that this is like 2 days after he's had to address this rumour that he spends all his money on a mobile game that's really picked up steam because he accidentally filmed himself. He filmed his phone showing that he was playing that mobile game. And he's begging. He's like turning the moment where he has to talk about it again. He's like, I'm just going to bring this up now. I'm not addressing it anymore. I'm just going to lean into it. I'm going to laugh with myself. I'm rolling with the meme because at this point it's stupid, it's ridiculous. And, I could really use the help. And I promise you that I'm not going to spend it on that mobile game. That's fucking wild. It's so shameless. It's so shameless. And I don't know. I'm trying to think. Could you argue that it is a sense of entitlement there? That there is a sense of you should be supporting me, and you shouldn't care about where your money goes, and you should be able to laugh at this rumor with me because I'm telling you to. I'm telling you it's ridiculous. The accusation that I spend all your money on this game that I've literally uploaded evidence of me playing. It's stupid. It's hilarious. It's ridiculous. Let's all laugh at it. And by the way, could you give me some money? I promise I'm not going to spend it on this game. It's the shamelessness as well. Most people would have a filter on their behavior where in different contexts you recognize that certain behaviors are inappropriate or unacceptable. And you could recognize why, because you can process the external context. So you might think, talking about this thing is fine within the context of talking to my friends, but it's not fine within the context of a meeting at work, for example. So people have contextual filters that change their behavior socially all the time. So you have you'll have your own checklist of things that you consider inappropriate. Not checklist. You'll have your own internal list of things that you consider inappropriate, and it will be social situation dependent. But either way, you'll recognize something like this as being incredibly inappropriate, because you're already banking on the goodwill of strangers to take your argument at face value that the accusation that you lie about where your money is going is ridiculous and there's nothing to it. You're hoping that your audience will buy that. And then you immediately go into asking them for money. I have a feeling I'm going to be dealing with this a lot. All
right. As I said, do I play mobile games? Yes, I actually play a couple of them casually. to kill some time every once in a while, or if I'm relaxing and, you know, Kat's playing a video game and I'm watching her play, maybe I'll open up a mobile game and do a little bit of grindy gameplay or whatever. I am not anything like these idiots say.
You can't. You're playing multiple mobile games, so even if you're not playing WWE Champions, the fact is that you are playing multiple mobile games that have this grindy level of gameplay, and those are specifically designed to get you into opening your wallet so that you can progress faster and skip the grind and get to the good stuff. Like, those multiple mobile games are designed to get you. Like, they're designed to trick you psychologically. They're designed to take advantage of certain impulses, like the desire. You know, we have a desire to accumulate things. We have a desire to, like, possessions become our own thing, and they become part of us, and they become like reflections of us and how we display ourselves in various different forms, such as, you know, when you write in your bio on Facebook or Twitter or like on your Steam profile. And when you pick, like, what picture that you want, and you pick, like, what pictures you want displayed or what achievements you want displayed on your profile, things like that all matter. So in these games where you have your own account and you will have, like, say, I don't know, your own character with its own, like, individual pieces of armor and weapons and color schemes and things like that, those things will become like a representation of you because you're the one picking them. You pick them to your criteria. You think, oh yeah, that looks cool, or wow, I really like that one, or that one has like the best benefit to the build that I currently have. You'll pick those things and they'll be representations of you, so your character becomes an extension of you, and it matters. And getting better things for that is a psychological impulse. We you know, to change, we want to grow, we want to advance, we want to develop, and we like seeing numbers going up. We like seeing stats increasing. And when a game has the grindy gameplay that slows you down and frustrates your ability to do that, your tolerance for that grind will, like, vary massively depending on the sort of person you are. And if you're the sort of person who is vulnerable to stuff like fear of missing out and to stuff like, you know, salesman tactics, you're going to be more likely to spend money to bypass that so you can get to the good stuff quicker. Especially if you're the sort of person who's as impatient, as lazy as Phil. You're not going to want to go through that grinding gameplay. What you're likely to do is open the game and then see if there's a special offer on, so that you can get, you know, this week or this month's like limited edition piece of armor or weapon or roster character, you know.
I'm not spending significant amounts of time and money in these fucking things. They're just meant to be time wasters for me. That's the best way to approach mobile gaming, in my opinion, is use it as a time waster or a time killer, okay?
Yeah, but again, that's the bit where you're being frustrated and you want to advance. It's difficult to kill time when you're doing nothing, you know. Grinding for like an hour and only like making up half a level is fucking frustrating. And eventually you reach a point where your tolerance for that has been exceeded, and you either think, I'm fucking done with this, and you stop playing, or you buy a booster to get you through the level, or to get you to like better gear or newer areas or more characters. You reach that point by design, because these games are designed to frustrate you into doing one of the two things. And for everybody that leaves, for everybody that reaches that point and goes, oh, well, fuck this game, I'm out, I just can't stand the grind, you're more than made up for by the number of people that end up turning into whales like Phil. So for a gaming company like Scopely or Square or somebody like that, somebody who's, you know, doing this, somebody who's producing mobile games. I'm only guessing Square because of Final Fantasy Brave Exvius. I don't really know any major mobile game publishers or developers. I just know the like Scopely and Square. So if you're like a mobile game company that does this sort of thing, you are like deliberately designing your game to be frustrating as possible so that you can net as many whales as possible, and you don't really care about the people that stop, because you know you're not asked about them. You were never going to get their money because they were always going to reach a point and stop. You want the whales, so they're the ones that you're after, and they're the ones that are coming to spend more to get through levels and to get better gear quicker. You want someone like Phil, basically.
So, Do not listen to these idiots who are going to say, oh, Phil says he need tips this week, but he's lying. He's not for bills because he's going to fucking pull in mobile games. They're dunces.
Fuck. Again, the misrepresentation there is deliberate, and you know that seems really sort of obvious to say, but it's a deliberate decision that he's making because he has to portray it as ridiculous as possible. He's not portraying the argument that Phil lies about where his money is going in a accurate way, and he will bitch and whinge and moan if he thinks he's being misrepresented. One of his biggest criticisms of detractors is always they take me out of context. That's why I like to have longer clips. I like to give you as much context as possible. Normally the context is Philly sat there moaning, but still, I like to give context to the thing he's saying. And he'll sit there and he'll moan about it, and then do this. He'll misrepresent, he'll take shit out of context, because he'll say, oh, Phil plays mobile games. And it's like, no, not mobile games. WWE champions. You know, oh, Phil spends all this money on this. And it's like, no, it's that you lie about what you're spending that money on to the people that you're taking that money from. He has to misrepresent it. He has to take it out of context. He has to cherry pick certain bits that make him look better or that make detractors look more ridiculous. So he has to do that, and the fact that he even defaults to doing that sort of, it's schoolyard stuff, and this man is 2 years older than me. That's the bit that gets to me. I can't put myself in the sort of mindset where I want to do that. I mean, I can't even do a really good impression of Phil, you know. Other detractors do better impressions. They're always fun to see other detractors doing impressions of Phil. But yeah, it's a ridiculous sort of way of doing it, and it's very to me it speaks to his mindset and the sort of mental level that he's at. And I mean in terms of cognitive growth, it's like his development stopped when he was say 14 or 15, and he's never really evolved past that adolescent mindset. You could say that he's never had to, because he's been insulated from it by his parents, and then the circumstances that he found himself in with regards to YouTube and being able to being given a lot of money to play video games, and having the ability to sort of ignore and block and ban people who would challenge him and criticize him, and sort of force that internal reflection and assessment and growth. He's had none of the sort of challenges that force people to mature. So from going from his mum sort of wrapping him in a bubble and smothering him, making sure he was protected from facing consequences, and being safe from any sort of challenge or any sort of insult to his emotional and mental well-being, to earning money for playing games and a lot of money, and being able to control everything, control his life, control his channel, and control the audience by blocking and banning people. And you're left with a man who hasn't matured and can't handle criticism, because he's never had to grow to the point where criticism is something that he can process appropriately and then absorb into his mental well-being and reassess himself as a person. It's incredible. It's one of those unique things that you don't see very often, because most people have no choice but to learn to socialize. Most people are, throughout that development period, socializing in school and after school clubs and things, and going to see your family of a weekend, and then they're going out with their mates and sort of socializing in clubs and pubs and bars, and going to gigs and things, and doing activities that take them into wider social circles and varying social contexts. So somebody who's been to tournaments and conventions and has still never sort of like been able to absorb all that. It's like you just don't have the sort of like ability to. I think me and Scott talked about this on the first Thus podcast episode. We talked about like going into different social that sounded like a very rude word. Going into different social contexts and different cultures and subcultures, and learning the new sort of like behavioral norms and things that are like present within that subculture and that context. And he's never had to do it. He's never had to, because he's always either been pushed out by the FGC sort of rejecting him, or he's willingly left because he doesn't like it. He doesn't like doing it, and it's getting too much of a pain for him to do it. The sort of like benefits are not worth the cost. So he's never had to sort of develop to the point where he can absorb and sort of like adapt to changing behavioral expectations. And that's the sort of thing that sort of like compels your growth, because you learn at the start of, say, like, you start a new job, and at the first you're learning everything. You're learning everything about the office and about how it works. You're learning everything about the job and what your expected duties are, and you're learning everything about the sort of inter-office sort of social relationships and interactions, and sort of like the behavioural norms of things, and what's appropriate to talk about and what's not. And and then sort of like after your first year at the job, you're way more comfortable because you have learned all those social things, and you have grown because you've learned to adapt to them, and you've either taken them on and absorbed them, or you've accepted that during this period of work at least, you have to adapt to them. And then it's like, say wearing a uniform. You might not like wearing a uniform, but you know that while you're at work, you have to. So you adapt to that.
And I'm just, that's how I'm going to approach it from now on. Just laugh at them, make jokes about it. It's just really stupid.
Another thing that's really become like more and more obvious to me recently is that if you have no other actual response to a criticism or a comment, if you have no rebuttal, you have no evidence to support your argument, if you cannot argue against it because it's true, basically the point that they're making is true, you can't argue against it because you have no evidence, because there is no evidence to support your claim. You're wrong and they're right. If you can't handle that, if you can't respond appropriately to it, if you have no comeback, just insult them. Just insult the people making the criticism or the comment. Just the more I see, the more like insecure I think he is, and the more vulnerable he comes across as, because it takes so little to prompt this sort of thing. It takes very, very little sort of antagonizing him, very little sort of provocation to get this sort of response. And again, I think there's a combination of him being that vulnerable and all these stresses weighing on him, making his behavior worse. Like I've said before, this is only going to escalate, and boy is it fucking escalated. And that to me is like the sign that his coping mechanisms, his coping methods, aren't as effective as they used to be. He's having to get more to get the same sort of thing, in the same way that an addict builds up tolerance to their drugs, so they need to take more to get the same high. And also that it's starting to get to him. It's really all getting to him, and his ego can't cope with it. His insecurities are becoming more and more sort of pronounced, and as he struggles to deal with them, his reaction to provocation is disproportionate. It's going to be far more in excess of what you would normally sort of respond with. And again, this is like not even considering the fact that he is a stream host, and as such, behavioural expectations are slightly different for him. He's supposed to be the responsible one. He's supposed to be able to handle things like this. He's supposed to be able to do this in an appropriate way that doesn't involve going off on one because Snow Carl tipped him $1.50 and asked him a question, or because some arsehole in chat has said something in a super chat, and even though you've deleted the message, the name still remains and you can't get rid of that. All these little things build up over time, and they get to him. And more, they're getting to him because he's increasingly vulnerable, because his insecurities can't be soothed as well as they used to be by his coping methods. So, it's going to get worse. I don't quite know how, but I know that it is.
I'm tired of the nonsense, okay? And I don't want anyone to feel like, oh man, maybe, oh God, if so many people say it on the internet, it must be true. It's the same idiots. They just regurgitate the same shit in a circle. Nothing is new, nothing different. It's the same fabricated nonsense they've been saying for years. It never changes. It's just the same shit over and over, but they figure the more people they get to say it, the more idiots will believe it, okay?
It's never changed because the evidence has always indicated that. It's never changed because the evidence that we have has always pointed in that direction. It's never changed because you've not adequately addressed the accusation. It's never changed because you've not given a satisfactory answer. It's not because we keep repeating it. We keep repeating it because you're not responding to it. You're not answering it. You're not, conclusively debunking it for the benefit of your audience and to prove us wrong. And that's the bit that really gets to me because, above all else, Phil loves it when detractors are wrong. He always brings up the escort saga because it's a time when he won. Even though it was, Kiwi Farms that uncovered the whole thing, he considers it a win. Because the accusation that, he's flying an escort out to have a girlfriend experience was proven to be bullshit. So he wins. Doesn't matter that the detractors are the ones that found that out. The point is that he won. He is the sort of person who, if he could conclusively prove detractors wrong, he would. So the fact that he doesn't with this should speak volumes.
I don't do that. I don't. I need money for bills this week. I need the help.
Oh, he held that laugh in then. I need money for bills this week, and he almost laughed then. Let's do this again.
I don't do that. I don't. I need money for bills this week. I need the help.
You can even hear his voice cracking. You need money for bills. You can hear it cracking there. Listen.
I don't do that. I don't. I need money for bills this week. I need the help.
He's really struggling to hold back that laugh. He's lying. It's a really obvious tell. He can't hold he can't hold vision there. He can't hold, is he?
I don't do that. I don't. I need money for bills this week. I need the help.
He's trying to hold it. He looks off to the side. He darts off to the side quickly, but he tries to hold it. And his shoulders shake, and he's like, I need money. He's like struggling to hold back the I laugh at how ridiculous it is that he's getting away with it. Because you laugh when something is ridiculous. We laugh when something is ridiculous and it's over the top. And to him, he's trying to portray the detractors as ridiculous. But as he's talking about the fact that he needs money for bills, he knows that that's a lie. Internally, he's lying about that. He knows that most of this money is not going to bills. Most of the money that he's about to get is not going to go to bills. And he knows that. He's like, I can't believe I'm getting away with this shit. I can't believe, I'm telling this lie again and they're going to buy it again. And I feel confident about that. So I momentarily feel good about myself because I know I'm getting one over on my audience that is incredibly vulnerable to this sort of thing. And he just struggles to keep the laugh down there. That's not a laugh at, no, seriously, I need money for bills. That's a laugh at getting a lie over.
If I don't get enough tips this week to pay my bills, I'm in fucking trouble. I don't even know what I'm going to do. All right? So, thank you in advance, again, to anyone who supports the streams. And please tip if you can. I really appreciate it. All right. Now, excuse me.
Oh, let's see him just bounce.
Look at this.
Oh, there we go.
Look at this. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. You ready? I'll read this too. I'll entertain it.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. We've got an opportunity to insult someone now. We've got an opportunity to denigrate someone. Fuck my knee. We have an opportunity to insult someone now. We are going to publicly humiliate someone. That laugh there, I am going to indulge in a moment of abuse. I am going to indulge in a moment of flexing my social superiority, my social dominance over this person. And I'm going to insult them. I'm going to portray this as ridiculous. I'm going to laugh at them. I'm going to mock them. And then I'm going to ban them. He cannot wait to do this. He fucking loves doing this. Any opportunity that he has to insult, demean, and then ban somebody in his chat, he'll fucking take it. And he'll love it. He's relishing in this now. He's relishing in insulting someone. Somebody that's critical of him. Let's see what the comment is. I'll bet it's like quite, but Phil, what about this thing? But Phil, we saw this. But Phil, somebody watched this video, Let's see.
What did I say about they just moved the goalpost? Okay, so here we go. You said you don't use They Call Me DSP on mobile games. Your Marvel Future Fight account is named exactly that. It's easily a $3,000 account. Can you explain that? Okay, sure.
I hate that. Like, don't play fucking stupid, man. That's insulting to us. Don't play fucking stupid. You know exactly what we're talking about here. One of your defences against this argument has been, I do not use an account called They Call Me DSP. And yet, in other games that you've played, you have used that name. So your defence against that charge there is bullshit. Because you do. You do use They Call Me DSP when you're playing other games. And you go, like you're ridiculous, like you're struggling to understand a concept, or it's too ridiculous, or it's just so stupid that you think it must not be true. Yeah, it fucking well is. You just want to play the fool and make it seem like we're the ones being ridiculous because we've taken note of something that you've said and gone and checked it. When we say this account is you and you go, no, it's not me because it's called They Call Me DSP, and I, who have used They Call Me DSP in the past, do not use They Call Me DSP, and we go and check and we find that you have used They Call Me DSP in other games. So your defense against that is suspect at best, if not outright incorrect, because you do. It's the sort of person where if you had to like physically work with them, if they were in your office, or they were like in your van with you as you drove deliveries across the country, you would want to smack them if they did something like this. If they gave you that look, if they gave you this look here, you'd be like, don't look at me like that. Don't be so stupid. Don't play ignorant. You know full well what we're talking about here. It's so fucking insulting. I cannot believe that anyone in his chat would tolerate this willingly.
Let's see. Marvel Future Fight, a game that I can't even tell you the last time I played it.
Completely irrelevant. We're not talking about the last time that you played it.
Because, Jesus Christ. In fact, the last time I booted the game...
This is really strong Stephanie Lazarus vibes here. Stephanie Lazarus was a police officer who murdered the partner of her ex... I don't think they were married. Her ex-fiancé. Her ex-boyfriend. I can't remember whether they were engaged or married. I don't think they were married. But either way, she murdered her ex's new partner. And she got away with it for a long time, because the police refused to investigate one of their own. She staged it to look like a robbery gone wrong, and they just ran with that. And then years later, a different department was investigating cold cases, and 2 detectives were assigned her. So they brought her in for questioning under, because she now worked in a fraud department, specialising in art forgery. So they brought her in to sort of question her about that at first, to get her into that sort of, okay, I'm just answering a few questions for some friends who've been given a case involving forgery. And they gradually segued into talking about her ex and the murder, and they started questioning her. And every time they were like, so did you ever meet her? She'd be like, oh, well, let me think about when Dave and I were, I don't think he was called Dave, when my ex and I were together last time, I think, was it before or after he met her? Because, you know, we were at this place in this year, and then I don't think I saw him again until this time at this place. And that might have been because during that time I was doing this, and I really can't remember. She would do that. They would ask her a question, and she would start to elaborate on something completely irrelevant to the question, just to sort of, you know, avoid answering the question. And he's doing that here. You know, people said, Phil, this WWE Champions account is you. So you are lying about where the money that you ask for your fans is going, because this account is spending a lot of money. And we know that this is you because it's called They Call Me DSP. And Phil's defense to that is, I don't use the name They Call Me DSP in mobile games because then you'd all be able to find me. So we go and check other mobile games for They Call Me DSP. And lo and behold, in one of the games that you've previously said you're playing, there's an account called They Call Me DSP. And it's spent a lot of money. And his response to that is, well, God, it's been years since I've accessed that account, so I've absolutely no idea what you're talking about. And I don't remember, you know, God, when was the last time I actually played it? I mean, geez, you're talking years ago now. And completely irrelevant because it's got nothing to do with the point of the question that we're asking, which is, you do use They Call Me DSP. So why, you know, explain the WWE Champions account now. Oh man, he's really struggling. He's really struggling to thinking that hard. For those disruptions, again, Editor Steve, you're probably going to like run a timer along this for these pauses. So, you know, this feels like a huge cognitive stretch. He's putting in a lot of effort here for these seconds. Let me see again.
Last time I booted the game was probably, and I mean this, probably like 2017. All right. I can't even tell you the.
Oh, I caught that as well as I was skipping back. The jaw wobbling as he's sort of trying to speak. He's trying to come up with something. He's trying to say something. He's aware that the silence looks bad because it's going on longer and longer. So he's trying to get something out, but he's got nothing to say. There's no speech cued in his head because he's still frantically looking for anything that he can assemble into a coherent story or an excuse or a reason or a deflection or a defense or a way to turn it around and attack. And he's not even got to the point where he can put that into speech to cue it up to be spoken yet. So he's like, you know, and I do it as well. We all do it because it's what happens when you disrupt cognitive processing and you're struggling to like recall something. But I'm normally doing it in response to something he said. Like, I'm normally doing it in response to him doing something stupid that I'm struggling to explain. Not because I'm thinking of an excuse as to why I'm not actually using the account that's called They Call Me DSP, even though that's like, you know, been my Twitter handle for fucking years and I've used it previously. Because he knows he can't. He knows there's no excuse. He can't explain it away because there's no explanation. He knows it's true. He knows that account is him. He fucking logs in daily.
The last time I booted the game was probably, and I mean this, probably like 2017. All right.
And the eyes are looking as well, you know, that's always associated with recall. Not necessarily, right? It's not necessarily a reliable indicator that somebody is either lying or genuinely recalling, depending on which way they look, because there's many different forms of memory recall. There's episodic memory, there's where it's like, you know, things associated with a particular episode or an incident, and then you have, you know, more sort of like straightforward basic recall, like when you're trying to work something out and you know, it's if it's like a puzzle or a wordle and you're trying to recall language related things, or if it's like, you know, if you're trying to tot up your taxes and you know, you're struggling to recall like how much you earned each shift and how much it's like cumulatively worth. There's various different ways that you recall information. So like looking up to the right or to the left when you're trying to recall isn't necessarily indicative of, if you look this way you're telling the truth, if you look that way you're lying. There's, you know, you can't really say that, but it is still a thing that happens when we're trying to recall something, when we're trying to figure something out, when we're trying to construct something, be it like a sentence or an explanation or a reason or a story, a narrative, a diversionary tactic, a deflection, a potential way of reversing and attacking, all sorts of things. Anything that you've struck, the name of a fucking song, you know, anything that has you thinking hard will have you looking up at some point. You're trying to sort of eliminate, I think this is why it is anyway, you're trying to eliminate information that might disrupt the process that's currently going on. You don't want like new visual information to, like, say someone walking past or something coming into your peripheral vision that needs identifying, to disrupt this extremely important attempt at recalling or constructing something. So, you know, I think if we could close our ears like that, we'd probably start like folding forward as well, just to like really mute this or sort of deafen it slightly, so that we didn't have the extra oral auditory information disrupting the process as well. It's the thing that we do when we're thinking heavily, and he's doing it a lot here. And again, we've gotten to the point where we're asking him, why did you use this as a defense, as a reason, as an explanation, when it's clearly bullshit because we found other evidence of you doing it? And he's like, well, God, the last time I logged into that account was 2017. So it's like, you do then. You know, let's see what his excuse is. I wonder if he's going to say, I didn't have that name on Marvel Future Fight either. That also wasn't me using They Call Me DSP.
Now, I'll be honest with you, I don't even remember if that was my account name in there or not.
Oh, he fucking did. Oh. Come on. Come the fuck on, Phil. Jesus. It's your fucking social media handle. And you've spoken previously about the fact that you've used this referral link. You know, you said like people who joined up, you got a bonus. And so you made it public and you sent out that link for your account, and you got a bunch of, like, you know, you left it and forgot it, and you came back and you got like a bunch of cards. You got a shit ton of them, and you were surprised at how many you got. So you'd have put your account name as They Call Me DSP so that people knew it was you. The fucking goal of this man, to claim ignorance like that, to like sow that element of doubt, to fucking gaslight your audience into believing that you've used other names and you don't use the name They Call Me DSP, and accounts called They Call Me DSP might not be you, even though it's your fucking Twitter handle. And I swear to God there's games where he's done it as well. I swear to God I've seen it like flash up in like racing games where, you know, you see other people's names. Is it Forza? I think it might be like an earlier racing game than that, but I've seen it flash up and it is They Call Me DSP. I swear to God he's used it in games.
I'll be honest, I don't. I haven't booted it in so long. I couldn't even tell you if that was my account name in the game or not. All right?
Bullshit. Actual bullshit. I'm calling bullshit on that. You struggled so much to think of, actually, yeah, I'll tell him I don't remember. Fuck you. You were panicking. You were shitting yourself because you were like, oh fuck, I forgot about Future Fight. What do I do? I've completely forgotten that I had that account. I'll tell him that I don't remember. Yeah, I'll fall back on that. It's always a good fallback. You can never conclusively prove that I do remember. Bullshit. Fuck you, Phil.
That was a game that I played for many years. I actually talked about it way long ago on my streams. And I told you guys, The reason I liked that game was because that game played like Marvel Ultimate Alliance.
This is also irrelevant. This is also completely irrelevant. All of this is. How long it's been since you last logged into it is irrelevant. The fact that you liked it because it's similar to a different game is irrelevant. None of this is addressing the point.
And I really liked the Marvel Ultimate Alliance games. I talked about them over the years. I played them in my YouTube content, right? And I explained to you how this game was very similar to Marvel Ultimate Alliance, all right? And I liked it because of that. Now, here's the hilarious part about this nonsense. These idiots think that they can judge psychically how much money someone is spending on a game.
Again, he needs to paint you as ridiculous, and he needs to paint the prospect of being able to see a public profile and being able to see what that profile has in terms of the cards and the equipment and the loadout and the characters it has, and know the value of that and add it up. It's not psychics, it's simple maths. If you hadn't forbidden maths, shout out, you wouldn't be at this point where you're having to go, yeah, they're just psychically making it up, you know? They're not adding it up. None of them have played it, so they don't know how much things are worth. Like, detractors are a larger crowd, Phil. Some of us will have played it. I'm not one of them, obviously, because I don't, my phone is my phone. I don't see it as a gaming platform. But other people will have played it. And they'll know how much certain things cost. So they'll look at your profile and be like, shit, he's got that. That cost a fortune to get. So it's not that difficult to work out. But he has to have his audience believe it's ridiculous. He has to have his audience believe that it's next to impossible. And so if we're coming up with an idea or like an estimate of how much he spent, then it must be done psychically. It's ridiculous. They can't possibly have looked at my account and sort of done the math. They've ridiculously just magically out of nowhere pulled a figure. They've psychically done it somehow.
How do you do that exactly?
You look at the fucking profile and add it up. You look at what's there and add it up. People know how much things cost in games. Fucking hell.
Right? How would you know? I'm just...
There's a fucking laugh again. That laugh. That fucking laugh. I could do a video about that laugh. Because you have to look at when it comes up. And it comes up when he's lying. And I always thought that Duper's Delight was always a little bit more subtle. It was always like a smirk or something under the breath, or it was like a eyes narrowing or eyes, something like that, eyebrows raising, or something subtle like that you had to look out for. And he's outright going... It's a very short, throaty one. It comes very quick from the lungs because it's a very gaspy sort of laugh. It's not an actual proper belly laugh as we would consider it. It's a laugh that's coming from something else. It's not communal. It's not based on a joke. It's nothing that we would find funny because laughter in response to humour or comedy is louder. We laugh properly. That's something that he's laughing at himself. It's something internal that he knows that's making him laugh. It's bringing him delight. It's making him happy. It's funny to him. That's why he has that quick laugh. And that's how we can infer that he's lying. That's how we can sort of see that as a tell. Once you establish a baseline of how often that laugh would come up, and the context within it, the context in which it comes up, you can then compare when it comes up again. And that laugh rarely comes up in sort of general conversation. If he's talking about, say, some gaming news or something he saw on Twitter, or he's telling you about something that, you know, he had to eat. It's rare in those contexts. But when it's something like this, when he's addressing a criticism, or he's being challenged, or he's being defensive, or he's trying to portray something as bullshit, it happens a lot. So it can be interpreted as an indicator of deceit. Whether you feel comfortable with that or not is down to you. For me, it seems like it is. I can't say for sure that it is, but for me, it seems very much like that laugh follows a lie. Like this.
How do you do that exactly? Right? How would you know? I'm just...
He knows that you could just add up, like, his inventory or whatever. You could just, like, look at his profile. He'll know that in some profiles it's possible to see what you've got, and that other people who play that game will know the value of those things. It could be a nervous thing. It could be anxiety. You could say, like, he's nervous about the fact that he's lying and he knows that he's not got a response, and because he knows that it's true. He knows that the accusation is true. The bit that I've paused on right now, he looks sort of nervous as he's looking away, and his eyebrows are fairly up, and his mouth is mainly horizontal, but there's a little slight curve. But there's generally like a look of worry on his eyes, because he's like... And he's looking away, he's looking off to the side. He's not looking at anything in particular. He's not looking at like a screen or chat or anything. He's looking just like away off screen. That's also sometimes seen as an anxious thing, to like look at to look into the distance, to sort of like scan the environment, as it were, to look out for like potential ways of escape, potential ways out of things. And I know it's like unlikely that Phil is like suddenly just going to get up and leg it out the door, but it's still an impulse that is there. You just sort of like want to look away, to not look at the thing that is worrying you, to not look at the thing that is challenging you or criticizing you, or that you know you can't respond to because you know it's true, and you're trying to deceive other people, and you worry about like your chances of that being accepted. There's a brief flash of like anxiety to it. So you could say maybe that's a nervous laugh as well. But again, I feel like contextually, in terms of what he's saying, to me it suggests deceit. But maybe there's an inconsistency there. Maybe there's like a discrepancy between his body language and his intent. Maybe there's like what he's saying and his body language is actually portraying are two very different things. He's trying to come across as confident, and that, you know, the opposition point is ridiculous, and you need to believe me because when I say it's ridiculous. And his body language is worrying about that. His body language is worrying about how successful that lie is going to be, and whether he's going to be challenged again further down the line, or whether there's going to be like a counterpoint that he knows he really can't like respond to. But like, is this a trap, and then something else is going to be sprung? That brief flashes there, and then he'll go back to, so anyway, yeah, it's ridiculous, and fuck you for bringing it up.
You know, listen, that game...
Oh, quickly, listen. Shook that off. Oh, I'll get used to that. He shook that off very quickly then. He regained composure very quickly after that brief sort of like fluctuation there following that laugh. Let me have another look. I think I might have skipped back too far, but let me have another look.
How would you know? I'm just... You know, listen.
Listen. Very quickly regained composure there. He's very good at that. You know, I've said that like Phil is like quick. He's quick to like provoke an emotional response from. He's quick to anger and he's quick to joy, and he is. But he's also very quick to like regain composure and like snap back into YouTube mode. So he's very good at doing that. So if his emotions ever get too far away, or if it's like his body language is starting to get too far away, or if he's ever getting nervous, or he thinks like, right, I need to finish this now. They're talking too much about it, and I'm fed up of it, so I need to finish. So anyway, you guys, listen. He's very good at that.
that game is very old. I know that's one of the mobile games that I was playing a very long time ago. Over 5 years ago was when I was active in the game.
Again, irrelevant. We're not talking about when you were active in the game or not. He needs to establish this, though, because he's sort of like using it to support his argument that I cannot remember if that's me or not. It was so long ago that I can't remember if that is actually my account. So what you're saying is bollocks, because there's no way to prove that it is actually me, or something like that. He's just using this to establish that I don't know. I don't remember. It's been that long. I don't remember. Rather than actually address the issue, which he knows he can't. So, fucking hell.
Back then, did I spend some money on that? Of course, I'm sure I did. I told you guys I used to.
Again, that's not the point. We're not going on about you spending money on that. The point is that you did. So you are likely to have spent money on champions as well. We're not asked that you spent money on that. You spent money on that when you were making your own money. And you weren't lying to people about where their money was going. The point is that you are the sort of person who will A, use an account called They Call Me DSP, and B, spend money on a fucking mobile game that's designed a certain way. But, again, distraction, just sort of like just skirting around the issue, trying to avoid it, trying to misrepresent the argument, doing the Stephanie Lazarus thing of wandering off on tangents that have absolutely nothing to do with it. He's doing all these things rather than, saying, yeah, that was me, or no, that wasn't me. Giving a definitive answer means that you can pin him to something, and it means you can pull him on it, and it means that you can examine it. And he doesn't want you doing that, because when you shine a light on his lies, you can see them. So he prefers to have it all in the darkness, have it all obfuscated, have it all obscured and out of focus, so you can't really concentrate on it. So he goes down these meandering paths and tangents and things that are sort of tangentially related, but not. They're actually quite irrelevant, but they just sound it. It sounds like he's talking about the point that this person has made, because he's talking about Marvel Future Fight and how long it's been since he played it. But that's not the issue. And the longer he talks about it, the better his chance of going, but anyway, yeah, and moving on. Rather than being able to be pulled on it because he's directly addressing it. If he can skirt around the issue for long enough, he can eventually dismiss it. But if he addressed it directly, you could pull him on it. And you could criticise, you could check, you could double check, you could go and look. Or you can't fully address it because you know it's true.
Well, I would say out of all the games that I used to play back in the day, probably the one I spent the most money on was WWE Supercard. And then, like I said, I was actually spending money on Dokkan Battle as well.
See, look, right, all this is doing is proving, again, A, you're the sort of person who will pay money in these sort of games, and B, you're the sort of person who has previously spent money in WWE games. So when we're saying you lie about the money going to bills because you're actually spending it on a WWE mobile game, this is the sort of evidence we have. This is the nugget of truth, Phil. This is where our points come from. You. What you're saying. What you do. It comes from you. Every now and then it comes from a daily rap that you upload. Either way, here's evidence, Phil. Your past history, your past actions are used as evidence. That's a thing that happens. We can judge a person by their actions. So, your actions, are not your best defense right now. They do not paint a picture of you that's, cohesive with the depiction of you that you're trying to paint. One of these dark side Phils is more true to real life than the other. And it's not the one that's being put across by Darkside Phil. That's fucking wild. That your detractors can build up like a more realistic and accurate like portrayal of you than you. Fucking hell. Imagine somebody that you have a disagreement with. And then, you know, like some third party asks you about the sort of person you are. And so you tell, you know, I'm nice, kind-hearted, I'm generous, I'll do this sort of thing. You know, I'm a good friend, I'm very loyal, you know, I'm very punctual, I'm dressed smart, all that sort of stuff, very intelligent, got a high IQ. Even though IQ is bullshit, that's another video, another time. And then they ask that person that you're having a disagreement with to give them, you know, about you and what sort of person you are. And that person's depiction of you is more accurate and true than you. Imagine what that would do to you. Imagine how much that would like really like strike your ego. Imagine how a vulnerable narcissist would respond to that. That's an interesting hypothetical. If I ever need to like talk again to Baxter, I might like bring that up as a potential discussion point.
Between those two games, I was spending money on mobile games for sure. That was a long time ago. Okay. But listen, could I tell you? You know, could I tell? Here you go. Listen to this. Oh, I play Marvel Future Fight.
See, moved on again. Moved on again there. He was just about to do it, and then he saw a way out. See, could I tell you that, you know, see, I don't really remember. And that's where he was going. And then he saw that. He was like, yes, I'll grab that lifeline. Because now I don't have to talk about this again. See, look, it's how ridiculous it is that there's another person going on about it. Rather than actually addressing it. Even there, he couldn't quite bring himself to say, I don't remember. Even then, he was like hesitant and really trying to sort of like really build it up and convince himself that it's what he can say. This is his excuse. This is his defense. And even there, he's like, well, you know, and then he saw that and grabbed it.
I know how much premium cards and CTP cost with drop rates. Premium cards and CTP cost.
See, now he's going to play stupid again. Now he's going to be like with lineup. This is the lineup thing again. I don't understand what you mean. I don't know what CTP means. What are premium cards? I don't remember. This is the way we're going here, isn't it?
I don't even know what that means.
Fucking hell. I fucking knew it. Fucking knew it. Jesus Christ, Phil. Jesus Christ. How fucking dare you? I just... The fucking gall of him. Again. This is all I can think of. The fucking gall of him. To be like that. When you know full well that the point this person is making is, I know how much these things cost. I know how much these things are worth. I know how much you have to spend to get these things because I know how often they drop. So I can work out how much you've spent. And he's like, I don't know what CTP means. I don't understand. Premium cards? What the fuck are you talking about? Even though he said he played it. He played this fucking game for a long period of time and spent money on it. He's just said that this is one of the things he played. And he played it a lot because it reminded him of another game that he really liked. And now he's like, I don't understand that bit of the game. I don't know what you mean. Like, fuck you, Phil. To have the temerity to like contradict yourself so blatantly and obviously in service of gaslighting your audience into accepting the fact that you don't actually have any say in where your money goes once you give it to me. But give it me. I'm not going to tell you what it's for. I'm going to say it's for bills. But I know it's going to Scopely. The fucking gall of him. Like, see, this is the thing. I don't like getting this mad. But he fucking pushes it. Like, the more you analyse his behaviour, the sort of like the more extreme it becomes because the more I don't know how to put this. The more serious it seems because there's no sort of check on it. There's nothing to sort of inhibit its growth. There's nothing to change it that you can see. It's just festering. It's sort of growing like a malignant tumor. It's something that just sort of like it's like seeping through him and manifesting in behavioral ways. And the way that is alarming. This person is saying, I know how much the things that are on that account are worth. I know how much you'll have spent because I know how much they cost, and I know how frequently they drop. And he's going, I don't understand what you mean. I don't understand what those things are. Even though I've said I play the game. Even though I've played the game so much because it reminded me of another game that I really liked. And it was at a time when I was spending money on games because I had like YouTube money. And I was playing a couple of other games at the same time. I don't understand what those things in the game are. Fuck you, Phil. I've got a forensic psychology degree. Psychoanalysis. Freud. I don't know who that is. You don't buy it, do you? You know I know who Sigmund Freud is. It's fucking inconceivable, isn't it? Yeah, that's what we're dealing with here.
I really don't even know. Then again, I haven't played the game in 5 years. I don't even know what that means.
It was there. It was there. It was fucking there. I don't even know what that means. It was there.
I really don't even know. Then again, I haven't played the game in 5 years. I don't even know what that means.
It's fucking there. I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it. See, one of the things I was editing while I was doing the Champions stream was just cutting all them together. It's going to be later on in this video. I compiled like all the bits where he laughed. And I'm going to have more here. Just fucking... It's called Duper's Delight because it's seen as the person telling the lie being satisfied with themselves that they have convinced you that the lie is true. They are happy with themselves that they've got one over on you. And they try to suppress it because obviously you can't be like, no, believe me guys, this thing is true. You can't very obviously express that because that immediately gives away the fact that you're lying. But it's very difficult to suppress expressions of joy and happiness. Emotions and emotional displays are hardwired into us. So it's difficult to, if you're trying to keep a straight face as you're telling somebody a lie, it's hard to not like let an expression of joy through when you see that you've convinced them. So that's why it's usually subtle. It's usually the person is like keeping a lid on it, but you can't really control like a micro expression of your lip sort of curling upwards when you, or your eyebrows like raising. You know, you can't control those things. You can't control those little expressions like that. And that's why it's called like Duper's Delight. It's a tell. It's a slip up. It's an emotional response that they can't control. And that's this. That.
Even know. Then again, I haven't played the game in 5 years. I don't even know what that means.
That.
You know, it's stupidity. I've been transparent with you guys as much as I can.
Fuck you. Fuck. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Like, you are the most obtuse and obfuscating person on the fucking internet. You will, like, lie and then lie about lying. And you will, like, watch video evidence of yourself doing something and go, actually, no, that's not how it happened at all. There's video evidence of you threatening to slap an 11-year-old girl, and then when you brought that up yourself, you said that never happened. And I know that I bring that one up as well. That's a particular favourite of mine, because he's fucking on video doing it. And he has the gall to go, nah, never happened that. I want him to react to that. Slayer, when you like sacrifice a pop song, just one, and have him react to that. Have him react to that video of him in VR chat.
I've been transparent with you guys as much as I can. Yes, I played mobile games in the past. Yes, I still casually play them now.
That's a warning, though. That's a red flag. Again, define casually, because that matters. That will vary from person to person. I play them, plural. It's not a singular. I play one. I play a. It's them, meaning more than one. I played them in the past. I play them now. Again, the issue is not that you played them. The issue is that you spent a lot of money on them. And specifically, the one that you play now. Being WWE Champions, the money that you are spending on that, you have obtained because you have told your audience it's for bills. The money that you spent on Marvel Future Fight, we don't give a fuck about, because it was your money. You got it through your Machinima partnership, your YouTube ad revenue. We don't care that you spent it. We are saying that it shows that you will spend money on mobile games, like you are doing now.
Okay? But I don't spend anything like these idiots are saying. Right now I'm spending zero. I have no money to spend on mobile games.
Right now I'm spending zero, which implies that, you've previously. Again, right now is relative. Do you mean right now as in this immediate moment? Because that's not necessarily true when you end the stream, is it? Right now you're not, but in the near future you're going to. Again, near future, relative. Do I mean the end of the stream? Do I mean tomorrow? Do I mean the weekend? Who knows? Right now could mean this immediate moment, could mean today, could mean this week, could mean this month. Right now, though, it's usually more immediate. It's usually a shorter period of time. So that means that the possibility outside of that period of time exists for money to be spent on mobile games. So again, it's just, how are these, like, his defenses? You can't, you just, it's breaking me down, man. It's breaking me down. And this is fucking optional. This is supposed to be like me quickly going through this and wrapping up.
In the past, yes, I spent. Did you think I ever spent $40,000 to $100,000 on mobile games in the past? No.
Yeah. Phil, you ended up declaring bankruptcy with 13 credit cards. You will absolutely spend that much money on shit.
It's fucking bullshit. This guy says, oh, did you spend $3,000 on the account? I don't know.
You do. You do. Because it was you. It was your account.
I would hope not. I seriously would hope not. But I'm telling you, I did spend money on mobile games in the past.
So, okay. You would have to be ridiculously rich, like 1%er. In fact, 0.1%er. If you don't remember spending $3,000 on something. Even cumulatively, right? I know I'll have spent thousands on Steam. That's terrifying. But it's been over a period of at least like 12 years. I'll probably have spent hundreds on the PlayStation 4. Because I've not had that for as long. I've only had that for like maybe 4 years, 5 years. Whereas my Steam account is like at least 12, 13 years old. So, you know, there's more money in that over a period of time. But, you know, again, that's my money and that's going on games and not microtransactions. And I'm not telling you all, hey, I've got a really big bill to pay. So, you know, if you could, like, send us some money through PayPal, that'd be great. You would remember spending that much money on something. I remember, like, one of the earliest games I bought was Beat Hazard. So, you know, you can remember these things. You remember what you spend your money on. Especially when it starts adding up.
I admit it. That's how I know how addictive they can be. That's how I know how bad they are for people to get caught in that kind of addictive nature.
You're exactly the sort of person that does that. You have an addictive personality. People who don't have addictive personalities don't have multiple games that they're constantly playing. Typically play one game at a time. You might like have multiple games installed on your phone, but you're not typically spending money in each of them constantly. Unless you're getting something back in return. And that something is usually a dopamine hit. It's usually the satisfaction of getting, you know, completing a checklist of, you know, completing a roster or a card set. It's completing a bunch of tasks that have seen you rewarded and seen a level go up. It's like achieving something that results in a loot box that gives you a, you know, a rare drop or, you know, an epic weapon or something like that. It's those things that keep you coming back. Those rushes of dopamine being released into your brain. And you are exactly the sort of person that is vulnerable to those things. And you don't have any safeguard to stop you from doing it. And I've felt this before. I'm sure I've mentioned this before in an earlier video. I've been to like a casino with my mate Kat. And I gave him my bank card before we went. And I said, I'm taking 20 quid out. Don't give me this back until we're done. Because otherwise, I'm just going to go and get more money. When I've lost this 20 quid, I'm going to get more money to try and recoup that 20 quid and trying to win more. And I know how bad it can be. So I had a safeguard to stop me from ruining my life by spending like an entire month's wage in a night. But Phil has no safeguard. There's nobody there to stop him from playing WWE Champions. Kat doesn't care. Kat is like tapped out of this relationship as much as a person can be tapped out. She's done. She don't care. She's just there for the free food and board. He's got nothing to stop him. If he knows how bad these things are, he's got nothing to stop him from doing it. He's got nothing to stop him from falling into that trap again. There's nobody there to keep an eye on him. And he needs an eye being kept on him because he's vulnerable to it. He's vulnerable to those sort of psychological manipulations that get people hooked and get them coming back and get them spending their money. So it's incredibly likely that he is playing a game at this time. Even discounting all the other evidence, you know, even discounting like TJ watching his account, you know, big ups, man. It was great being on That Being Said with you. Even discounting all the evidence that we have. Like psychologically and just going off like past behavior, it's incredibly likely that he is currently playing a game because he's vulnerable to it and there's nothing to protect him from it. He has the money, he has the ability to do it. He's done it before. What's to stop him from doing it again?
I remember playing WWE Supercard. This is many years ago. What, 2016 maybe? Maybe 2015. And I remember playing this game. And there was an event. Yes, here we go. Ready for the meme? The Hulk Hogan card was in it, right? It was a legendary old school back in the day 1980s Hulk Hogan card. And the only way to get it was to play for, like, no exaggeration, like 24 hours.
Again, this is all irrelevant. It has nothing to do with the point that is being made by the commenters.
You had to grind in this game, and the only way to keep playing it was to keep spending, because you would run out of the credits or currency to play these matches in the event to earn the card. So you had to play for 2 hours. Oh, you ran out. Buy more. Oh, play for 2 more hours. You ran out. Buy more. So it was like ridiculous amounts of money. I know it was. It was probably hundreds of dollars for this event.
So if you can rack up hundreds of dollars, you've just said then you would spend hundreds of dollars on that event. It was ridiculous amounts of money, hundreds of dollars. That one event. Across the lifespan of a Marvel Ultimate Alliance, a Marvel Future Fight account, could that not cumulatively make thousands? We're not dealing with the issue here, we're avoiding it because we can't deal with the issue. Because the accusation is true and I have no defense against it. So I'm just going to obfuscate and talk bollocks and, like, just lie and fucking do whatever I can to not address the point.
I earned the card. And I earned the card, right? I'm like proud of myself.
And this was just like 2 days after this fucking stream about champions.
Oh my god, I actually earned this card, and wow, it was very hard to do. I'm one of the few people in the game who even earned it. I think it was only like 20 people in the whole game who had the card or whatever.
Steve, stick a pin in this. There's something here. There's something here about that. I don't necessarily think that's true, but I think he's trying to make it out as like an achievement. You know, he's trying to, I don't know, like exaggerate his like his ego and his sense of worth, and you know his achievements. Feels like the 4th place at Evo thing all over again. You know, I was one of only 20 people that got this card. It's like, well, you were one of only 20 people. You were in the top 20 people that spent the most on this game. So again, I'm just struggling to sort of like see how you're not the sort of person who would be playing WWE Champions and spending a fortune on it. You have a past. You have a history. Your prior criminal record would stand in a court, and it would affect how a judge would sentence you. It's amazing that he thinks you can't use the past to condemn the present. You can't use things he's done in the past to sort of like criticize him in like today, or like hold him responsible for it because it was that long ago. Fuck me. You're willing to spend hundreds on a single event, then you are willing to spend thousands over the course of like a year or two playing it. And the fact that you've spent over 4 years playing WWE Champions daily pushes that hundreds per event into tens, if not hundreds of thousands per year. So it adds up, Phil. We can do maths.
Okay? And I can tell you exactly what happened. Immediately after I earned that card, within 1 week they announced we're rebooting the game. The card is now going to essentially be way reduced in value, because all the new cards are now going to be more powerful than the old one.
Boy, that sure seems very, very familiar. I mean, can you imagine if, like, your cards had, say, like, a rating of like 5 points? You know, you had a scale of, like, 1 to 5. They could be stars, for example. And then all of a sudden they added a 6th layer. There's a 6th star now. There's 6 points, not 5. So now everything that's on 5 points is weaker than the things that are on 6 points. And now you have to spend all that money again to get your cards back up. God, it would be really shitty if a company did that and you fell for it twice. Wouldn't it, Phil? Oh my God. It's just fucking... He fucking fell for it twice. I've done that again. He fell for it twice. Fuck me. God. You fucking bellend, Phil. Oh, God, that's so bad. That's just so bad. He's like, guys, this one event, I spent a fortune to get this card, and I swear to God, as soon as I got the card, they announced a new thing that made all this worthless, and so I'd have to spend all that money again to get the card back up to this new level. Boy, it would suck if I fell for that again, wouldn't it? Anyway, let me tell you about my 5 stars. Wait, Scopely did what? See, this is why you're vulnerable to this sort of thing. This is why we say you're an addict. Because this is addict behavior. Everybody has a point where they thought, I'm done with a certain developer or a certain publisher because of the way they've monetized their game, or like changes they made that made previous things that you did and enjoyed worthless. You know? Everybody's got like a, oh, do you know, I'm fucking done with this now. Because they've encountered like a change that has completely shifted the way the game is played and has made all their like previous work essentially worthless. You know, maybe it's like EA Sports, like your FIFA or your NFL or your NBA, and you're like you're a fan of the series, so you play it, and then the next one comes out next year and you play that, and then after that you play that one, and you're a fan of the series, so you get the regular installments, and then one year they're just asking too much for your ultimate team. The drop rates have changed, and you don't get them as often, and the grind to get them is worse, and they're asking for more money, and you're like, I'm fucking done. It's too much. Imagine not only going along with it, but then falling for it again. Fucking amazing. Imagine recognizing that it's bad and doing it anyway. What more can I say now?
Okay. So I'm like, wait a minute. Let me get this straight. So I grinded in this game for excessive amounts of time. Right? I spent money to get this because they promised this was a special reward goal, like of the game is that you're gonna earn this special reward card of Hulk Hogan, one of my favorite wrestlers from back in the day, right? And immediately after earning him, within 1 week, they tell you the card's basically almost valueless because we're rebooting the game with everything more powerful now. And it's like, so this is so long ago, and it blew my mind, and I was like, dude, this is one of the problems with these games, is I was totally into it. I was addicted to it. I was playing it nonstop, overnight, grinding to get this fucking thing. I get it, and they screwed me over.
See, personally, he's taking that personally. They screwed me over. Not they fucked off the player base. Not they wound up the people that played the game as well. Not that it had wider ramifications for the community or anything like that. Not that it sort of like fundamentally shifted the balance of the game. They personally screwed me over. You self-centered, egotistical...
They literally screwed me over, okay?
They literally screwed me over. Like, what do you say at this point? He's so fucking full of himself. I don't know. I need to hurry this up because this was supposed to be like a quick thing, and I thought I'd talk about each for like between 5 and 20 minutes because it's going to be short. They're only short clips, and I've been at this for like an hour and a half.
So I'm like, wow. Right?
I'm like, wow. right? There's that laugh again. So, while you might have been offended, or like insulted, or annoyed that this sudden shift had basically rendered all that work and all that money you'd spent fucking pointless, but you weren't offended or insulted or annoyed enough to stop playing it. That's what that laugh suggests to me. Like, ridiculous, right, guys? And ridiculous, right, guys? It's that sort of thing. One of those people, one of those moments, one of those ridiculous, right, guys, would have stopped playing. And the other would have carried on, but knowing that it's a bit shameful. Carrying a bit of shame at admitting that they carried on playing. Having admitted that this thing has screwed them over literally, you still continue to play. Having recognised that you're being taken advantage of and portraying it as a bad thing, you still carried on. You fell for it again further down the road. But you don't want your audience to know that, so you portray the image of, I was so fed up with it at that point, they screwed me over, I was fucking done. That's the impression that you want to give. Because that's the rational thing. That's the rational thing to do. If you were sinking money into a game and then they changed it and all your money had been wasted and all the effort that you'd put in had been worthless and pointless and rendered completely futile by this new change, we'd all recognise that that was a bad thing. And most of us would tap out. But if you publicly acknowledge that it's a bad thing, and you then carry on playing it, you look like the knob. You look like the one who's fucked up. You look like the one who's in the wrong. And then you fall for it again further down the line. I just can't believe it. They changed it and ruined his card. And all these years later, Scopely added a fucking star and ruined it again. They literally screwed him over twice. And I can guarantee you, if they bring out another WWE game in a couple of years, he'll be right on that shit.
This is so fucked up that I got so bought into it. And so, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do know what you're saying, Phil. And it is fucked up that you bought into it. You fucking dunce.
So fucking over the top addicted to it. Now, but like I said, this is a long time ago. And since then, that was basically when I learned my lesson.
It's not a long time ago. 5 years. And he learned his lesson at the sort of like young and naive and impressionable age of 35.
I was like, there's no reason to really be addicted to doing this shit, because all it is, it's a time and money pit.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. And you're still doing it.
You're going to spend excessive amounts of time and excessive amounts of money trying to earn anything in these games. All right? Like I said, the one other game ever since Supercard that I know I did spend some money on was Dokkan Battle.
Well, there is one more game.
Where I really like Dragon Ball, and I used to do the pulls and stuff to try to get some of the rare characters. And if I remember correctly, the time when I dropped the game entirely was when they introduced these cards. I think they were called limited run card, LR cards or something like that.
What are LR cards? I don't understand what you're saying. See, you can retain this information. When you have played the game enough, you retain that information. So that person earlier who was like PCR cards or whatever they were, limited run, you know, but that person, when they said those things, and you were like, huh, I don't understand what they are. You're full of shit. You can clearly retain this information.
And so when they introduced those, basically they were game-breaking cards. And if you didn't have them, all right, essentially you would lose no matter what. You couldn't win the game. In the tournaments and stuff, you just needed these cards. But they weren't easy to get. They had to keep spending, pulling. It's like...
Does it sound familiar? Again. Because again, psychologically, we are seeing evidence of a repeated behaviour. We are seeing a pattern here. These sorts of games that he publicly acknowledges are bad and explains how addictive they are and how much money they suck out of you, he continues to play. Multiple times, multiple games, he's said, I play multiple ones. When you're at that point, there's no such thing as casually. It's just astonishing to me. I mean, like the extent that it's got its fucking claws into him, and the stretching and contortions and reaching that he has to do to avoid dealing with it, to avoid addressing it, to avoid like publicly talking about it. Fucking mental. I shouldn't really say that word. Like, in psychological terms, you're trying to avoid that. It has negative connotations that can actually like harm a person's chances of successfully completing treatment. You know, your words matter, language matters. So, but I'm struggling to find an appropriate way of describing it other than fucking mental, because it is. You know, it's exactly that sort of like completely at odds with reality and expected norms and like what you might anticipate a person's behavior would be given the information that they're sharing with you. So, you know, when he does say, yeah, these games are really bad, they're really addictive, you know, they're designed around grind, and, you know, you can skip that grind, and they've used limited run stuff to trick you into spending as much money as possible to get a really rare thing. They're really bad, they're really addictive. I play multiple ones, and I've been doing so for years. You ever known a heroin addict who's been like fully aware of the impact their abuse of heroin is having on their life, but they still continue to use heroin? You ever known somebody who drinks like to excess to the point where it is ruining their lives, and they know they have a problem, and they know they need help with it, and yet they still continue to drink? It's exactly that sort of thing that we're seeing here with Phil. It's that sort of rationalization, you know. I know it's bad, but I can't help myself. Except we don't have the "but I can't help myself." He says it blithely, like we should just accept that it's a normal thing that you would play multiple addictive mobile games that like are designed around getting you to spend money. And we have to just sort of like take him at his word that he's not spending in excess, even though he has like a past history of doing exactly that. It's like a substance user telling you that they're clean, but they won't go piss in a cup for you. You just have to take them at their word that they're clean.
So I dropped that, and now again, that was like 6 years ago, something like that I dropped. I'm trying to think 5 or 6 years ago. Okay.
Again, that's not relevant. Ugh.
So, yeah, it's so stupid. I'm leaning into the meme here at this point. If they want to joke about it, I'll make jokes about it every fucking day. It's bullshit, all right? 0 of anything that I make is going towards mobile games, okay?
Uh-huh. Really? Yeah. Then why didn't you answer either of those questions? Why didn't you directly address the points that they raised?
0. Literally 0. I need to pay my bills this week, so if you can support the streams, please tip if you can.
Oh my god. Fucking hell. He went right into it. There wasn't even a pause. He didn't give us ample bracing time. It's always like a compulsion. Like he has to throw it in. You know, he has to. He can't help but beg. He has, no matter what he's talking about, he has to throw in that, you know, he needs support. And tips are great. Tips are like the focus. Tips are massively helpful. The man who doesn't leave his house 6 days a week somehow is constantly spending money, and so he needs tips because he can have that immediately. He can't budget with his monthly payments. He leaves the house once a week. So there's not really any way he should be spending money. And yet he is. Because he's got bills that he doesn't pay for with his monthly pay. I'm telling you, there are like American revolutionaries that demanded like independence from Britain weren't as taxed as this man. Look, if you think it's bad now, I mean, you know I'm a host on That Being Said, right? So, you know, that's now, it's now a weekly thing. It's probably going to go on for at least this long. Every Sunday. I don't know who's suffered more, me or the cat.
Don't listen to their insane nonsense conspiracy theory documentary bullshit. It's just so hilariously stupid.
That fucking nervous laugh, them. That nervous laugh as he's considering the Secret like documentary. I keep saying Secret Life. I'm sorry. I know you've changed it Secret Limited now. I'm sorry. But yeah, that nervous laugh then. Oh, he knows he can't like fully address it. He knows he has no answer. He knows he has no response because he knows it's true. He knows it's based on truth, and it's not just little nuggets of truth. It's huge fucking boulders of truth.
Don't listen to their insane nonsense conspiracy theory documentary bullshit. It's just so hilariously stupid.
He just has to paint it as like a ridiculous conspiracy documentary bullshit. It's so ridiculous, man.
These idiots spend so much time on this, and it's all fucking wrong. It's literally all falsified.
All what? Falsify.
It's literally all falsified or spun in a way, like I said. They start with this little nugget.
Someone needs to set something up where we could send like an electric shock through the internet so that when he says a nugget of truth, he gets like a zap. And we can hopefully condition his behaviour that way. Because he needs to stop. It's all he's got. It's all he can do is to sort of like say maybe a little bit of it is true, but the rest is bullshit. And he'll find that little nugget of truth somewhere that's something that seems reasonable. Like the idea that you play mobile games. It's very reasonable. And that's the nugget of truth. And then everything else is spin and conspiracies and bullshit. So it's representative of him misrepresenting an argument. And using that misrepresentation to dismiss the rest of the argument. I think it's the fallacy. The idea that if one part of it is wrong, then everything is wrong and can be dismissed.
And then they keep adding the breading on the outside of the nugget, and that little chicken nugget becomes a giant boulder of bullshit, when the only thing that was true was this tiny little piece in the middle. Okay?
See, again, right? I know I've taken quite a while talking about this, but this is the most immediate one after the stream, so it's probably the most revealing because he's still at that tense level of I've discussed this thing and I've put my argument across, and there's still like the possibility of an air of doubt. There's still the possibility that it might be turned back round and become more serious. There's still some doubts that I need to iron out in my community. There's still some people who might believe it or might not be happy with my explanation. So I'm probably still going to have to do it. This is my point where I should really be hammering home that I am fucking done with this now. You know, so again, I need to like keep misrepresenting it. I need to keep portraying it as ridiculous. And I need to keep saying, look, it's so stupid that I have dismissed it and I'm fed up with it and I'm done now and I'm just going to take the piss. He needs to be at that point. So it's most revealing here because he's still nervous about how inadequate his defense of it was. And his defense of it was so inadequate that I talked for 6 hours about how shit it is, and I'm now expanding that to 8. I just... And see, so I think it's going to get... He's going to get worse as it goes on, because he's going to become more and more confident in that, you know, his audience has bought it, and any other criticism he has adequately dismissed, and he's going to feel a bit more confident about mentioning it now, because he's more confident that he can joke about it and people won't call him on it, because anybody that might has been dealt with now. Those 2 people will have been banned, you know, those 2 commenters gone, those points never raised again, so, you know, he doesn't need to worry about that anymore, and it's another thing that he can, like, relax about. So as things go on, he'll start to relax a bit more about, like, certain questions and things, like, well, what about lineup, or what about, you know, this account here, and he'll just sort of, like, be a bit more confident and more willing to laugh and joke about it. So I think, like, by September the 6th, he's going to have, like, fewer meltdowns like this and the previous 6-hour one, which was also, I should probably have mentioned that was part 2, so it's less 6 hours and more 12, nearly 14. So I should probably call a therapist to talk about my issues, and Phil should definitely call a fucking therapist, and that therapist could probably retire on Phil, because fuck me, they'll be there a while.
So, and by the way, I see fucking dumb shit trolls in here who are now speaking up and showing their true colors. I've been waiting for them to do so I can get rid of them too.
Oh, you absolute cunt. You actual, like, reprehensible twat of a man. They're not speaking up and showing their true colours, and you didn't, like, know that they were doing it, and you were baiting them out so that you could deal with them. They're asking you questions. The explanation that you have given them is inadequate to deal with the issue. You have not accurately and adequately, like, responded to them and dealt with their concerns in a way that they feel is satisfactory. So they're asking you follow-up questions. No one's moving the goalpost. No one's trying to call you out. No one's spreading bullshit. They're asking you questions because the explanation you have given them hasn't answered their questions. You didn't answer the question of whether that was your account, because you knew that if you said it was, it would prove a previous defense of yours against the charge that this other account is yours to be wrong and to be false and to be lying and bullshit, meaning that that account is yours. So instead you just go, oh, I don't know, but let me tell you about, like, how long it's been anyway. And by the way, there was also one called Dokkan Battle that I did also spend money on. So even though I'm the sort of person who will willingly play multiple versions of these games that are designed to get you to empty your wallet as much as possible, and I will spend hundreds of dollars per event, and I will play these games over a long period of time, I'm not spending your money on this game that people say that I've been playing for a long time because there's an account called They Call Me DSP that's now since changed its name, that spends a lot of money and is conveniently active when I'm not streaming, and I've left fucking video evidence of my phone on that screen. I can't. I'm breaking down again. I need a break. That just fucking wound me up too much. Those people are not trolls coming out of the woodwork. You should be operating under the assumption. That's why it bothers me. That is a huge fucking red flag. That he assumes that any sort of criticism is trolling immediately. He cannot consider that people in his audience might not be satisfied with his explanation. Those could be genuine and legitimate members of his audience. They could be potential new members of his audience. They could be people who are stumbling onto this stream for the first time. Or they could be people who have sort of, like, seen a bit of detractor content and want to check out DSP and give him a fair shake. These could be people who he could be welcoming into his streams and sort of, like, you know, managing to get them to stay and to sort of, like, support later on. And he's treating them like this, when he should be treating them, like, with respect and, like, with gratitude and, like, with appreciation that they've come to his stream. Considering that he's struggling to get members. That member count is about to drop, by the way. So, you know, that's going to be fun when I'm clipping through it. But he's acting like this to them, instead of assuming that they're genuine fans. How fucked up is that? That you have that sort of paranoia? That you have that sort of expectation of what your fans will be and what your interactions with them will be. How would that colour future interactions with genuine fans if you cannot trust that they are genuine fans or trolls and detractors in disguise? How does that cover your ability to... How does that affect your ability to socialise with them? I need to get Baxter on. That's another one for him.
Okay. Okay, so enough about that bullshit. Let's go ahead and move on.
Yeah. Let's move on. I know you don't really like participating in this because it's Dark Side Phil and all that, but you can come and join me if you want. There's a pen on my desk. I'll let you knock it off. Yeah. It's there. That actually worked. I can't believe that worked. Oh, good girl. Good girl. Move some stuff out of your way then. Right, let's get on with this. Yeah. What are you doing? I've told you not to mess with the Wii U. If you want to play on the 360, that's fine, but the Wii U has Metroid Prime Trilogy and Project Zero 2. And I don't think you'd like them. So, stick to Lollipop Chainsaw. You like that? See, I'm only fucking about and taking the piss. I'm not like actually considering her like a daughter or anything. Anyway, let's get on with this. We are now at August the 6th.
Now, one quick thing I want to completely clear the air with and get out of the way before people try to make drama out of all my content and shit, all right? Here's what happened last night. I was playing my usual Friday Night Fight stream, and I happened to notice that a couple of people who are newer viewers and fans of mine who've come over as a result of Review Tech USA apparently recommending my channel and saying go check out Dark Side Phil, and actually coming here, becoming a channel member, doing some super chats and the like. So there's some new regulars basically, and one of them was here last night, and I said, I've been hearing a rumor this troll has been coming on my stream for like a week now, all right? And this troll has been saying dumb shit like, oh, Review Tech did a whole stream about you, exposing you and saying all this stuff about you and how you blow all your money on mobile games and blah, 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 blah.
Now, remember, Rich's stream wasn't necessarily about that. Rich's stream was Rich watching the secret documentary and then deciding that he could no longer support Phil and talking about that. But again, Phil misrepresents the argument. Phil misrepresents the position that other people have because he has no response to it. He cannot he cannot genuinely defend himself against this accusation because he knows it's true. He has no legitimate evidence to support his position. He knows that what Rich was doing was watching that documentary and then going, all right, you've sold me on that. I can't support Phil anymore. There's all the evidence. I agree with everything in the documentary. Rich wasn't doing that. Rich wasn't doing that by that I mean what Phil's saying Rich was doing. Rich wasn't doing the whole, oh, Phil's a gambler and he's addicted to champions and he wastes all his money. He was saying, look, here's what the evidence in that documentary showed. Here's all that stuff. I totally agree with the documentary. I can no longer support Phil. So he needs to misrepresent you. He can never accurately represent a contrary opinion. He can never accurately represent an opinion that clashes with his or criticizes his or in any way, shape or form takes a contrary position to him. He can't. He has to misrepresent you. he has no other way of dealing with positions and arguments that are contrary to what he believes. He's just not socialized enough. That's fucking amazing. We're back to that again. Did you hear that? It's another time when he's not socialized properly. Literally, she just turned away from me. God, you really do fucking hate it, don't you?
And live on his stream, he canceled his membership and he did all this dramatic stuff. So now you've been exposed by another YouTuber, okay? Now you guys know me. I don't give two shits what anyone says or does about me. So many people have over the years. Who gives a fuck? I already talked about this multiple times over the last week. You guys know the deal in regards to me and mobile games and separating my personal life with my professional life, and the fact that all the shit that they're saying that is so overblown and slanderous and full of shit compared to reality. All right.
See, look at that. Look at that barrage. Then look at that onslaught, and none of it addressed the central issue of you lie to your audience about where that money is going. That secret documentary was all about the fact that DSP lies about where his money's going. He begs for tips, he begs for money, he says it's for bills, and it goes to champions. And all the evidence was laid out in there. And he can't argue with any of it because he knows it's all true. He knows his position is bullshit, and he knows all he can do is lie, or he can attack. Is he going to reverse here? Is he going to say, look, my life is hard and I'm fed up with this and all that stuff, blah, blah, blah? Because I feel like it just seems too obvious to go Davos side Phil. But when he attacks like this, it's obviously, a defensive thing. Because he can't address the central issue. So he's going to ignore it. And instead he's going to attack you. He's going to attack whoever's making the criticism, whoever's making the contrary point to him. He can't argue with evidence. He can't address the issue directly. He has to misrepresent it, or he can bat it away and ignore it, and then just go straight for you instead.
I'm not going to go through that again. We already have been through it multiple times. But the fact that someone who, in the last few weeks, actively came on my streams, told his viewership my content was good, okay? Has some of his viewers now become fans. They're supporting my streams, which is great. I'm happy for that. I'm most happy to see newcomers come on the streams. Then, this guy offers me a PC out of nowhere. I didn't ask for one.
I didn't ask for one, but I did spend many, many streams talking about how great it would be if I could have one. I associated a number of issues, such as having a green screen or having a better camera, with having a new PC. I would talk about how great it was that if I could have a new PC, but I can't afford one at the moment. So I'm not directly asking for a PC, but I am incredibly heavily implying, with all the subtlety of a sledgehammer between the legs, that somebody should sort me out a PC. And that's why Rich offered you one. That's taking his position at face value, at least, and assuming that out of nowhere Rich offered him a PC. I don't know what went on backstage. It's the Irving Goffman thing of having multiple roles in different social contexts, and you have the front of the stage. You have the stage itself, and then you have the backstage, and the front is where you put on your act. It's where you put on the different social personalities you'll have. You're different at work than you are with your friends, so that becomes a performance. That becomes a new character. That becomes your front of house, your on stage person. That becomes your mask. That again. And the backstage is where the real you comes out, where you're more comfortable, you're more relaxed, you're more secure with the people that you're with. So you're more likely to tell the truth and be honest, and that's the real you. But behind the scenes, there might have been discussion going on between him and Rich. I don't know. At least to the point where he says, because the thing is, Rich made that public, and that's the thing that Phil hated, because you should have kept it private. And you keep things private because you don't want other people to know about them, because you know something is wrong about it. So, you know, we all know, I don't need to go over this. I don't need to go over the whole point of it. We all know what was going on there with Rich and the PC. But the issue is he took, like, great offence with Rich talking about it, Rich leaking it, because, you know, you should have kept that secret. DSP didn't give you permission to talk to other people about it or to bring it up in public. It's something that he wanted to keep, you know, between you and him. So going public with it offended him. It insulted him. It betrayed him. And now he has to portray it as it came out of nowhere. He just out of nowhere offered me a PC. Because out of nowhere, he mentioned the PC. Because it's only out of nowhere to his fans. So he has to portray it as out of nowhere to his fans now. Because you can't say, Rich and I were talking about a PC and then he brought it up in chat and that really offended me. It's now, you know, he just out of nowhere offered me a PC. Because people do that. You know? People offer me a bottle of Lucasade here and there, but you know. But yeah, out of nowhere, Rich offered him a PC. That's a weird thing, isn't it? That's the issue. That's the image he's trying to put across here. Rich was great to me. He was even willing to give me a PC, and now he's betrayed me. Now he's stabbed me in the back. Now all of a sudden, he's bought into this shit about mobile games, and it's like, it's a wounded narcissist's ego. I said that the wrong way. It's a narcissist's wounded ego. He's been betrayed. How dare you change your mind about him? You can't have come to this conclusion by yourself. You can't have agreed with the evidence that's been presented to you. Something must have changed. Something must have toxified you. You must have been like conned or tricked or fallen for their bullshit. You can't possibly think he's lying about where his money goes by yourself. You can't reach that conclusion by yourself. You have to have been tricked by detractors. You have to have fallen for their bullshit. You can't have it any other way. You can't contemplate that people might genuinely look at all the available evidence and decide that he is actually a horrible person. There must be some cause that makes people think that. People don't come to my streams anymore because they saw detractor content and they fell for that. They saw this is how you don't play and they stopped coming to my streams. Howard poisoned the well. Howard and people in Connecticut all ruined my friendship. They took my friend T away from me. He was my friend more. And you took him away from me. Howard poisoned everything. Can't be that he was like, hey John, I think Phil's a bit of a knob. And John was like, yeah, so do I, mate. He's been acting like a bit of a knob recently, hasn't he? Can't have happened that. You can't ever have had like a conversation with your friend about someone you both know and like both realise you think the same about them. You think that they're not that nice. So you don't really want to be friends with them anymore. That's never a thing that's happened before this. You know? People have never done that. They must be poisoned by somebody. Likely Howard. If you've ever talked to a friend about somebody that you both knew, a mutual acquaintance, that you didn't like, and you both sort of like were on the same page about them, and you thought like, you know, they you didn't want to work with them anymore, or you didn't want to see them anymore, or you didn't want to hang out with them anymore, you were poisoned by Howard. And that's less ridiculous than the extremes that he goes to in order to misrepresent detractor arguments.
He literally offers me out of the blue a PC. Here, I have a PC from, 5-6 years ago, But I think you could, you say you need a new one.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, there. See, you said you need a new one. You've constantly said you need a new one. It's the same reason that Keemstar criticise you for begging, because you spend most of your streams begging for tips. You constantly said you needed a new one. You made effort to highlight and emphasise how much you would benefit from it. And that's why he brought it up. That's why he said, I've got a spare one kicking about here, so like cannibalised from different PCs. It's a bit old, but it should be good for what you need. Because you admit that you know next to nothing about PCs, despite being a PC builder back in the day who used to host LAN parties and things. So you don't really know what you require from your PC. I have not forgiven him for saying that his PC dealt with the graphical processing that his Xbox was doing, when really it's just encoding a stream. It's encoding a video source. That really fucked me. Because, the PC that I've got, it's pretty old, but I built it myself. So, when he said that, I died inside just a little bit. Anyway, I'm getting off topic.
And I could just give it to you, just pay for shipping. I'm like, geez, this is kind of a lot of positivity out of nowhere from Rich. Because Rich, over the years, has had a history with me that I have nothing to do about.
How? We've got a lot of history, but I've got nothing to do with it. How are you incapable of accepting responsibility for anything? This is shocking, this. Like, I know narcissists don't like accepting responsibility for a number of reasons. It takes a lot out of them. To accept fault is difficult for somebody who thinks they're flawless. But that, I can't have misunderstood that. Go back.
I'm like, geez, this is kind of a lot of positivity out of nowhere from Rich. Because Rich, over the years, has had a history with me that I have nothing to do about. And what I mean by that is Rich has this habit of not being able to keep my name out of his mouth.
Fuck's sake. He has to have responded to Rich. I can't PigPigGo Rich because it's going to bring up so much. But he has to have said something at some point. He can't have ignored Rich completely. It took him months to get over a bad burger from Burger King. If Rich insulted him, he'd be like, oh, well, fuck Rich. Rich knows fucking nothing. And, Rich is an asshole. And, Rich is just, trying to piggyback off my success and shit. He's just trying to gain notoriety. He's doing it for clicks. Or, he's just trying to detract a crowd because, there's dickheads out there who restream me and get money from me, and Rich just wants a piece of that. But he'll have said something. He'll have said something about this. He is that sort of person. He cannot let something like that go. He could not let an insult from Rich go. If there's a history enough that it's happened enough times. If there's a history there, it's happened more than once. There's no way across multiple instances of Rich calling him out or criticising him or insulting him or whatever that he ignored it. He ignored all of those incidents. No fucking way. You absolutely will have something to do with the history that's there, Phil. There's no fucking way you have kept his name out of your mouth as much as you insist he keeps yours out of his.
It seems like whenever Rich seems he can get some kind of a benefit out of mentioning me.
Oh, see, yeah, look, there we go. Rich is only mentioning me for some sort of benefit. He's mentioning me, to notoriety, for clicks, for money, for views. He's doing it for some sort of benefit. It can't just be that he's criticising you, It can't just be that he sees what you're doing and has an issue with it and comments on it. He must be doing it for some nefarious reason. He must be having some ulterior motive. Is this because you cannot empathize with other people, so when you're putting yourself in their position, you can't consider their position fully. You can't consider like all the other external influences that might go into a person's decision making at any given moment, because not only do you have like the immediate context and influences at play at any given time. Say like if Rich is talking on a stream about money, and Phil tries to put himself in that position where he would be talking on Rich's stream, he would be Rich in Rich's position talking about money. He cannot consider like Rich's upbringing or Rich's personal moral values or like how Rich might act in a given situation. He can't consider that. He can only consider himself and what he would do in that situation. And so for him in that situation, there would be an ulterior motive. He would be doing it for clicks or for views or for money. He would be doing it like that. So he cannot consider that other people might not. To him, if you're, in that position, what he thinks you will do is what he's going to do. If he was in that position, he would be doing it for ulterior motives. So he assumes that everybody in that position will also have ulterior motives. It's so fucking self-centered. Which again, I know is key to narcissists. I know it's like not a revelation. You don't need me or Baxter to tell you that. But just the extent of it, just the manifestation of it, it's the behavioural manifestation that matters. It's not the like actually having the symptom or like the trait. It's the manifestation of it. You could be a little narcissistic. You could be a little self-centered. You can have a little bit of an ego. It's whether you keep all that in check when you need to. That's the issue. And I think this is where I sort of like slightly agree with Baxter. Although to be fair to Baxter, he uses subclinical differently. Like we use different terms for the same thing when we talk about vulnerable and covert narcissist being like the same thing. He uses subclinical in a different manner than I do. I say subclinical, I mean that a person's manifestations of the various personality disorders has not gotten to the point where it's diagnosable because it's having an impact on their life. Like they're still able to sort of like keep it in check and keep it under control. Like your successful narcissist who is learning how to socialize and manage conflict resolution, so their narcissism sort of goes undetected. That's somebody who I would consider subclinical. Whereas clinical is it's impacting your life. It's impacting your ability to maintain your social relationships and, keep doing things like, keep your job. So, or like pay bills or solve like domestic problems, like if something breaks in the house. It's affected his life to that extent, and that's why I think that DSP is clinical at this point. I think he's incapable of living his life without it being impacted by the manifestation of his narcissistic personality disorder. He can't socialize, which is key to maintaining your life. So, yeah, when Baxter uses subclinical, he means it differently than I do. So, yeah, that's not necessarily an area where we disagree, but it's because he uses a term that I would use differently that I sort of have to remind myself, no, actually, I consider this. So I think DSP's narcissism has reached the point where it is clinical because it's affected his life so much that he assumes that Rich is only talking about him for ulterior motives. It can't just be that Rich saw what he'd done or said at any given day and thought, I need to mention that. I need to talk about that. What a knob. I need to bring this up on stream because, my God, what an ass. Like, I didn't do my videos for ulterior motives. I did it because I thought people might find it interesting. And people did, so I've done more. It's fucking amazing that he cannot empathize. Like, all these red flags, all these pins that you would stick in, all these signs of narcissistic personality disorder, just constantly blown away by the extent to which they've festered and grown and become malignant. No, malignant narcissism is something different. Not necessarily malignant narcissism in that respect, but the fact that they've sort of like been able to fester and grow because he's not had like social pressure to check them and to sort of like refine his skills along the way. But they've just been able to grow to this extent is astonishing to me. It's rare that you see this sort of manifestation of narcissistic personality traits in like other social contexts, because people like this don't stay, friends with people for very long. So you will tend to not have somebody like this in your friends group, and if you have someone similar, they're likely to be like excluded from the friend group well before the manifestations reach this point. Not that it doesn't happen, I'm just saying it's rare.
He will. And then if there's nothing going on with me or whatever, he'll just completely forget I exist.
How dare he not mention me? How dare he mention me and then how dare he not? Fucking hell. Sorry. It's like Rich is an arsehole because he keeps talking about me. And also because there's times when he doesn't talk about me. Fuck.
And then he'll come back again in a negative way. So sometimes he'll be positive, sometimes he'll be negative. It's really weird with this guy. I don't even know, the best way to like describe it is like you don't know what Rich you're talking to today. Are you talking to the Rich that's going to be a nice guy and tell his viewers you have good content and come support you? Or are you talking to the Rich that's going to do an expose on his stream where he watches your detractor content and shits all over you?
See, you don't know which Rich you're going to get. Are you going to get the good Rich who benefits me? Or are you going to get the bad Rich who is critical of me? That is an incredibly fucked up expectation of relationships with other people. That is an incredibly fucked up expectation. That people are only good when they're benefiting you in some way. When they're giving you something, when they're giving you money, when they're nice to you, when they're praising you, when they're bigging you up to their audience, when they're saying, go and support him, go and give him money, he's great, you'll love him, he's fantastic, he's a good streamer, he's a good person, he deserves your support, he deserves your money, he deserves more fame and to be more popular and to be well known, and he deserves all the good things in life. That's when you're good. That's when Phil is okay with you. But if you are critical of him, if you look at his actions and his behaviour and the things he says critically, you're bad. You're the bad Rich. You're the arsehole. You're the scary one. You're the psycho. You're the weirdo. You're the mental Rich. You're the bizarre one. You're the one that will, criticise me and insult me and mock me and watch detractor content and buy into their bullshit because they're not thinking properly or whatever. He'll attack you then. That's when you're an asshole. He'll attack you when you're critical of him. Look how he painted him then. Look how he painted him then. The good Rich is the one that gives him money. And the bad Rich is the one who listens to detractors.
Okay? Well, guess what? I don't like that shit. Alright? I don't. If you're going to be one way or the other, fine. But don't be two-faced.
Holy shit. It's not two-faced. It's not two-faced to change your mind. This isn't like an ongoing thing. Rich only turned when he watched that documentary. Rich was positive in supporting your streams and telling people to come and give you money. And that was great. But it's not two-faced for Rich to change his mind about that, having seen somebody show him evidence of you lying. That's not two-faced, Phil. You giant fucking baby. This is actually schoolyard shit. This really is like the emotional mental cognitive level we're at. He really cannot, like, outgrow childhood thinking processes. Fucking hell. I mean, it can't be that you have a disagreement either. There's an element of your victimhood here. Because it can't just be that you have a disagreement. You betray him, you backstab him, you're two-faced. These are huge things, you know, compared to changing your mind. Backstabbing, betraying, you know, it sounds much worse. So he has to, like, overemphasize that aspect of it. It can't be that Rich has changed his mind, which Rich is fully entitled to do as an adult with a brain who can think. He's, like, seen the evidence and gone, actually, yeah, okay, I've changed my mind about Phil now. I think he's an asshole. I don't like him and I don't want to support him anymore. That's not betraying you. That's not backstabbing. People are allowed to change their minds about people, Phil. I bet there's some people who started watching me and then got pissed off and, like, wished I'd shut up and, you know, listen to Shakespeare when he said that brevity is the soul of wit. But there's other people that like it. And, you know, that's fine. I don't do content for everyone. If you don't like it, that's fine. I understand. It's not for everyone. What I do is, you know, slightly unusual. Although in my defense, I'm working with very unusual source material.
Don't one day be nice and the next day be a piece of shit. All right? Either be one way or the other. It's that simple.
Okay. Well. Yeah, it's the absolutism thing again. The idea that everything's black and white. Yeah, we've talked about it before. That you can't see the world in shades of grey. You can't understand that people are, you know, complex and that decisions are multifaceted. I know. We talked about this before. We talked about it before, didn't we? Yeah. Yeah. All right. Okay. Fair enough. I'll get you something. Yeah. Yeah. Wait. People like cat ASMR, so. There you go, have a few more. I'm feeling nice. Have a few more. Can I get on with this?
All right? Either be one way or the other. It's that simple. You can't have it both ways. Rich apparently wants to have it both ways.
It's just ridiculous. He can't understand that. Like, things are more complex. Things are layered. People can have, like, contrary opinions about things that change over time or depending on various, like, social, cultural contexts. You can't understand that people can change their minds. He thinks it's a betrayal in some way. He thinks it's, like, duplicitous. It's two-faced, you know. It's devious or underhanded. He can't grasp that you can be, like, nice to him and then learn the truth about him and decide to not support him anymore. It personally insults his ego because to him, there's no reason for you to believe that. As far as he's concerned, he's right. He's good. Everything about him is fine. If you listen to the detractors, you've fallen for their bullshit and it's on you. That's an external thing, again, an external locus of control. A self-centered, egocentric view of the self and the world around him. An expectation that people will behave a certain way towards you because you deserve it. You deserve preferential treatment beyond what your, you know, skills actually warrant. All these narcissistic things just sort of like swirl into this snortex. Big ups Baxter, that was hilarious. This snortex of I don't know what to call it anymore. Of like I've used all me good comparisons. Like when I call him like a megazord of fucked up personality disorders or some shit. You know, this mess of a human, this like sponge of despair and tips, this fucking Pillsbury Doughboy shock absorber. I don't know. I'm really struggling. He's just a mess of a human, and there's just so many red flags. I need to get on with this.
Rich can't have it both ways, okay? He's not going to. So last night, I actually talked to one of Rich's viewers on the stream, and I said, is it true? Because this is what my trolls are saying. My trolls are coming on my stream with these dummy accounts, these insulting things, spamming my chat. If you guys have been here in the last week, you probably saw these idiot trolls spamming my chat with this shit.
It's always idiot trolls. It's always idiot trolls. They can't have been like proper people. It probably was somebody like spamming it, but it was probably also regular chatters, you know. I'd imagine like the guy who repeats, who has like loads of different accounts and repeats the same message constantly, you know, like they were probably doing that. But I would imagine there were other people as well talking about it, especially in like response to him mentioning it. Some other people will have like mentioned it as well. And, you know, again, they're trolls, they're detractors, they can't be genuine people having a contrary opinion. You can't go against the group consensus in Phil's chat.
Saying, Rich exposed you the whole stream, exposing you and saying that, you know, that you're a horrible person that blows all his money, and he's not going to support you. And he even canceled live. He canceled his membership to your channel, saying, you know, blah, blah, blah. So finally I said to this guy in the chat, I said, listen, it has nothing to do with you, but I'm just curious, you're a fan of Rich. Did this really happen, and to what extent did it happen? So they answered me. They said, here's what happened. Rich watched a detractor video about you, essentially talking about the stupid mobile game meme, the bullshit that you spend a ton of money on mobile games, and basically, after watching it this time, and it's weird because he's watched other stuff before, but now he claims he's convinced and he believed it.
I wonder what changed between the old stuff and this specific video. I wonder what might have been revealed that might have changed Rich's mind when he's watched previous detractor content and thought, the argument isn't convincing enough, there's not enough evidence there. And watching this one, where there's a bit more evidence that makes the arguments more convincing. I wonder what might have caused that. I wonder what might have, you know, been revealed to the rest of the community by you on your daily rap that might have convinced people that you were playing WWE champions.
And then live on his stream, a big publicity stunt, essentially, a big drama thing.
Fuck, I need a better stand. It's not a publicity stunt. He did it live on stream to prove that he was going to do it. You know, like I could say, I'm going to down this. But if I don't do it on video, you're not going to know whether I've done it or not. If I don't record myself doing it, then you're never going to know if I've downed it in one, to be honest. There's not really that much, so it's not that much of a challenge. But you get my point. You know, you could say I'm going to do something, but if I don't prove that I've done it, then you're not going to know if I've done it or not. So Rich going, I'm going to cancel my membership to DSP's channel is one thing. But if he then ended the stream and didn't show himself like cancelling it, people would be like, so Rich, did you cancel it then? And he would have to prove that he did. So the way he proved that he did was doing it. Like there, on stream, when he said, I'm going to do it. It's not a publicity stunt, mate. But the fact that he interpreted it as that, like to defend his ego. Because again, he can't countenance the possibility that Rich's reasons for, you know, like changing his mind about him might be legitimate. because that would mean there's something to them. Much like with how Howard poisoned the relationship between him and John, he can't consider that John might have changed his mind about the sort of person that Phil was and decided that he didn't want to be friends with him anymore, hang out with him anymore. He cannot accept any responsibility. He cannot accept any flaw. He cannot accept any criticism. This is fucking driving me mad because it's so frustrating, because it's just like the same thing over and over and over and over again. It all comes back to this man has a problem with narcissistic personality disorder traits flaring up and making it incredibly, incredibly difficult for him to live his life in a way that doesn't involve like drama and conflict and like lies and just all this shit, all of it. Everything to do with DSP, all the detractors, all the whales, all the flying monkeys, the incident, revealing his phone on stream, on the Daily Wrap, the way he treats Jasper, his fucked up relationship with his wife, the fact he has no friend, all of it is because of him and his untreated personality disorders. And if you tell him you need help, he will ban you. You might be a genuine fan wanting him to improve, wanting him to do better. Yeah. But if you tell him, Phil, I think you have a problem, you get banned. You're stepping over this wire now, aren't you? Sorry. Yeah. Oh, did you? Oh, you've pressed that.
He said, oh, I can't support Phil anymore. I can't enable him. And he canceled his membership. Okay? Now, a few things to say about this. Okay? First of all, I can't stop anyone from watching slander about me.
You can stop people watching slander about you. And the way you do that is you sue them for slander. Because then, if it's ruled that this person did slander you, they would have to take that content down. So you can stop people watching slander about you. You just haven't sued anyone for slander because you know it wouldn't hold up in a court of law. Part of me thinks he wouldn't do it because it involves the expenditure of resources that would be better spent being sent to Scopely. But I do feel like on some level he does know. Do you not feel it? Oh, is it playtime? Yeah. Yeah. Are we doing this? Okay. Alright, I'll be back in a sec. Alright, we're back. I do like the moment I sat down and started recording. You don't want to go out. See? Downed it. Live on video. Live. Yeah. Publicity stunt. I've just realised I could dub a sound in there to make it sound like it crashed into something. Cool. Anyway, yeah, let's carry on.
Or defamation, or whatever you want to call it. I can't. And I'm not going to hold you accountable for watching it either. I'm not in control, alright, of what people do.
But if you bring it up, I will insult you, I will ban you, I will expect an apology from you.
I'm not in control of what people do, and I'm not going to ever hold anyone accountable. Oh, how dare you watch a detractor video or whatever. Okay? Do it. In fact, go ahead. Watch it for yourself. You know?
I wish they listened to him here. I really do. In fact, if you're so, like, confident of the fact that it's actually bullshit, why wouldn't you watch it on a stream to laugh at it and to point out where it's wrong? I mean, you did that with your Down the Rabbit Hole stream. You did it with the John and Howard stream. You watched those streams specifically to sort of point out and go, actually, this is wrong. Here's my side of the story. Why wouldn't you do that here? If you could prove that it was slanderous, if you could highlight the areas where it's wrong, if you could put across your defense and you could also prove detractors wrong, why wouldn't you watch it?
What you'll find is that when you watch that shit, there's literally no proof of anything.
Oh, I mean, there's no proof of anything. What app is that on that phone? What have we been saying about you and that app? What have you banned people for saying about you and that app? See, these are the moments where you're insulted. Because these are the moments where the lies are especially blatant. Other times you could be disgusted because what he's doing is insidious. You know, what he's doing is like malicious, or what he's doing is abusive. But things like this are blatant. Things like this, the 11-year-old girl, things where he's like just explicitly lying. And like his life lies in the face of like actual recorded evidence. Things when he says like, I never said that, the day after saying it. Stuff like that. These are the moments where it's like actually insulting. Because we have eyes, Phil. And you're recording stuff. The evidence is there. Often because you yourself record it. Most of that documentary that you think is slander and lies are full of bullshit is footage of you that you've uploaded. So why wouldn't you watch it to prove it wrong? To say, here's where it's slander, here's where it's bullshit, here's my defense. Prove the detractors wrong.
In any of the shit they say, it's all, oh, well, if you assume this, if you guess this, this could be true, so it must be. When you piece together 400 pieces of bullshit, you get a tapestry of bullshit, and then they all talk about it so much they believe it's real.
He's veering close to that word. But, again, the misrepresentation of an opposing argument. This is still very close to the champion stream. So, again, it's still very much a more sensitive issue that he doesn't feel quite confident enough to joke about yet. He can't really sort of like take it light to be a bit more serious about it. So, he does this. He's going full on with his misrepresentation of it. Oh, you have to guess. If you guess this, if you assume this, all that sort of stuff. It's misrepresenting. When the fact is that the secret documentary has evidence. It has evidence for its claims. It shows the fucking screen and compares it with the WWE Champion screen. It shows the lineup stuff. It shows your answer phone being called and your voicemail saying it's your voicemail in your voice. It has evidence for all its claims that support the central point of detractors that has been consistent throughout. That you lie about where your money goes.
Okay? The truth of the matter is, everything, as I said, is based on a nugget of truth. Do I play mobile games? Yes, there's your nugget of truth.
Right, now explain the spending on this account in this game. Explain where all that money came from. He won't. He can't. I don't know why I'm like saying it like I'm actually talking to him or he's going to respond or anything. But, you know, that should be the follow-up there. If he was like... if at any point he was actually doing this legitimately, instead of sitting there in his like isolated bubble, having his copium session. If he was actually talking to someone, or if there was actually a possibility that you could bring up a contrary point and not get immediately slated, insulted and banned. If there was any way that you could bring this to Phil and he said that, if he said to you, the nugget of truth is that I play mobile games, the follow-up question would be, right, well, explain what's going on this one. Explain the spending in this game. Explain where that money came from. Oh, you're moving the goalposts. He has no defense. None. We all know this. He's struggling to cope. He's having to misrepresent in order to defend his position. He's having to grasp for little straws. Much like how he'll do it the alternative way. He'll pick the one part of an argument that he can misrepresent and say is bullshit. And then the rest of the argument must also be discarded. It must also be bullshit because this one piece is. Much like that, he's doing it here. It just happens to be in reverse. This little bit is true, but the rest is bullshit. Here's the one little thing that I can misrepresent, and if you ask me about anything else, you are moving the goalposts. Therefore, it's all bullshit. Everything else, after this little nugget of truth, is bullshit. Because it involves you asking me questions about other things that I don't want to deal with. I play mobile games. Right, well, in this game, there's an account called They Call Me DSP that spends a lot of money. Oh, you're moving the goalposts. You just can't. You could never win with this person. You could never argue with him. You could never actually have a proper interaction with him. He couldn't take it. He couldn't take the criticism. He can't handle interpersonal conflict. He can't handle any sort of questioning of his position, his ideology, his reality. It must always be the way Phil says it is. It's astonishingly insecure.
All right? Now, is there any actual concrete evidence of anything else that they've said? No.
See, there. Is there any actual concrete evidence of anything else they've said? No. Well, what about this? This thing that you recorded and uploaded. There's evidence. It supports our claims that you're playing this game. Because that's this game on your phone. There's evidence there. There you go. Can't deal with that though. Can't handle it. It's too much. He has no response to that. He can't. That's literally it. That's literally the smoking gun. He literally tweeted out the emails. We were working on that story for months. It's right there. And he can't. So he won't ever address that. He'll duck and dodge and he'll be like, oh, it's a mobile game. I've told you I play mobile games. What's the big deal? He will never mention that it's Champions because he has no response to that. There is no evidence that supports his arguments. All the evidence shows that he plays that game. He cannot argue with you on that because it's right there. All the evidence is right there. So instead, look at the extremes he's going to.
There's an assumption based on a guess, based on a conspiracy theory, based on this piece of information that probably isn't true, but they're saying it is with no evidence, and it just blows into this giant bullshit conspiracy. Because that's exactly what it is. It's a conspiracy against me.
It's not a conspiracy if it's actually happening.
That's been going on for years and years. If it's not an escort, then it's a fucking...
There you go. Like I mentioned before, there's the escort. There's the escort one. There's the one he can bring up, the one he won. Do you want to come back in? Really? I'm still not done. Fair warning.
Scamming my viewers over Project 7, selling shirts that I don't own, fucking every little thing. And whenever one goes away, another one rears its ugly head because that's what these people have done. They've latched onto me over the years, and it will never be good enough for them.
No, whenever one goes away and another one comes up, it's not because these weirdos have latched onto you. It's because you're a fuck up. You're like an actual fuck up. You keep fucking up. Like, I don't know how you don't realise that. Like, if I live with, like so many constant consequences of my actions, at some point I'd stop and be like, what is it about me? Am I that much of a fuck up? Most of us would. Most of us would, like, recognise this thing happening and sort of, like, think, what am I doing to provoke this? Most of us have internal locuses of control. That's what it is. Most of us can sort of, like, ascribe things about the situation that we're currently in, various aspects about it, to internal, internal prompting, internal initiations. They're the consequences of us doing things. And so, the blame tends to lie with us. We're willing to accept responsibility and culpability. We're willing to we're willing to accept responsibility for our actions because we will recognize that sometimes we're at fault. But he can't do that. He can't look inwards at all. It's too terrifying to look inwards. It's too scary to think of, like, what vulnerability you will uncover, what insecurity will be unearthed, what thing might he have to face up to and address that he doesn't want to because the thought of doing it terrifies him. Change is scary to Phil. Being comfortable is good. Staying on level 1 is good. Change, growth, evolution, terrifying. So he'll do that instead. He'll project it out. It's always somebody else. It's somebody else's fault. It's never me. I never did it. I did nothing wrong. I did everything correct. He can never accept responsibility for his actions, and that's what having an external locus of control is. It's projecting fault and culpability onto other people. And even when the rare times when you might concede a bit, there's always an external thing. Yeah, I was an asshole there, but I might have said some bad words, but it was common in the Street Fighter community. I might not have paid Respect the Pact, but they never said they wanted payment. There's always an external reason why Phil is not at fault, or why you can't fully blame Phil. And it's just, he can't check that. He can't look into himself and sort of, like, think, is this me? Is it my fault? Did I do that? Are you okay? Oh, you're coming up this... Oh, is all that in the way? Sorry. Anyway, yeah.
I told you, it's called moving the goalpost.
Oh, fuck off. I don't know if this is even worth it at this point. I feel like I'm just going to, like, tread old ground. And it's just going to be the same thing over and over again. Like, here he's only talking about it because it's tied into talking about Rich. It's tied into what Rich has done. It's not necessarily anything that's been brought up by itself. It's associated with something else he's talking about. But, because he's going over it again, I sort of felt like I should look at this one, but I fucking can't. Like, you can't ask this man a follow-up question unless, without moving the goalposts or moving your, like, camera's stand. So what do you do? These are all, like, every defense mechanism he's got is firing because he's got nothing else. He's got no response. He can't come back. There's no evidence to support his claim. It's all bullshit then. All the evidence suggests the opposite. All the evidence points to you are lying about where your money is going. because we've seen you playing WWE champions, and we know what that account gets up to. So there's like no way out for him. Right. I need to not call everything out. I need to get through this like quickly now. This wasn't supposed to be this long.
All right? It's called moving the goalpost. All right? That's why I don't bother addressing their bullshit. There's no point. I have addressed their bullshit in the past. It does nothing.
Once again, for the benefit of those with flash photography, your explanations are inadequate. They do not address the points appropriately or adequately enough, if they address them at all. Because you have not addressed the central point that you are playing WWE champions. You say, I've always played mobile games. Nobody's bothered about that. We are talking about a specific game and your activity on it. You do not mention that game. You group it into this like amorphous, homogeneous blob of mobile games that you can then sort of go, well, I've always played them. And I've always told you guys that I play them. And I've never lied about that. So I don't know what your point is when you talk about a specific mobile game that an account that was originally called They Call Me DSP is spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on. By the way, I really need tips, you guys, because I've got big bills coming up. Get on with this, Steve, come on.
It's a waste of my time to address their bullshit, okay? But I can't stop any of you, all right, from doing that, watching the shit and believing it or not believing it. I can't. What I can say is that stuff has absolutely, positively nothing to do with my content, and you guys know that, right?
Again, not relevant. You could say it's got nothing to do with my content, but it has, because you ask for money to pay your bills. And the whole point of this is that we say you're lying about that. So while you can go, oh, it's got nothing to do with my content, guys, don't forget, we're trying to have fun, chill, positive, interactive, like, streams that are meaningful and give people meaning and joy and all that shit. That is irrelevant. The point is that you're lying about where your money is going. So it has everything to do with your streams. And you're not addressing it. You're dancing around it. You're trying to shift the focus onto something else. You're trying to say, it's got nothing to do with my streams, instead, blah, 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 which is an irrelevance. Because it does have something to do with your streams. Because every time you mention that you need support, or that tips are slow, or you pause to send the tweet, that's when it's relevant. That's when it's got something to do with your streams. Because we're all saying that money is actually going to Scopely. And we have proof that you play that game. Which you uploaded.
You guys know that when you're on my streams on a daily basis and you're watching me play video games like Final Fantasy today, what the fuck does that have to do with any of the drama those idiots create outside of my stream? Nothing.
Until you stop and say, guys, support's been slow.
Nothing at all. Zero. They're trying to derail people from enjoying my legitimately interesting, fun, chill content.
He fucking did. Oh, I can't. I really can't. This is ridiculous. This is actually fucking ridiculous. Do you know, like, I can't be the only one who sees how ridiculous this is. I really can't. I can't be the only one who sees that and can't cope with it. Because I said it before to take the piss, and he's actually done it. And I just... The fact that he legitimately believes it. Well, I don't know if he believes it or not, but either way, the fact that he legitimately did it. He did it earnestly. He did it to mean it to his audience. Whether he believes it or not is irrelevant. The fact is that he did it to convince his audience of it. He did it to project that image to his audience. How do you take that seriously? You know,
by bringing up nonsense that has nothing to do with it, because they can't make my content look bad anymore because it's not.
Once again, this year you made a joke about selling a black girl into slavery.
You see, so now they gotta completely keep spinning nonsense this way or that way. Okay. All right. So why am I bringing this up? Because there's a difference between, okay, I watch the video, I believe it or I don't, I make a judgment for myself, or, oh, I have a following on the internet. All right, I have a ridiculous amount of subscribers and viewers on my channel. Today I have nothing to do. I have no content to put out for my viewers. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to watch videos that outright state that they are defamatory against Darkside Phil.
I'm pretty sure that's slander. Because, at no point during the secret limited video did he go, by the way, this is defamatory. At no point during that video did that flash up on screen. The video that you're about to watch contains defamation. We are outright saying that this is defamatory. At no point did that happen. I wonder if Secret could sue Phil for that. You defamed me by saying I defame you, when all my claims are actually backed up by evidence that I've provided within the video. There's also a lot you could say about, the fact that Rich's presence and, having an audience and a following is an important point that he raised there. Like he's the underdog and you're punching down because you've got a following. It's okay when he does it, when him and his nearly 200,000 subscribers, when he tells them stuff and he insults other people and he, says shit about them. When he slags off PewDiePie or Ninja or Dr. Disrespect. No, actually he uses Dr. Disrespect as a shield for when he needs to slag off Twitch, doesn't he? When he slags off other people, it's fine when he does it to his following. But when you do it to your following about him, then you're punching down. Then Phil's the underdog. Then Phil's persecution complex and his need for drama comes to the fore. I need to skip on because this is starting to get into talking about Rich and Phil and that whole thing. And I just wanted to sort of go through the way he handled the mobile games there. But I do also want to see if he says punching down.
Exposing him, conspiracy theory. I'm going to watch it, right? And then I'm going to talk about it to all of my viewers. And then I'm going to actually pull a publicity stunt to try to get, attention for myself today. Because, Rich, that's what you did, right? That's literally what you did. You had no content to put out for that day. And you said, instead of working hard to put out meaningful content for my viewers...
Phil, come on. Sitting there and talking shit for 2 hours before you play a video game for another 2 hours is not hard work. Sitting here and talking shit for 6 hours is hard work. Putting out meaningful content as well. I need to put a pin in that, Steve. That needs to be dealt with at some point. That's a real trigger for me. He brings it up so much. It's such an important thing to him. It's worth looking at why. In fact, before I go any further, I'm going to PigPigGo meaningful. 1,312 results were meaningful. I have a feeling that once again it's going to be one of those graphs where it starts off small and then goes whoosh. Yep. There's that present dip during like 2020, but yep. We've got a whoosh and then a dip and then a whoosh again. Phil, buy a thesaurus. Right, I'm gonna go back to this, and then if there's nothing there, I'm gonna cut.
Let's do drama content at the expense of others so I can make a buck today. That's literally what you did, Rich, okay? And you did it at my expense. And I don't appreciate that, and I'm fucking pissed at you, all right? You should know better. You have a big following on YouTube. You have people who look up to you, okay? And for you to pull that shit basically shows that you don't care about what you say or do in your content as long as you're making a buck.
My dude, seriously, we are in Projection Valley here. Right, this is not about champions anymore. It's about Rich now. So I'm going to move on. But holy fucking shit, the projection there. Jesus. I come back to this, Steve. When you've done the Evil AJ thing, you might want to pick up like DSP and Rich. Unless there's like more interesting stuff that's probably going to happen during the editing process because it's Phil. Although having said that, I'm now, now that I'm a host of that being said, that actually helps me as well because when stuff happens like during the week, I can bring it up there and talk about it there rather than think, oh, I'll have to make a video on that later and put it on the list and, just that list just keeps growing. So, yeah, that's actually pretty good for me as well. Also, I get to chat shit about Phil with like 3 other cool legends. So, that's pretty cool.
Wicked Grom. Wait a minute, I skipped a tip, my bad. So hold on, first of all, Malcolm tipped me $3, said Chili Dog is on me. Thank you, Malcolm, that was nice of you. And that gets us to 24, and then Wicked Grom just tipped $29. Thank you, Wicked Grom, that's the biggest contribution of the day. He says, yeah, the closet stream is great content. I'm sending you some money. Spend it on whatever you want, because people suck, so F them. Well, there you go. Thank you, Wicked Grom. As you know, as soon as we end, and I take a break, immediately I'll be dropping all contributions right into mobile games, as these idiots say.
We're August the 13th now, so he's obviously feeling a bit more confident about being that, basically, that sort of blatant and blasé about it, and that sort of treating it lightly, treating it like it's a joke, when really it's still a serious issue that needs addressing. But we're still at that, so we're at that position now. We're at the point where he's like, yeah, it's fucking ridiculous, isn't it? It's just a joke. And, oh yeah, I'm totally going to go and play mobile games. Hang on a minute right now. Thanks for the money. It's immediately going on WWE Champions. Except he doesn't say WWE Champions. Still. He doesn't say it.
Definitely doing that. Totally not going to spend it on important things like ordering this food, or not ordering the food, actually buying the food.
I don't know. It just reminds me of every time he goes, I really need your help because it's my day off and I need to do grocery shopping and we need to buy food and Jasper needs pet supplies and, we have to have a meal out. And then he has his day off and then he comes back the day after and he's like, let me tell you about how I spent your money. Let me tell you about all the food that I bought with your money. Let me tell you about, the restaurant where I ate or the food that I ordered in. And it just... It's like there's entitlement, there's an expectation that your audience will provide for you, that they will always step up to the plate. There's like a fucking element of the like sheer audacity of the man to be like that desperate for money, like insisting that, you know, things are that dire to his audience and really putting the pressure on him that they feel like they have to because, oh God, Phil needs it. Like, otherwise he's not going to be able to eat. He might have to eat a fucking ham sandwich, fucking lunch meat sandwich. He might have to actually make a butty. And then he comes in like after his day off going, yeah, so I ordered him breakfast. And then I went out, and while I was buying food, I, you know, stopped at like a quick fast food place, and I bought something there. And then after I'd bought all this food at various supermarkets, I went home and we ordered in another like really big takeaway, or, you know, we went out to eat somewhere. It's fucking, I just like the amount of just like how much of his life revolves around food, and how much of his like care and passion and desires and wants revolve around food. It's amazing. It's astonishing. And, you know, sorry, I'll move that out of your way. There you go. Thank you. I don't. It's the one thing that brings him any sort of joy and any sort of pleasure. But I'm getting sidetracked here. There you go. Well, you do have to chase it. I'm getting sidetracked. This is supposed to be like how he's handling champions and mobile games, and like the accusation that he's spending his money on it. So yeah, you're right. I'm gonna go back to this, okay? Yeah. I mean, it's there if you want to chase it. Don't give me that look. They're gonna think like I'm negligent or something. Like the amount I've cut out of this video that I've, you know, been off screen playing with it. Just happened to be filming at a time when she's awake and like wants attention. Ordinarily, you would be like either asleep or being fussed. So, like, you know, this light has a battery life, right? Yeah. What? Did you want it? Did you want your toy? They're sushi shaped cat treats. Well, they're not really treats. There's like, you know, little fluffy things that she can chase. And because they're sort of soft and, you know, fluffy, you could put catnip powder in them. So, yeah. Yeah. Oi. And thank you for resisting the urge to chase one of the wires as well. I appreciate that. Oh, I should have filmed that. That was great. She grabbed it and she had it in her paw and she flung it right up. And she leapt up after it. It was fucking great. Alright, so I think like maybe 10 minutes of this is just me fucking about with the cat. But the moment she sat down, she got like both the toys like within her grasp, and she got like, you know, the wide-eyed, like dilated pupil, somewhat catnippy, you know, look. So I think she's okay. I think we can carry on with this.
I'm not going to do things like get things for my family, or as I said, maybe this week when I have my day off, go out and get some cool fishing lures to add to the hat.
I'm sure I'll have many like future opportunities on that being said to elaborate on this a bit further, but fuck me, the lures, the hat, it's just so sad. It's like Baxter said, it's creatively bankrupt. There's nothing there.
So we can do fun things on Sunday nights with Bassmaster. None of that. No.
I mean, he doesn't even have like one of those little fishing games, where the magnetic, and like the fish sort of like open and close them out as the thing turns around, and you have to like try and get the magnet and in the fishing rod, and like he's trying to like tie that in any way, tip a certain amount and I'll see if I can catch it, and if I can catch it within like a minute or like 10 seconds or whatever, then this thing happens, and if I can't catch it, then this thing happens. There's no sort of like care for the content he's putting out. So yeah, save it for an episode of That Being Said, Steve. You've got co-hosts now. You can annoy them.
I'll just immediately microtransaction the fuck out of it into oblivion, right? Because that's what these idiots think. Fucking dunces.
We're the dunces, yeah. We're the ones who are stupid. Not you for falling for exactly the same psychological tricks as you've previously identified as bad in previous games.
Okay. So thank you very much, Wicked Ground. The funniest part about all this, all right? You ready for this one, guys? You ready? Hold on. Come a little closer.
Oh, he's going to do the close-up thing, isn't he? Oh, you can already see him like looking over at his window to check OBS and make sure that he's doing it right, press the right things, because he can't just have a stream deck. He can't be asked sorting all that out, because it involves too much. One thing begets another, begets another, begets another, so he can't install and sort out his Stream Deck, because it means that he needs to upgrade his computer to a better operating system, a more recent one, which means that he'll need a new computer because his current computer can't handle it, and blah, blah, blah. So instead he's going to be like, alright guys, come a little closer. Come a little closer. Just come a little closer. Hang on there a minute. Hang on there a minute. No! Fucking numpty. I say that as somebody who has to keep like readjusting his fucking camera stand.
Ready? Yeah. The funniest part about all of this.
Oh my god, right, okay, this is the opportunity, I'm fucking taking it. Phil, you're a dickhead, right? When you're doing this zoomed in close-up thing, and you're going to be serious. When you've purposefully zoomed into this part of, you've zoomed in, and you're going to be serious, and you're going to talk. Like, do you want to know what the funniest part about all this is? Don't have that fucking border. Don't have those flashing shock lines and the flashing colours. Those are like anime impact lines. They're supposed to emphasize like a dramatic moment, and they're supposed to emphasize like a shock or a like a crucial hit or like a moment of revelation or something like that. They're not supposed to represent a. Let me tell you what's really funny about this issue right now. That you don't do it. You have another border. Why not use that? Because you want, at some point, you're going to say, like, let me tell you about the reason why this is so ridiculous. Because it's bullshit. You're going to do that sort of thing. So he needs that border for the big, because it's blah, 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 moment. But he can't swap between the two. Because it would break his flow if he did, like, the other border. That's, the red and blue one that's not got like the flashing colours and the impact lines. If he did that just for the let me tell you about this moment, he'd then have to lean over and fuck about with OBS again to bring up this one and do his no thing. Because again, he's not set up his stream. That would be 2 button presses for anyone else. button press 1 to bring up the regular one, and then let me tell you something about this thing. Let me tell you about why it's all bullshit. Because it is. You know, button 2, because it is. It just makes him look pathetic. It really does make him look inept. It makes him look like he can't do his fucking job that he's been doing for 14 years. And here he has the arrogance and the confidence of the ignorant. Let me see what he says.
Is that they've been accusing me of playing a mobile game and spending all my money on that mobile game. Okay, what they don't know is that I've actually been spending it on 2 other mobile games. Not that one. They're wrong on the. They're completely correct. I've spent $472,000, but I spent it on 2 other mobile games, not the one that they think. They actually fabricated all that information, but they don't know the truth about the other 2 games.
So nothing about that warranted that background. So how are you this inept? Okay, let's put that aside. You're not being funny by trying to make light of this, because this is a serious issue. It just makes you look even more guilty when you're not treating it with like the, I don't want to say gravitas, but you know, the sort of weight and the seriousness that it requires. Because you joking about, well, actually I'm spending it on 2 mobile games, doesn't make you look good. Like why would you even... Like, the point is not the mobile game. The point is the lying about your money. The point is the lying to your fans to get money for it. It's like completely inconsequential whether it's one mobile game or 50 mobile games. The point is you're lying when you say that you need that money for bills. That's not the defense you think it is. Again, it skirts the issue. It's avoiding the issue there. It's completely dodging the main point of the argument that you're lying about your money. You're lying to your fans to get their money. You don't care if it's on 1 mobile game, 3 mobile games, or 20 mobile games, or 200 mobile games. The point is that you're lying to your fans about that money. By misrepresenting it and skirting around the main issue, he gets to deflect it. He gets to avoid it. He gets to say, I've answered it. I've responded to it. When you haven't. What's like an equivalent here? Like, imagine you came home and you found your partner in bed with a work colleague, and you know, you're very mad. You stormed off, and you went and thought about things for a while, and you came back to your partner, and you said, "So, do you want to explain, you know, that I caught you in bed with this colleague?" And they went, "Well, actually, I was never sleeping with this colleague." Being like, all right, so which colleague were you sleeping with then? You know, I don't. Where, like, it's hard to find an equivalence because it's just so obvious what he's doing that it's like associated with this incident here, this sort of like this charge of spending your money on mobile games is not the central like point. The central point is the lying, but he's not addressing that because he can't again, we're at that point where it's like you have no defense. So this is what you do instead. You misrepresent and you avoid, and all these other defensive diversionary tactics that we've seen him do. I'm actually quite impressed that it's not like he's not Davo-sided anything. Like, he's not taken any of this and gone like, I'm fucking fed up with this. You have no idea how difficult my life is to live with this sort of shit every single day. But he is still like gaslighting to an extent, because he's saying the actual issue is the mobile game thing, not the lying about spending money, not the lying about where that tips money is going, not the lying about needing to pay bills. It's the mobile game thing. And it's not. It's always been the lying. Champions is what the money has been spent on. That one single mobile game is what that money's been spent on. And we know it is because, we can see that game. We can see that account. We can see what it's doing. We have seen that game on his phone. But the point is that he's lying to his fans about what his money is being spent on. He says it's on bills, and it's on that. And there we go. Let's carry on, because I need to get through this.
Now, obviously, I'm fucking with you, but the thing is, because I said that now, no exaggeration, they will literally go out and try to find the other two games.
Right, I would like to propose a countermeasure. He is saying that in the hopes that we do, because then we stop looking at champions. He's hoping that we go to all these other mobile games to try and find him, and we waste our time doing that while he carries on playing champions. It's a diversionary thing. He's trying to trick us, trying to get us looking elsewhere. The reality is, he's only playing the one, and it's champions.
They'll think, oh, we got to find evidence that he actually spent money on two other games. That's how they are. You can't make it up.
I noticed that hasn't happened. I've not seen anybody mention that. I've not seen that proposed as a theory. I've not seen that being clipped by any other detractors. I've not seen anyone propose it. Instead, we've remained consistent about champions. If you mentioned other mobile games in his stream, like say, like Genshin Impact or Final Fantasy Brave Exvius or something. Again, I don't know. I don't play mobile games. If you mentioned mobile games in his stream, they wouldn't be banned. But if you mentioned champions, okay, so that's the end of that one. Let's move on to the next one, which is August the 24th. So we're getting further away from the point when we had the meltdown, and his attitude towards it is shifting more. He's less tense about it, and he's more willing to mock it and treat it as a joke, as we've seen just then. So I think that's going to continue now. He's going to be less like he was in the first two. He's going to be more like he was then. So let's see how that pans out. Do better clicks than that. We're now August the 24th, so we've moved on a bit, and again, I think the attitude has changed somewhat from being sort of nervy and defensive, that it might be brought up again, to outright taking the piss. Which, again, from a person in his position, is quite shocking, if you ask me. It displays like an incredible lack of awareness. It's a stunning display of ignorance, basically, of like the situation he's been in, and like the full extent of the consequences of his actions. He thinks he could just lie and get away with it, because for most of his life he has been doing, and he rarely, if ever, gets like actually called on his bullshit to the point where he faces consequences. So anytime he faces like a little bit of pushback, he's immediately like, this is the worst thing ever, this is just another, these trolls trying to cancel me, all sorts of shit like that. He gets defensive and he gets aggressive and he pushes back to any little provocation at this point. So it is like a knife edge. It is a tightrope act. He is
I'm not feeling positive. I wish, guys, I mean this too. Like, I wish I could just sit here and kind of feel positive and be like, oh, don't worry, nothing's gonna happen. I kind of don't feel that way. I kind of feel like, sadly, there's already enough in the pipeline that likely DSP Gaming will be shut down today or tomorrow, and then I'm going to have a backup plan. So thank you very much for the support. Now let's see what he has to say, okay? By the way, enough is enough. You want to joke about bullshit with polls, and you want to joke about mobile games, you're banned, and you're not coming back ever, and I have no remorse over that choice because I've had enough. This is not a day to be making fucking fun of someone who's having their life destroyed. You're a scumbag. No one wants you here. No one ever liked you. Leave and don't come back. I'm giving my foot to your ass, and if you come back, every time I'm banning you on site. Don't ever come back. Fucking 2 assholes right now in the chat that really just pissed me off. They think it's funny. Oh, let's make a joke that Phil will use this money to do pulls in a mobile game. All right, here's a joke. Fuck you. This is my life. It's serious business. Shut the fuck up and go move on.
There we go. There we go. We've gone Darvoed. I'm sorry, I'm still chewing. I have a oat and raisin cookie. That response there, like I said, he was on a tightrope, and for most of it, I actually would have put money on him, like joking and laughing about it. I genuinely thought it would be more mocking, but the fact that he got immediately on the attack, you know, he immediately called that out. He's under a lot of stress. I'm assuming this must be the copyright strikes thing. Somebody will correct me down below, but something's going on around August the 24th. He's talking about having his life ruined, so I'm assuming it's something to do with like those copyright strikes that happened. He's got $282 in tips, so something must have gone on. Where's my list? Did I keep? I don't know. It's difficult because so much has been happening recently. But yeah, he's tense. He's under a lot of stress, and so as a result, he's snapping more. And that response is disproportionate because he could just ignore it and ban it. He always has the option of ignoring it. Whenever he calls attention to something, he's actively choosing to do it. And it will serve a purpose, one way or the other. It will either serve to highlight like how ridiculous a troll perspective is, or how stupid a question is, or this is an opportunity for me to like actually eviscerate someone and excoriate them in front of everybody else to remind everybody else of what will happen if they step out of line. There are various reasons why he would call attention to something to such an extent, and this is I am pissed off, do not fuck about with me right now sort of reason for doing it. This is why he's doing it here. So let's see if he carries on, because again, I don't think this is necessarily about the mobile games. It's about his reaction to something. So it's still going to be worth looking at, because there's still a fair bit we can sort of infer from how he's relating it to the situation he's in now. But so I think at this point it's minimised because he's got a much more pressing issue to deal with. He's got something far more important because it's far more immediate. This is the thing that's happening right now. I can't see what it is through the chat, but I genuinely think it was around. It must have been the false copyright things. I think this is after the Wings trolls, or it might be actually, yeah, it might be that. It might be the Wings trolls. Either way, something more important has come along, and so he's more comfortable with denigrating this thing further and sort of like lessening it. It's now not even something to be joked about because I've got too much shit on. So yeah, it's worth sort of like looking at it in this context to see how he handles it.
Go somewhere else. Okay. So let's see what XP Squad had to say. I'm a long-term viewer, admittedly, not as much recently.
Alright, I might cut this because it doesn't seem to be like he's going much into it. Yeah, I think it's just those bits. So yeah, there isn't much more like worth going into at this point. It's just interesting to sort of like see the response that it provoked them, because obviously he's under a lot of stress. These are the copyright strikes, and so rather than it being like a light thing that you can joke about, sort of like say, hey, how ridiculous things are, it's like, no, fuck off, I'm being serious now. August 13th. See, I'm sure, why didn't I do that? Where's August 13th gone? Have I closed that? Yeah, I've done August 13th. Right, okay. Done August 13th. Done August 24th. What's September 4th? Oh, yeah, it's because... It's because of the stupid way he uploads it. So the Bassmaster thing, the Bassmaster video, uploads before the pre-stream podcast. Alright, so we're at September 4th now. We are a month away. A month has passed since the Champions stream debacle. And Phil is currently moaning about bills and things in this one. So we're going to see how he's treating the issue now.
Then coming up after that, guess what? 2 giant bills. My monthly internet bill and my condo dues are all due over the weekend coming up. So it's like, oh my God, like everything at once. And it is. It's literally been spend, spend, spend shit. Can I not spend? No, I gotta spend. Spend, 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 spend. You know, and it's just nothing I can do about that. Nothing. It is what it is. All right? Now, obviously, I could use some support in the realm of tips to help with this spending, okay? And what I would say is this. If you're apprehensive about tipping, oh, I don't know. You know what you could do? Because some people are so apprehensive. Oh, but what about all those rumors that Phil blows all his money on mobile games? Yes, from the fucking dunces of the internet who make everything up.
I'll cut to when I've not got my mouth full. Okay, so we're at the point where we're mocking it again. It's now used as a reason to insult, basically. You might have concerns about tipping Phil through PayPal. And those concerns could be, Phil will get my personal information. And Phil cannot be trusted with my personal information. But Phil will write off any concerns that people have as being founded by something else. He is going to say that, well, it's not going to say, he's explicitly saying, like, you know, the reason why people will be, you know, hesitant about tipping is because of, you know, the fucking rumours that the idiots that make up shit have spread. It's like, no, people have legitimate concerns about how trustworthy you are when it comes to handling people's personal information. You, like, being... Oh, well, if you have concerns about champions, that no, he's not. See, again, he's not even saying champions. He's still not saying champions. I feel like that should be pointed out every time because, again, that's the crux of the whole thing. The game that we saw him playing on his phone, the game that we have charged him with playing for all these years, the whole, like, the fulcrum upon which all of this turns is champions. But he can't say, you know, if you like are anxious about tipping me because of the stupid bullshit conspiracy theory rumours spread by dunces who are idiots that believe anything. Like, you're explicitly insulting your audience there by saying, like, if you believe that, then you're one of them. You're dumb. You're thick. You're stupid. You're a dunce. You're an idiot. You believe that bullshit. You fell for the conspiracy theory. You know, he's writing off your concerns. He's dismissing them. It's used as a defense at this point because it's all rumors now. It's not something that he took very seriously. It's not something that he jokes about at this moment. In this context, he's using it to dismiss legitimate concerns that a person might have about tipping Phil through PayPal. You can't be worried about what you're going to do when Phil has your private information and it gets leaked to his Discord. You're worried about the mobile game thing because you might have seen a video or two. And if you believe that, you're full of shit. You're an idiot. You're a dunce. All that stuff. You can't be trusted. This is the thing. He just can't be trusted. And he's dug this grave for himself. But he will always, make the responsibility of it. He will always project it externally. It will always be an external thing. So here you're seeing him wield it to dismiss legitimate concerns because he can't address those legitimate concerns. Once again, the evidence is on the side of the people with the concerns. It's on the side of the people making the claim. It's on the side of people who have questions to ask. It's not on Phil's side. Rarely is the truth on the side of Darkside Phil. This is one of those examples when it's not. But he can't have you sort of having that image of him. I wonder if he does actually. I wonder if he does say worried about personal information. Because that's the main reason why people don't tip him through PayPal. Him playing a video game, him lying about where it is. By this point, him lying about playing Champions is not going to dissuade people who are, who would tip him anyway. And it's not necessarily going to dissuade a whale either. But what he does with your private information might dissuade someone from sending him a couple of quid. And that matters because that's a legitimate concern that he can't address. So instead, he's going to shift the responsibility and the focus onto this stupid and ridiculous thing that he has no control over because detractors have made it up. And honestly, if you believe that bullshit, then, you're a dunce. Let's see if he mentions, private information, though. Let's see if he says doxing.
If you're really that afraid, here, I'll even let you know how truthful I'm being about this. Donate credits for Splatoon then, please.
If you're worried about what I might do with your money, then donate credit instead. I'm fucking done. So he's begging. He's setting up a beg, right? That whole preamble is about, obviously, he can't really afford to play Splatoon 3. Or 2. He can't really afford to play the new Splatoon because he's got all these costs, he's got all these bills. So, if you want to see him play Splatoon, then, you should donate the money for it because, he's got bills to pay and things, and so he can't afford to buy the game. But if you have concerns about giving him your money because of this very legitimate thing that he's failed to adequately address because he can't, then instead you should give him gift cards. You should give him vouchers. You should give him credit. Never mind, if you're worried about this rumour that I'm going to spend all your money on mobile games, I can assure you it is just a baseless rumour. I can promise you that I'm fully transparent with, what I do with the money that I am given through tips. None of that. He's raised that issue as a point where, you know, a person might be hesitant to donate money. And ordinarily, that setup would result in an addressing of that concern. But instead, he's just diverted it into a different way you can give him money. While talking about, you might have concerns about giving me money because of this very real possibility that I am going to spend that money on a mobile game and not bills or the new Splatoon. Just give me credit instead. I'm not going to address your concerns. I'm just going to tell you that you can also buy a Nintendo Club $25, $30 voucher, $50 voucher, and send me that. What do you do? What do you say? The fucking gall of the man to have treated this issue, which is really fucking serious, like this, in such a blasé manner, in such a casual way. It's a utility for him now. It's gone from being something that, you know, we have actual proof that he does, to being something that he uses to say, well, you can give me store credit. This is like how little respect he has for his audience. This is like how seriously he isn't taking this at all. I don't, you know, he's not taking it seriously in any way, shape or form if he's reduced it to the level where he can use it like this. That's fucking, I mean, can it get any worse, Phil? Can it get any worse for us? Can you mention it again?
If you can. If you want to help out concretely and you're so afraid that I'm going to blow tips, you know, burn the money and snort coke with it or fucking do pulls on a dumb fuck mobile game that I don't play, all right, whatever. Donate credits on Nintendo then.
I'm fucking done. That he thinks so little of you. As a person that he's asking for money from, he thinks that little of you. That he's willing to insult your concerns. It's not just a mobile game. It's some dumb fuck mobile game that I don't even play anymore. He has so little respect for you that even while asking you to give him money, he will insult your opinion, your intelligence, your concerns. He will insult like the points you might have to raise. And he'll still ask you for money. He's asked you for money, and then he said if you're worried about it because of this stupid fucking thing that you might believe that's stupid and garbage and conspiracy theory nonsense and bullshit for babies, then give me a PlayStation Plus top-up card instead. He's done that. He's gone that way. And I can see now, because we mentioned this on That Being Said, what, like, totally irrelevant thing would DSP pick up on. He would say, I didn't ask for PlayStation Store cards. I asked for Nintendo. I asked for Splatoon. And it's like, yeah, well done, you got me, Phil. You'd have gotten me on that. Congratulations. That would have totally invalidated the rest of my argument.
If that's what you really want to do. Because you could do that. You can give me one of those redemption codes or whatever to get credits for Nintendo Network. And then I don't have to buy Splatoon on Friday for $60 plus tax. Okay?
So yeah, there's nothing else on this pre-stream about it, but I'm going to jump forward to the night stream, where it comes up again during the fishing, apparently. Apparently there's quite a difference. 39 to 47, fucking hell. Well, in for a penny, in for a pound. Oh shit, I didn't mean to do that.
Let's see here. Jade says that's a Godzilla fish. Derek says congratulations on catching that monstrous striped bass. Thank you. Munch Lover to the $1.50 and says, do you believe mobile game addictions exist? I personally used to have one, but I can overcome it. Yes, they absolutely exist. Anything that's a repetitive action can be addicting. anything. You know, it's not only based on, for example, a feeling.
I could do it for 6 hours. This is my thing. Addiction is what I wrote about. This is... Phil, it is absolutely based on a feeling, you fucking idiot. What do you think dopamine is? Repetitive behaviours do not necessarily become addictions. Many repetitive behaviours become compulsions. See, I just did mobile games at PigPigGo, and you can see where it starts. You can see the line. And I thought, ooh, we might get something juicy here, because somebody asked him about mobile game addiction. So I thought he would pick up on that and sort of like recognise it for being like, you know, a bait tip, and dismiss the person and then go off on one. But instead he bought it. Like he bit like the fucking fish. And he's going to go off on one, isn't he? Oh my God, this is going to be painful.
Like, you might say, oh, I smoke because it gives me a feeling. The nicotine makes me feel good. I drink because I get a buzz. It's not just about that.
Yeah, yes, it is. This is the things that people don't like to admit about addiction, especially when it comes to substance abuse, right? People do drugs because they feel good. Whatever, you know, whether it be the induction of a feeling or the cessation of a withdrawal, the point is that drugs make you feel better than what you currently are. That's why they're so addictive, because that feeling is intoxicating. It feels good. People want to chase that good feeling. You don't know what you're talking about.
Although, admittedly, gambling is just as bad. You know, gambling can give you that addictive feeling. Oh, there's a chance something great could be coming. There's a chance, and if something great actually comes, oh my God, it's euphoric feeling, right? Oh, right? So yeah, absolutely. Anything that has a repetitive nature like that can be addictive, and anything that's like a
Let it go.
gambling situation also. So, oh, all right. I guess I was just showing off this this fish. I wanted to show it to everyone for about 14 minutes here before we advanced.
He doesn't know what he's talking about. He has absolutely no idea what he's talking about. For someone who's an addict, he knows surprisingly little about addiction. I'm sorry about this. That's next. Once I've sorted out the microphone, this is next. But yeah, he has like no idea what he's talking about. And like for somebody who's an addict, I just... No, not every repetitive behaviour becomes an addiction. Some become obsessions, some become compulsions, some become habits, some become tics. There's a story about Tim McInnery, who played Darling in Blackadder Goes Forth, and the character of Darling has a wince, he has a tic like that. Whenever somebody mentions his name, you go, hello, darling. That's what it is. Come here, darling. So, and Tim McInnery practiced that for a while, and so he could, naturally do it and make it look like, darling's really wincing. And he did it throughout the run, the filming run, which I think is about 6 weeks. I think for like your average BBC sitcom of about half an hour, it's about 6 weeks. It's about a week per episode. At least that's the Red Dwarf scale. That's how they did it. But either way, Tim McInerney did it for a while. And then after filming wrapped up, he said he had that tick for months.
The twitch stayed with me for months, actually. It was really difficult. I mean, I did actually get quite scared that it was never going to go.
It wasn't an addiction. It had become like a compulsion. And it took a while for him to stop doing it. So the key aspect of addiction is the feeling. People don't chase things that make them feel shit. They chase things that stop them feeling shit. They chase things that make them feel better in some way. They chase things that make them feel good.
Northwest Texas, speaking of addiction, there's also addiction to adult content. It's one of the most overlooked and destructive addictions in our culture, seriously messing up younger people using like pornography.
I can't anymore. I need a break. Someone just said to him, speaking of addiction, there's also addiction to adult content. And he went, what, you mean like pornography? Like, what the fuck else is he going to mean? No, I'm talking about action movies. People are addicted to, like, Stallone and Schwarzenegger. People just, like, mainlining Rambo and Terminator. You fucking bellend. You actual fucking numpty. Please stop. You cannot speak about addiction for, like, the next 6 minutes. You just can't. You can't.
I can understand that, considering we have an internet-based culture, right? And everything's for free on the internet, right? I hear you. Shout out to Josh, who just did a super chat. He says, they call me Big Pimpin'. Keep it real, Phil. Thank you to Josh for the super chat. Appreciate that. Josh C. There we go. Very nice. Okay. Well, and we're not even an hour in, and we got the biggest fish ever. Let's continue. Holy shit, right? Northwest Texas, that includes pornography, but it could also be things not so pornographic. For example, an OnlyFans account.
Oh my God. I mean, what do you think OnlyFans is for?
Or people who do stuff on TikTok and people are paying, privately for that shit and then they get addicted to it.
What? What the fuck's TikTok got to do with anything? See, I have the feeling that he knows less about TikTok than me, and I know fuck all about TikTok.
That makes sense to me. That totally makes sense to me. How that could be an addiction. Absolutely. Right? People who are going to these people who are making content that's suggestive content, and they're leading people along.
How, in any way, shape, or form, is making suggestive content on TikTok leading people along? This is supposed to be about champions, this.
And then they get gifted all kinds of crazy extravagant shit, and nothing ever happens because of it. But the person is such a addicted person, they're expectant of something crazy is going to happen, right? Like, I'm going to have a relationship with this person in real life or whatever.
That's not addiction, that's obsession. That's not addiction. That's obsession. There's a difference. There's like an actual difference between addiction and obsession. How do you not? Because you don't give a because you don't know. That's why you don't know enough about this. I fucking warned you, Phil. 6 hours. I could take 6 hours. I could walk you through all the different sorts of addictions. I could walk you through how it works. I could walk you through like the way different substances have a different effect on the body depending on how they're consumed. I could walk you through like the parts of the brain that are active. But there's no fucking point. Because you're not going to learn, you're not going to listen, you don't give a shit. All that matters is you get to say your piece.
It's never going to happen, right? Like, here's the deal. You're on my stream right now. If you contribute tonight, you know what to expect. If we hit a certain goal, you get a certain reward. It's cause and effect. You know how that works. I'm not over-promising. I'm not under-delivering.
That's not cause and effect. Paying for something and getting it isn't cause and effect. It's a transaction. You're even bad at this. Fuck.
You know what the deal is. And you also know if you support any of my streams or my content, you're just allowing me to continue to make more. So if you like what you see, you want more, support it, get a reward here or there, right? It's all cleanly explained, and you guys know what's going to happen. There's just people out there who they do it on purpose. They'll put out a suggestive stream. Oh, I'm gonna be flirty with you, or I'm gonna make these kind of how can I say, like, innuendo kind of a deal, and make you feel like, oh, possibly we could have a relationship and shit if you contribute, and I'll give you a shout out, and I'll write your name on my arm, and I'll do this and I'll do that.
He's talking about Twitch thoughts, isn't he?
That is so dangerous.
Yeah, dude! I have got a video castigating you for saying someone that's like obsessed to the point of stalking you is okay.
People who follow your every move and know everything about you and stalk you and won't leave you alone, those are fans. It doesn't matter if they like you or not, that's still a fan. Because that's exactly what a fan does. Someone who 100% follows the movements and behavior of someone, that's a...
No. Like, no. Like, I've seen it before, I knew it was coming. I can't get over it, I can't. Phil, if you're watching this, man with Italian ancestry to man with Italian ancestry, this is the fucking dangerous, most stupidest thing you've ever said. You seriously need to reassess your relationship with your fans.
The fuck do you know about like what's dangerous and what's appropriate? Talking about parasocial relationships? You motherfucker! I just... It's hypocritical. And it's ignorant. And it's just so shameless in its ignorance. He doesn't care. He doesn't know any better. That's why he's so shameless. That's why he can be so like explicitly ignorant about a subject which he knows nothing. He has the confidence of the ignorant. Because he doesn't know any better. And nobody can ever tell him different.
I don't understand how it's allowed, because people with addictive personalities, they're not going to be able to control themselves, especially someone who maybe is an antisocial person or doesn't have any kind of social interactions in real life.
Oh, I wonder who that could be. So he has like no knowledge of what he speaks about, no desire to learn about what he's speaking about. He has like completely no self-awareness. Because he's just described himself. Someone with an addictive personality who doesn't socialise, doesn't get out much, doesn't have many friends, and cannot control themselves. All you need to do is swap out the Twitch thought with WWE champions. And we're talking about Phil.
And now they're addicted to those kind of interactions that are paid for interactions on the internet. That's terrible.
Dude, they're not anything new. Phone sex chat lines have existed for decades. It's nothing new. Men are always going to be horny, and there are always going to be some women who are like, do you know what, if I act like this, horny men will open their wallets. And horny men will open their wallets. This is not, like, new behaviour. Strip clubs have existed for decades. A place where you go to pay to be titillated and aroused by somebody who's, like, dancing in a provocative and sexually arousing manner. And, you know, you don't see the moral outrage over strip clubs.
That's absolutely terrible. And then what happens one day when Pokimane decides, oh, streaming's not a challenge for me anymore, and I don't want to do it anymore. What happens to all the people who are addicted?
How is that her responsibility? Like, what happens when you decide you're done? What'll happen to Derish and Jax and OIC? Well, actually, all their lives have probably improved because they suddenly have all this free time when they could go out and spend all this money they're not, like, giving to you. But either way, that's not her responsibility. That's, like, the fault of those people. It's not her fault. She provided a product and people consumed it.
What do they do? Go jump off a fucking bridge? It's disgusting, and it shouldn't exist.
Fuck off! Fuck off! You're so fucking weird about sexuality and sex. What the fuck is wrong with you? So, like, any display of sexualized content, any display of, like, an overtly sexual act, and he gets mental. Again, that word, but what other word is there to describe the response that he has to anything to do with sex? He's weirdly Puritan. But, Phil, you don't have to, like, pretend to be mature by acting like this. You could be an adult and talk about sex in, like, an adult way. You should try that.
But that's the society we're living in right now. An internet-based society, there's a lot of risk, right? A lot of risk going on with shit like that. Okay. Quandale, we already did the reveal. It's new lures. All these new lures that a fan donated. If we hit the funding goal of $100 tonight, we get to pick one of these big new lures. They're really nice. They're actually very colorful and large lures that if they sit on the fisherman's hat, you'll see them really well standing out. And by the way, guys, I guess I should say this. If you're thinking of contributing, I would strongly recommend you do it sooner rather than later, because the sooner the better, that we can vote for the lure, add it to the hat, you get to see it longer, right? What's the point if we hit it last minute and now you guys get to see it for like 2 minutes? It wouldn't make sense. So thank you in advance to anyone who's going to contribute in any way. And, you know, sooner the better. Peter Griffin.
Fuck off. Like, completely separate from anything else. Just fucking for that alone.
$4.20 is my God, Lois. It's a famous YouTube streamer, Darkside Phil. There you go. Who knew I was the famous YouTube streamer? I didn't know I was the famous YouTube streamer. I thought I was just an asshole.
No, you're the guy.
That's what most people tell me.
No, most people tell you you're the guy.
There you go. See, but here's the difference, Castro. Castro Jenkins is joking. He says, I'm addicted to Phil. If he ever stops streaming, I jump off a bridge. Here's the thing, Castro. I try to be, to a safe degree, as honest and transparent with all of you as I can possibly be.
Just fuck off. No, you don't. If you try, you are failing spectacularly.
I do my best. I can't 100% be transparent, because if I was, it would be harmful to my family, right, and myself. But as much as I can be transparent, I try. I try not to overpromise. I try not to underdeliver. I try to give you exactly what you expect. Oh, that guy's in here. I want to catch that guy. look at that guy, that's cool, it's like a flute. Anyway, I try to give you exactly what you would expect, right? And not, basically not be a jerk about it and say, oh, we're going to do this, and then not deliver. There's been a few times in my YouTube career, I overpromised, underdelivered, and I paid for it. You know, people rightly criticized me for saying you would do this, or you said you would do that, you didn't do it. And I do my best now to not do that stuff anymore, right?
Yeah, because you know you can't get away with it anymore. Fuck it, just... Ugh. You're out. I don't blame you for wanting to run away from this, Mum. Oh, is it the water? Okay. Yeah, okay. There you go. Right, back to the madness.
But I think most people understand who I am, the kind of content I put out, how often I do that content. And you know I'm not going to just disappear overnight. Maybe there are some people who are addicted to my content.
Whoa, fuck. That's a worrying thought, ain't it? You could genuinely argue that some of them are, though. Someone like Derish, or OIC, or Snowcarl. The people who really depend on Phil for like their social interaction with other stream chatters. You could make that argument. Maybe in a different video I should. But I want to get this over and done with because like it hurts me on such like a primal level. Like addiction is like the thing that I did. A dissertation was on addiction. Oh, good girl. Go out. No. What? Good girl. Thank you for the support. I'll be done with it soon.
If you are, then maybe you should take a step back. You know, I urge you to every once in a while look at yourself for self-help purposes and say, how much dark side Phil am I watching, right? Am I really here every single stream all day, every day? Even the biggest fans aren't here all day, every day, right?
No, but they still somehow find a way to give you money, don't they?
Even the biggest long-time supporters, people who've been fans for a long time.
Oh, so you did want to go out. Why did you walk away?
Even the biggest long-time supporters, people who've been fans for a long time, they got lives. They can't be here all the time. And, you know, that's kind of the deal. If you're 100% addicted to a content creator, you probably should be looking at yourself in the mirror and be like, man, I got to really do something else for variety purposes than just be on every single stream. That's probably not healthy for me, you know?
Again, you are wandering into a grey area between the definition of addiction and the definition of obsession. I just don't think you're, like, qualified or intelligent enough to have that discussion.
Philly Cheese did another super chat and says, drinking come down is the worst when you're depressed. Oh, I'm sure. Because the thing is, you can absolutely use alcohol as a crutch for issues you just don't want to deal with in person.
This is going to be so painful, isn't it? I think I might have broken my microphone by slamming it down too hard.
I know, because I've been there. You know, my life was very miserable. I hated myself. I hated my life. That's when I drank the heaviest.
I really want to tap. There's like a line coming up at some point about It said mobile games again. Can I go out as well? It said mobile games again, and I thought it's not that long between it. I should be able to just like, I'll just press play, I'll record the first bit about the first time he mentions it, and then I'll just wait until he gets to the other bit, and then I'll record the bit about that, and he's talking about addiction, and I can't.
And then when you're not drinking and the pain of, oh, everything around me I hate hits you again, it's horrible. And then you're coming down from it. And yeah, it's just it's a vicious circle of pain, man. I know. Excuse me.
I said it here, so you can all just like.
And how about this? Well, I want to ask you guys this specifically. I've been in mind since the first time. Remember the story with Jaha and Mike Watson, right? Phil started some shit online. Mike Watson said, "All right, you know what? I'm done. Right? I'll see you next time. I'm going to beat you up." Then Phil, when faced with that, he went to the alcoholic card. Right? I'm an alcoholic. Right? Is that another form of this? Right? Just seems to be another way to say, I'm an alcoholic. I was fucked up, but I'm an alcoholic. Right? Just another thing to blow the blame on. Right?
Yeah, I actually wanted because you messaged me about this a while ago, and I've not gone back to you about it. But I sort of wanted to mention this because Phil does go to that well every now and then when he needs to. But for me, his consumption of alcohol during that period is not a dependency thing, which is what you would classify an alcoholic as. It's somebody who's dependent and addicted to alcohol. Somebody who's dependent on it and needs it to function, needs it to get up. You have to have a drink first thing in the morning. And back then, he wasn't like that. I don't think he was an alcoholic. I think he abused alcohol. He drank it as a coping method rather than using it as an addictive thing, rather than, because he's psychologically and biologically addicted to it. It's a coping thing because then he doesn't have to worry about the thoughts and the feelings in his head. He just drinks it away. Whereas nowadays, maybe if we do have that thing about him drinking and being drunk on stream, and maybe he is. Yeah. But back then, I think he abused alcohol rather than he was an alcoholic. So when he goes to, it's a bit like the depression thing. Felt sad in my life at one point, therefore I was depressed. I drank a lot of alcohol at one point, therefore I was an alcoholic. It's using that as a coping method rather than actually being addicted to it and needing it to function.
Now, my name is Munch. I don't know if he's trying to follow detractor memes or not. He says, it's been shown depression can lead to mobile game addiction. I hate to tell you, but depression can lead to any kind of addiction, like a million kinds of addiction.
There is a complex interplay between depression and addiction. Depression does not necessarily lead to addiction, nor is addiction always used as a crutch for depression. The one can exist without the other. The interplay between the two is complex, because they can reinforce each other. Especially when alcohol is concerned, because alcohol is a depressant. So, if you're depressed, and you're consuming a depressant, and then you wake up going through the withdrawal of that depressant, you are going to feel worse. He's not the one to be having this discussion, though. He really isn't.
Derek says, man, must be pretty heavy carrying that 53-pound fish and your character showed no effects. That's right.
Fucking state of Derish. I'm sorry, but it's like really attempt at being serious discussion about addiction and depression, and Derek's like, wow, man, that fish looked heavy, but your character in the game didn't show any sign of struggling with holding it. Oh, God. The fucking state of his chat. See, even she's in pain from hearing about Derek. Or Derish. I know he pronounced it Derish. in that video to the porn star, saying sorry for my behaviour recently. Yeah, you know the one, don't you? But Phil keeps calling him Derek, and this CH is a hard sort of like, because we have it as a k sound, so it's hard. It's hard to not call him Derek, isn't it? Right, so I've finished that there. There wasn't really anything to do with WWE champions, but it was very, very painful for me to get through as somebody who like specialized in addiction when they were studying psychology. So, you know, enjoy this brief little diversion. I'm gonna jump ahead to September 6th now. Okay, so we're now at September 6th. This is like one of the more recent times that he's mentioned mobile games. He has sort of laid off it since then. It's come up like every now and then, but it's never been as major a issue. It's either like a line in a question, or it's something that he dismisses, or it's something like, you know, talking about another company moving into mobile games, that sort of thing. So there's not much about addressing the champion stream directly. And so this is one of the most recent examples of him doing it, but it's also a period of time away from the stream itself, so I think by this point he's probably more confident. This is probably where he's happy to joke with it, like I've been saying all through this. This is the point where he'll be like, yeah, it's fucking ridiculous, look how stupid it is, oh, I'm going to blow it all on mobile games. So I just want to see how this one bears out.
There's something I want to address publicly, all right? I've been talking about it on and off as people mentioned it during my gameplay streams, but I haven't dedicated a set time to talk about it. I'd like to talk about it today, just to give my formal thoughts on it out of the way. So a lot of people have been messaging me in the last few weeks hearing, did you hear about all the shit going down, the controversy around getting Kiwi Farms shut down? All right. Very brief summary of what Kiwi Farms is. Kiwi Farms is a website always hosted somewhere where basically the rules don't apply. And here's what I mean. Basically, the people on Kiwi Farms are kind of unhinged. These are people who literally organize to stalk people on the internet and do really fucked up things to them. I'm one of them.
Okay, so once again we have a situation where DSP has an antagonist. He has an out-group that he can portray a certain way. And he will do that to benefit himself, because he will make it look like these people are unhinged and deranged and they're stalkers and they're, you know, dangerous people. And they're, you know, their focus is on Phil. So Phil, the eternal victim, has like endured all this, and you know he has opinions now that Kiwi Farms has been taken down, but with a nugget of truth in there, as in some members of Kiwi Farms, a tiny minority, will have done this sort of thing. They will have doxed people, for example. They will have done something to a lol cow, for example, because it's not just Phil that's the focus of Kiwi Farms. You know, it's, as I've said in that being said, there's always somewhere, oh no, it wasn't that being said, it was when I was talking with Scott, there's always some form of website for this. There has always been a 4chan, there has always been a Something Awful, there has always been an Encyclopedia Dramatica, there has always been some place for this. So it's not like this is like a unique and specific behaviour to Kiwi Farms, and it's not like this is a thing that's unknown and unique to them. So it's a thing that's happened before, because people have always come together to offer opinions and discuss people like Phil. So like my first experience of it was Tim Buckley from Control-Alt-Delete, because he had something like that. Following the success of Penny Arcade, he hopped on that bandwagon. Anyway, another video another time. With Phil, he now has the opportunity to portray himself as the victim and really sort of like lay on that for his audience and sort of like say, look, this is, you know, I've had to endure all this. Here's a bunch of like crazy stuff that I've had to deal with because of this. And the truth of the matter is, he's judging Kiwi Farms by the actions of a tiny minority of their posters, because most of the posts, especially in the DSP, I don't know about other subforums, but I've occasionally been linked like DSP chat stuff, and you know, like someone's brought up a point here, or someone's mentioned this thing here, and I thought, I wonder what you thought. And so I know a bit about Kiwi Farms, and I know a bit about the DSP sub forum and the main thread. Like when he talked about, oh, they were planning to break in, and it's like people were joking about breaking in to smash his music box. They weren't like legitimately planning to break in. They were joking, but he portrays it that way. So misrepresentation of this outgroup is going on a lot here. He's doing a lot of it because he needs to. He needs to portray them as bad as possible to feed into his victimhood narrative. It is like if we judged every member of his chat to be exactly the same as Derish, because that's essentially what he's doing here. One or two people who post on Kiwi Farms in different forums would have done this. Therefore, the whole site is as guilty of it as these people. It would be just like if we said everybody in DSP's chat is a sexual deviant who's a danger to other people because Derish harasses porn stars on Twitter. It's exactly the same thing. And we know that that's not true. We know that there's other people in DSP's chat who are very, very different from Derek. And I've said, as many other people have said, that you shouldn't really judge the people in DSP's chat by the actions of Derish. So you shouldn't judge the entirety of Kiwi Farms by the actions of a couple of people who post there. So, yeah, there's always been a place for that sort of activity. I mean, there's even subreddits about it. There's, it happens. People follow like various public figures. I don't mean followers in stock. I mean followers in they watch and they talk about. And some people do it because they like it, and some people do it because they hate them. It's just a thing you do. I never know if that's like a private message or a shit. Have you seen this thing he's done now? He's ruined my life. but anyway, misrepresentation to portray the outgroup as bad and as dangerous and as scary and as threatening and as in as negative a manner as you want to feed into the victimhood here. That's what we're seeing. So let's carry on.
But there's tons of other people who have also been harassed by these people. Okay? Now, when you say harassed, what do you mean? Essentially, here's what it means. Not only do they hate watch everything I do, meaning every single stream that I do, all right, they're hate watching it. They are, shitting all over it, making nasty comments, saying everything I say and do is dishonest, and basically crapping all over me, okay?
Again, I don't want to sort of like get hung up on this bit because he's about to start talking about champions, and that's the bit we're really here for, but that's always been a thing. You can find like any public figure, and there will be people who are like, oh, I'm fed up with that person. Like when Justin Bieber became a successful singer and became really popular, there were people who hated him. And there were people who were, in one way or another, exposed to his music who didn't like it and wanted a place where they could vent about it. So places would pop up where you could be, oh, for fuck's sake, fucking Justin Bieber. This fucking news, I fucking hate him, People would do that with any public figure. Ariana Grande, BTS, or Blackpink, other K-pop bands. I think Baby Metal, fucking huge issue in the metal community, Baby Metal. I'm against them, by the way. Fuck them. I don't care if Rob Zombie's endorsed them. I still don't like them. Fuck them. Necroson, I await your comment below. So there's a lot of people who become popular or become renowned in public for whatever reason, and they will attract a critical crowd. That is just a thing that happens. That is a thing where people find, for various reasons, people will find like community and forge like friendships and relationships, and they'll have like communications and interactions and things with other people based on this like shared antipathy towards this person. For whatever reason, it's a thing that we do. We divide into groups. We like setting ourselves into groups. We have an inbuilt us versus them mentality. Sometimes we have the sort of like want and the need to be part of a group, and with that inherently involves an out group because you're drawing your identity from the group. So if you're a part of like a bunch of people who didn't like Twilight, for example, the out group was Twilight fans. And you would have a way of talking about like Stephanie Meyer or the Twilight series or the fans of them that was incredibly critical and negative. And people would do like critical and negative artwork and videos, and they'd have discussions and they'd have web forums and they'd have massive threads and things where they talked about it based on like their love of Twilight and how they expressed their love of Twilight and how annoying it was and how fed up we were of Twilight being everywhere, you know, that sort of thing. It has always happened. And, you know, as somebody who is online, as a creator, as a person with a public identity, he needs to accept that. He needs to stop bitching about it, and he needs to accept it, because you're not going to be able to do anything about it. It's always going to be there. This is a huge problem for Phil. This really is, because he can't consider the idea that you're critical of him. So the fact that people are must mean there's something incredibly wrong with them. Because as far as Phil's concerned, you've got no reason to be, you know, negative towards him. You've got no reason to hate him. You know, if he said something in the past that pissed you off, well, you shouldn't hate him now because that was past Phil and you can't hold him responsible for it. Stuff like that, you know. And it's just, it's a really key part of, like, advancing your, like emotional and mental growth, because you need to be able to accept that not everybody you meet will immediately like you. And this is especially true if you're a content creator. Like I said before, not all of the people who watch this video, or my videos in general, will like them. You might think I go on for too long. You might think I need to get out more, which is fairly true. You might think that I've got, like, serious problems if I'm talking for this, like, so long about this person, which again is pretty true. But there's people who like it, so I keep making them because people like them, and that makes me happy. So bottom line is, you need to be able to accept critical perspectives, and you need to understand that there are people who won't always agree with you. There are people who won't always like you. There are people who, won't automatically be supplicant to your demands. And Phil, as a narcissist, is struggling incredibly with that. He has spent the better part of his life not accepting that, and insulting and demeaning anybody who's critical of him. And we're seeing that here. We see it everywhere, basically, but it's especially powerful here because he feels like some, like, special connected antipathy towards, like, Kiwi Farms, rather than just, general haters, or like people who don't watch their content and don't know who I am. Those things you can't really do anything about, but, he feels like he can stick the boot in here because it's an identifiable target. It's an outgroup that he can portray and then insult and then attack that way to feel better about himself. He's so insecure. Fuck. See, look at all those things we have there. We have, like, a personality disorder. We have an inability to accept, like, social norms and behavioural norms from other people. We have, a distorted sense of their expectations from other people and their behaviour. You have, like, the sort of cult leader-ish in-group, out-group, us versus them thing. There's so much to fill. This is why these videos end up so long. Fuck. Even this bit, they're probably going on for 5 minutes, even though I was like, quickly, I don't want to talk about this too long, but fuck. There's so much. It's just getting worse. Fuck.
If that's all they did, you'd probably be like, well, how is that different from the people who restream you and the people who do the videos on YouTube about you? Honestly, it wouldn't be that much different. The problem is these guys take it to the next level, and then the next level, and then the next level, and then, like, into outer space levels of harassment and fucked up stuff that they do. And I'm not just talking about me, but all the people who they've harassed over the years. They find people who, at some point, they think are, like, evil or something.
So, Right. Get this straight, Steve. Get this straight. He's saying that because, right, he's making the people who are in opposition to him, the members of the outgroup, Kiwi Farms, have decided that they're going to go after Darkside Phil because they think he's evil. And he's saying that because he doesn't have, like, any conception of why you might disagree or dislike Darkside Phil. You must have determined that he is evil. That's the mindset that he thinks you have if you are, like, part of this outgroup. You can't just dislike him for various reasons. You can't have a cut-off point where you were like, nah, fuck this guy, seriously. Like the Panda stream, or how he handled War Dog Leader, or the way he's been since he lost his Twitch partnership. You can't have like a point where you have done with Darkside Phil. You must have determined he is evil. He cannot engage in the sort of complicated thinking that involves, reasoning and determining and weighing things up and determining different values and different costs involved with, do I want to still be like a supporter of this guy even though his behavior here is like something I really disagree with, or do I want to like cut my losses and think I'm done with you because I can't tolerate that sort of thing anymore? He can't engage in that sort of thought process, so he has to think that you must have decided I'm evil for some reason, whatever reason, I don't know. But you've decided I'm evil. Can't just be a place where you go to laugh at him, or to make comments about like a stream that he's doing, or his gameplay, or a thing that he said. Or you can't talk about like, people like Derish or OIC or Eternal Napalm or the other people that support him. You can't talk about those people that you've just decided that he's evil. He can't engage in like the sort of thought process or the empathy to put himself in that position, because otherwise he's assuming that because that's what he'd do. He thinks people in opposition to him are evil because he can't empathize with a person who is in the outgroup to the point where he could understand that actually I stopped liking you when you said this because it meant this, or when you did this because it showed this. You can't put himself in the position of someone who's posting on Kiwi Farms who doesn't like him because they watched the Panda stream and thought, fuck this guy, because of the way he treated his girlfriend and the way he was about her medical issues and the fact that he was so self-centered that all he cared about was how much it was going to cost to him. I'm out at that point. He can't understand that thought process. So if he is trying to put himself in the mind of a Kiwi Farms poster to sort of like understand why they don't like him, he can't engage to that level, so he just thinks you must be evil, because that's what he'd do. If he has a falling out with someone, it's because they're evil. He's decided they're evil. They must be evil because they've backstabbed him in some way. When Howard poisoned the well with him and John, Howard was acting maliciously. Howard was evil. He really thinks, oh my God, you cannot be that low in cognitive development at 40. That's what it. Everybody who leaves, everybody who changes their mind about him and stops seeing him, has backstabbed him in some way. They've betrayed him. People who are fans of his and support him and then go and like become detractors. You've betrayed him. You've stabbed him in the back. That's a malicious thing. That's evil intent. That's really the level he's at. Oh my God. Oh wow. And he's 40. Oh my God. Like that's such a simple thing that it's the sort of like thought process that you ascribe to children when they're sort of like dealing with fairy tales and the prince is good and the witch is bad. That's like the thought process he has. He can't understand Kiwi Farms as like a collective site which has a multitude of posters who post there for a variety of reasons, and only like a tiny minority or a fraction of these people are going to be the ones that like actively go out to cause like harm to someone, or to like dox them, or send them like pizzas through the mail, or cardboard dicks or something, or like to the extremes where you're throwing in death threats to people or to places. He can't sort of like see that as like not representative of the group as a whole, because the group as a whole is comprised of a wide variety of people who all have different reasons for posting in the different areas of that site that they post in. Instead, you're all evil because you don't like him. You don't agree with him. Fucking hell. That has to be a socialization thing. That has to be. I might stick a pin in this because it's a sign of a lack of socialization, and it's a thing that you should really have like gone through during primary and secondary schools, because those are the points where like your social interactions are growing and developing and changing, and you know, you sort of like move from being able to, you know, when you're a kid and you like play with anyone in like with the sand or with crayons or with paints or anything, and it doesn't matter because you're just playing with kids, and then you know you start to form like different relationships with them as you grow and develop. And you know, when you're going through like the later part of primary school or elementary school, and then you go into secondary school for like your first year or two there, and your sort of like friendships and relationships with everyone has changed, and you have like better friends, and you might have a best friend, and then you have people that you know but you're not, you know, you don't hate them, but you know, you just know them, but they're not friends either, they're just there in class, they're classmates, you know. And then you have people that you don't like, and you know, and that sort of like grows and develops over time. And see, but then you have to have been socializing them because you're at school. So he has to have gone through that process. But then how do you regress to the point where literally anyone who disagrees with you has backstabbed you? I've had falling outs with friends, and I've lost friends, and there's people that I used to be friends with and I don't see anymore for various reasons. But I don't think any of them backstabbed me. I don't think any of them are evil. It's just, you know, you have disagreements with people, and then you're like, oh, I can't be a friend with you. I can't associate with you anymore. I don't want to. And I don't have to. So, you know, I'm done. Bye. How do you regress? That must be a socialization thing. That must be a, you know, I'm not using it, so I'm losing it sort of thing. Pin in this, Steve. Pin in this and come back to it later, at a later date.
Okay, for various reasons. There's some people on there that they think abused children. There's some people who they on there think they just like scammed people or broke the law.
Bro, you can't. I mean, Chris Chan fucked his mum. Chris Chan fucked his elderly, disabled, dementia-ridden mum. It's not like these people are picked at random and suddenly a bunch of people just decide, oh, we'll hate this random person. You know, this is sort of going into like what makes a lolcow and what doesn't. I talked about this with Scott. You know, I'll link. I'm bigging him up. This podcast. You know, we've got a thing. So, well, yeah. Let's see what happened in your case, Phil.
In my case, they started off making fun of me, saying I was a bad content creator, and then I was a beggar, e-beggar, and that's why they don't like me. Then, yes, they were a major part of the group who literally did concerted effort and organized to create all the controversies and all of the conspiracy theories around me, including the escort bullshit that happened years ago.
Interesting that you mentioned that, because they're the ones who found out that it was a catfishing attempt and foiled the whole thing. He doesn't mention that because it goes against like the image he wants to paint this out group as. So, like in the way that like after Chris Chan's house burnt down, Noel sort of organised some support. The detractors over at Kiwi Farms saved Phil there. They helped him in a way because they discovered that this escort thing was a catfishing like attempt at blackmail thing. And it was run by two scammers and chased the whole thing off. So you sort of owe him for that, Phil.
The mobile game bullshit, the bank leaks bullshit. They were the ones who were housing all the information about my bankruptcy proceedings 2 years ago.
Right, that was public information, wasn't it? Those bank leak filings, they're public. I think in America stuff like that is public. So I'm sure that was publicly available. I mean, I remember Ricata going through it on his stream. I don't know if that was, but I'm sure it was publicly available, that sort of thing in America. I could be wrong about that. But either way, look at all these things that he's like attributing to Kiwi Farms. Look at like the massive influence they've had over his life. It's like at no point does he think, well, what is it about me that does that? It's just like no self-awareness at all. It's fucking amazing. Come on, Steve. Come on, let's carry on.
Essentially, this is a place where if you go there, it's the most toxic level of shit about anyone. Some of it is factual and a lot of it is horse shit.
So what was, let's see, I'm assuming, right, if there's a nugget of truth in these things, some of it is factual. So I'm assuming that would be stuff like, you know, the bankruptcy filings. But that would also be the identity theft, wasn't it? It would be the bank leaks that would be factual as well. Because they're a thing that just came up out of nowhere. People weren't like elaborating on it and then boom, we came up with this theory that he does this and somebody knocked up a fake call. That was a nugget of truth that was discovered. So, you know, it's the victimhood complex thing, you know? It's like, I know it's important to narcissists, but again, because most are socializing in other ways, you know, extremes of their behavior are tempered somewhat, and you don't get to see it as often in public. Maybe in private, maybe, you know, they end up abusive in a relationship because they know that they can press it that far and they're narcissists and all that stuff. So, you know, in private, you might see behaviors approaching these extremes, but publicly and socially, you typically don't. But here we have this. So, this is a grossly distorted sense of victimhood.
But they mix it all together as if it's all true and say, oh, look, it's all true. Here you go. Okay? Now, here's the thing. Again, I'm not against people talking shit about me and what I say on my streams and what I do in my content. If you want to sit here and say, Phil's podcast sucks. He talks too much. He asks for too much contributions. His gameplay is terrible. His commentary is terrible. This and that. That's the public persona I'm putting out to you guys.
Oh, you cannot claim that now. Got something in my hair there. You cannot claim that now. You just... It's a public persona. No. No. Because you've previously said, oh, past Phil is a character and I've changed. So this can't be a public persona. No. Because then if this is a public persona, then you're lying. You're lying about things. If this isn't like, you know, the real you, then the things that you say publicly are subject to be questioned. So you're lying about things. No, I'm not buying this. No. There was something else there, but I'm sort of like taken aback by that. There was another point I was going to reach, and then he said that. What?
He talks too much. He asks for too much contributions.
That's it. If you're aware of these like incredibly common criticisms of you, why wouldn't you do something about them?
That's not above criticism. Go ahead. Tear me a new asshole. Make This Is How You Don't Plays. Illegally restream my content without...
See, look, right there. You are like... Sorry, I should probably have finished eating before I carried that point on. So I'm just going to cut that bit and say, right there, you are going on about how it's fine. This is a public persona and you should be free to criticize it. So go ahead and do your This Is How You Don't plays. Do your illegal restreams. Even there, you're slipping that in. You're slipping in that illegal. You're critical of that thing. You don't like it. You don't like the fact that it exists. You have to denigrate it. So you have to say, it's illegal, but go ahead. Yeah. So you can't be okay with it. You can't say trying to criticize it if you're like then criticizing the people who are criticizing you. It's not illegal to restream your content because, you know, it's not. We can comment over what you're doing and many people are there because they've been banned from your chat for saying something. Yet here in like DDM, they're free to say what they want about you. We are commenting over you. So yeah, we are going and criticizing you, Phil. We are going to go and do those things. It's not illegal, but the fact that you don't like it means you have to denigrate it. You have to assume that it's legal. You have to say, hey guys, look, this is an illegal thing that they do. Look how, you know, victimized I am. It's okay though, go ahead and do it. You can't do that. You fucking hypocrite. You can't do that. You can't say I'm okay with this thing happening, and then like insult it by saying it's illegal and try to denigrate it to your audience. That's fucking. It's just so hypocritical. Has he mentioned champions yet?
Permission, do whatever the fuck you want. I'm not going to stop you. I never have, I never will. It's all fair game. I'm putting myself out there, right?
No. You're putting an image of yourself out there. You're putting your character out there. He's literally just said, it's a public persona. And then he's gone, I'm putting myself out there. Within 2 sentences, like, maybe 2 or 3, I don't know. See, I'm not sure I buy like the action-based model of cognitive dissonance, because I'm still struggling to sort of like consider the two at the same time. And I'm not like, I don't have any action tied to either. But it's boggling my mind that you could go, this is a public persona that I'm projecting, and I'm putting myself out there. And I'm not even touching on the I can't stop it, I won't stop it, I never have stopped it thing. Because it's like your fucking flying monkeys have. You've done nothing about it, so fuck you for that as well. I just, like, come on, carry on. Champions, come on.
But when it comes to personal shit going on behind the scenes of my life, that has absolutely positively nothing to do with the content that I'm putting out.
Then why do you mention your bills so much? What else is going on? What do? You do nothing. You don't have a life. You don't have things going on. You don't have friends. You don't go out. You don't socialise. I've had things going on. I've had things that have disrupted this. I've got a social life. I've got health problems. I do like other content now. It's wild that I'm a content creator, but still, you know, it's... Most people have other things going on. You do nothing. You stream twice a day, 6 days a week, and then you go out shopping. Fucking nothing. You have nothing. God.
The fact that these people went out of their way, okay, to basically put that shit into the public eye. But then the fact that people on there actually make shit up on a regular basis and present it as fact, and they mix it in along with the shit that's true and present it all as fact.
He has to introduce that, like, I don't even want to say element of doubt, because element of doubt makes it sound like it's a tiny amount of doubt in a sea of overwhelming evidence, and that's, like, not the case. He's trying to basically desalt the sea. He's trying to desalinize the sea and leave, like, nothing but doubt, because he can't handle the bits that are true are so harmful to him. He can't address it, he can't accept it because it's harmful to him. This is a point that I'm going to raise later in my wrap-up, so I'll leave it for now. But he has major issues when it comes to admitting the truths because of the consequences of them.
It's the most toxic, disgusting shit you could ever see on the internet. It really is. Because, I'll give you some examples. When I was going to go to Connecticut in 2019 to visit my parents, and, which I didn't tell you guys, it was a surprise, I was getting married to Kat at the same time.
Wait, didn't LSB call that? I'm pretty sure it was Lightside Bill that called that. You can find his reaction and Tevin's to the news that he got married. I'm pretty sure LSB says he called it. So it wasn't a surprise. Again, like with the $2,000 cat reveal, people sort of knew. Some people would know and say. I think that's what gets me as well, when he portrays it as like a sea of bullshit, and, you know, people present these lies as fact, and it's like, he can't understand that people are talking and proposing things. People are saying, hey, what about this? See, a lot of people ask me a lot of things about Phil, and a lot of the times I can't sort of like give a definitive answer, because there's always like some other influence involved in it. But, you know, every now and then someone will bring up like, you know, a point, and I'll be like, yeah, that's actually a very good point. I totally agree with that. You know, I think it's that. And other times I think, well, you know, that's a good point. I can see where you're coming from, but I also think that there are other influences that may be more likely to, you know, like be behind this behavior or the thing he said or whatever. So he can't understand that people discuss things. People talk about things. He can't understand that people come to like different conclusions because they're all different people and they like to talk about their ideas and sort of like, you know, ask other people and get new information and sort of like amend their ideas or present their arguments. He can't understand that. Why can't you understand that, Phil? Why do you see everything absolute? You either have to state it as truth or you have to admit that it's a lie. You can't sort of like say, hey, I've got an idea because I think this, and this, and, you know, whatever. And then other people go, actually, I think this for this reason. I think that might be an explanation. I think you might be wrong about this because. He can't understand that. He just sees that as portraying lies as truth. Either he can't understand it or he can and he doesn't want to. See, I can't. Even there, I can't be like, yeah, that's definitely it. He can't understand it. Because there's always a possibility that he can understand it, but he's either unwilling or unable to do so. But those are simplistic things. Again, those are things that you learn in like really like early stages of your social and cognitive development. You learn that other people are other people. They're like their own individual beings. And they'll have like different perspectives to you because they'll have a different experience of going through the world. Like it's basic empathy. It's empathy. It's basic fucking empathy. That's where this comes from. You can't understand that other people have other ideas and other beliefs and other thoughts. You either must be like agreeing with him, in which case you're right, or you must be disagreeing with him, in which case you're wrong. He's so socially fucked up. Baxter, how does it keep coming to this? Somebody help.
It was something that kind of came together. Originally, it was supposed to be a trip where I was just visiting my parents, but then it turned into let's get married while we're there, okay? While we were planning this trip and telling you guys about it, on Kiwi Farms, in a thread, they were planning and talking about actually, like, breaking into my house. This happened. It was irrefutable fact. Later on, they changed the narrative and said, oh, we were just joking. It wasn't anything.
See? He can't understand that. He takes it as serious because he can't understand that people discuss. You either have to state it to be true or you have to be wrong as far as Phil is concerned because he can't like really grasp that people joke about things when they're discussing things and like the amount we laugh on that being said because we're joking about it during this discussion where none of us is either right or wrong, but we're all bringing our points to the table and discussing them. He can't, again, higher social functioning, higher sort of like cognitive processes involved in like the multi-layered, complex adult interactions compared to how simplistic social interactions are as children. Adult social interactions are much more complex and they require a lot more cognitive processing because you're having to like keep track of all these different things. You're having to keep track of like your relationship with somebody and like other influences that might be on them that you know about. Like if you're talking to somebody who you know who is upset, you might know that, you know, they have extra stresses, like maybe they're, you know, running short of money or a parent or a partner is ill. You know, they've got other things on. So you'll understand when they're upset. You won't be as like simplistic and as black and white or as absolute as DSP seems to think you should be.
It wasn't anything serious. No one ever really did that, even though everyone saw it and people sent me links to it and said, Phil, just so you know this is happening, you should probably alert local law enforcement, which I did.
Fuck.
I also
That feels like the sort of thing you could check. You could call up like the local police authority there and say, like, were you ever warned about this? Were you ever contacted by this person? Did you ever have like a you know, a special thing set aside where if you got a call from this person, you knew it was because of this, or if, you know, somebody broke into this person's house, you knew it would be someone from the farms. Anything like that, you that feels like the sort of thing you could check there. So if, you know, if that is true, if he did alert local authorities, you know, you could check that. And they'd say, yeah, we got that. We have that thing. There's a report. But again, he just feels like a thing you can sort of casually lie about as well, especially if you're feeling you're casually lying about everything. So,
alerted all my neighbors and everything and said, you see anything, call the police immediately. Okay? It's pretty fucked up, the kind of stuff that they do over there. All right? They have involved people on their site that has absolutely nothing to do with me or my content. People who come to this channel and say, oh, I want to support Phil today. So they'll leave me a nice tip, or they'll say a nice comment. Oh, let's dox them. Let's just find all their personal information all over the internet and post it all over the internet. What?
People keep track of your whales and their sock accounts. All of this stuff is public information, Phil. It's not hard for us to see the amounts that are being given in chat and to keep track of that. And it's not hard to see the same usernames cropping up or the same pattern of speaking spread across several different accounts. These aren't difficult things to keep track of. He's just annoyed that you do, because it means you can call him on his bullshit.
Just because someone came to my stream and was nice, you're now gonna do that. You're gonna harass them.
No. Nobody cares about them. People care when they start becoming an issue, like Snowcarl or OIC or Jax. Shout out to Timbo Slice, who's now going through his third bankruptcy to support Darkside Phil. Planet Jeff's wife died so that Scopely could have some more profit. That's why people keep track of those people, Phil. A lot of your audience are clearly, or at least arguably, incapable of adequately managing their finances. That's why one of your audience members had to have the credit card taken away. Because it wasn't theirs. It was their parents. Again, those are the sort of people that catch somebody's eye. Most of the other chatters, like, let's have a look at who's in chat now. There's someone called Tyler. No one gives a fuck about Tyler. Also, sorry if you're watching this and you are actually called Tyler. I know, like, a lot of my audience is American, so it's likely there is at least somebody watching this called Tyler, in which case, I don't mean that, mate. You're probably all right. But this user, nobody cares. But somebody like Canadian number one attracts attention. Nobody cares about VJ Singh. Somebody cares about Ansheng Forever. Because one of them attracts attention. The other one doesn't. So, there's your defining line, Phil. But because you do it for one person, as far as he's concerned, you're doing it to all of them. Somebody came in and was supportive and left me some money. Why would you harass them? They're far more likely to be doxxed by your mods in your Discord than they are on Kiwi Farms.
And put their shit all over the internet. There's people that have nothing to do with me and my content that they have doxed. All right, I'm not going to go to explain the full extent because it's so fucked up that I won't. But just people who have absolutely positively nothing to do with me. People who I have never spoken a word to in my life were doxed on Kiwi Farms under my thread. And it's like, what the fuck? Like, what are you talking about? Like, why would you do it? It's insanity, right? So, do you see what I'm saying? Like, to me, I'm putting myself out there publicly every day.
But you fucking public persona, you cunt. You are not putting yourself out there if you're putting out a public persona. It's either you or it's a mask. Seriously, read the presentation of the self in Everyday Life by Irving Goffman. I fucking dare you.
I'm a public figure. I'm a content creator. Make fun of me. Make fun of everything about me. Make fun of the content I make, how I look, how I act, the bad behaviors I have on my streams and in my content. That's all fair game. But the moment you go from the realm of the public to the private, and you start bringing up things that have absolutely nothing to do with the content that I'm putting out.
Okay, so here's the thing that you actually either fail to recognize or refuse to accept. When you make your bills and your finances such a huge part of either your genuine self that you're putting out there or your public persona, by stopping streams to beg am constantly mentioning tips, it is because of what's going on in your life. It has become a part of your stream, so it is just as subject to criticism as your hairstyle or the shit behind you. You need to accept that and either deal with it or shut the fuck up about your bills. But that would be an adult thing to do, so Phil isn't going to do that. Instead, he's just going to do nothing, because that involves the least amount of effort, and it also means he gets to further his victimhood narrative.
When you start delving into the realm of insane conspiracy theories, but you present them as public, all right? I've seen things on that site that you wouldn't fathom. I'll give you one example that blew my mind. I saw, someone linked it to me, pages upon pages of posts, supposedly chat between me and people playing mobile games. Evidence that I had insane lengthy conversations with people playing mobile games, that this was somehow evidence that I was playing a mobile game and shit.
Yeah. You talking to other players of a mobile game about that mobile game is pretty strong evidence that you're playing that mobile game. How? I mean... like, what the fuck? I saw pages of conversations between an account that was called They Call Me DSP and other people who play this mobile game talking about this mobile game. And that's somehow evidence that I play this mobile game. Yes! Of course it is! If somebody, like, said, hey, Steve, we've discovered that you're playing... I say Dead Cells, because I like a Metroidvania, and I don't mind roguelikes. So let's play, Steve, we've discovered that you're playing Dead Cells. Here's, an account called Steve of the Dead talking to other people who play Dead Cells about playing Dead Cells. And I'd be like, yeah, that's pretty good evidence that I'm playing Dead Cells. Wonder how many hours I've actually got in Dead Cells. I'll check later. But yeah, fucking, I mean... it's just the stupidest thing ever. Like, just missing the idea that an account with the same username as you use, talking about this game that, you've been playing to other people who play this game in a place that's, like, for discussing this game. In, like, a Discord for, like, talking about this game. Like when your factions have, like, group chats in Discords or whatever. Like in this place where people who play this game go to talk about this game, we've found an account that's got the same name as you talking about playing this game. So we think that supports the argument that you play this game. Of course it fucking does. You fucking bellend. Fuck, where's he going with this?
And I will just 100% tell you all up front, that's complete bullshit.
There was a laugh there. There was a laugh. I think there's some anxiety there. That wasn't a laugh. That seemed like the anxious, the nervy laugh. I feel like there's some anxiety associated with that claim. And every time he has to say, it's bullshit, I don't play mobile games, I don't play that game, or, that account that's called They Call Me DSP is not me. It seems like there's some anxiety there. Again, the sort of like the expression of the face as well seems to convey a little bit of worry to me. Like, it's trying, but again, if you found it ridiculous and you found it hilarious, your mouth would be further up. You would be like, you'd be smiling more. It would be pulled more up. Your eyes would be wider because, that's an expression, and his eyebrows are up, to be fair, but it feels more like, not a, there's like a difference in that as well. It's, again, what Observe would call like a disconnect or a desynchronization between like the intended point of the message, the intended emotional state of the message. That it's so ridiculous, guys. and the actual emotions conveyed by the body are different. So that laugh alone makes me think there's a lot of anxiety tied to that statement. Let's see that again.
And I will just 100% tell you all up front, that's complete bullshit.
See, the thing about the nervy laugh is when you are like 100, when you're trying to be truthful, right? He's trying to hold eyesight with the camera, and he manages it for a bit. Where I've paused it now, he's actually looking slightly off, but you know, he did sort of hold it very well. But the voice was wavering too much for me, because when you are, as he is, 100% upfront telling you the truth, there's no like anxiety in your voice, because you are stating the truth and you are confident in your assessment, in your belief that the truth is enough. So when you would say, you know, that is not me, I am not playing mobile games at all, or that account is not me, I do not play that game, you state it confidently. There's no nerve in your voice, and there's no sort of like nervous laugh. There's no anxiety. There's no sort of like associated, like it's 100% a lie, guys. I don't play that mobile game. You know, you would do something like that. You would waver a bit, and it's nervy laughing because you're not necessarily confident enough in the truth of your statement. So there's an anxiety when you're making it. We all know he's lying. That's the thing. That's why, you know, like having a baseline helps, because here we can see like the behaviors that he does. So ordinarily in conversation he might be holding it one way, but then when he's saying something and we see like a behavior repeated, and we know that this behavior repeats itself in context where he's lying, like the nervous laugh or the after a statement, we can use it to identify that that's the point where he's likely to be lying or deceiving or trying to or deceptive or trying to deceive. So yeah, I think that bit's quite interesting for me. It's, you know, it's a sign of anxiety, and rather than sort of like using it in a jokey way, I think because this is not the context where he's joking about it, where like say like earlier when he got a super chat that was like, hey, spend the money on what you want, and he was like, oh yeah, it's going straight to mobile games, I'm gonna waste it all, you know. This isn't that context. Here he's being a bit more serious about it, because he's trying to say, look, this is how ridiculous this concept, this conspiracy theory was proposed by these people, and they use like evidence of this like screen chats and, you know, this account talking about this game to say that, hey, this is Phil, he's playing the game, here's some evidence of that. And I want to state that that is not true, and I'm going to like say to you, I do not play that game, 100% bollocks. Look at the, you know, he's using it in a more serious tone, so he should be more confident in his delivery. The fact that he's not is like telling, because otherwise he would have been treating it a bit more seriously, and he would have been more like to the point, he would have been more confident, and he would have been more straightforward, like other people are when they're like, you know, genuinely believe that they're true, that they're telling the truth, and they're sort of like recounting an event that they saw, for example, and they're like, no, I definitely saw this. But how do you know you weren't at the scene? No, I was at the scene, I saw this. But you couldn't have seen it from what you're saying. No, I was sitting over there, I had a clear line of view, I saw it. People state confidently when they're telling the truth in interrogating sort of circumstances, in, you know, in places where you will be questioned or you will be giving a statement. You state your truth confidently, and he's not. He's very nervous. He's not like conveying nerve. He's got a fairly good control of his emotions, but you know, there's certain micro expressions you can't stop. I'm sure I've mentioned this earlier in the video, but again, that sort of nervous laughing is a thing that you can't really control. So I don't buy his belief in his statement. I think he's lying.
It's not me. I don't know who made it up and who typed out all those logs and shit. Not one of those is me.
Just his facial expressions as well. He seems to flash between like nervous and assertive very, very quickly. Like at the moment now, he's trying to be assertive, but leading up to it, there were a couple of like flashes of worry or anxiety. I'm just getting such a disconnect from his statement and his body language. I'm sorry.
I don't know if that's a real person who they got their chat log and made it look like, oh, it's Phil.
The account was called They Call Me DSP. Fucking hell.
It's literally not me.
It's literally not me. It is. The account's called They Call Me DSP. Isn't this the one that's also got like the Discord number behind it that matches his Discord account? I'm sure it's that. I have to go check that secret documentary again. But I don't believe him. He's lying. I'm convinced he's lying. I've seen all the evidence, and he is providing very, very little to counter that evidence. His attempts at addressing it are inadequate. So it's going to continue because he's just not convincing enough to be able to like dismantle it and disprove it.
It's complete nonsense. Yet they have posted shit like that page after page after page of false information stating it's real. Okay? Now here's the thing, it's all based on a nugget of truth.
A nugget of truth. A nugget of truth. If something's based on a nugget of truth, then it's true. It must be true because there's a nugget of truth to it. So if the nugget of truth is that you're playing mobile games, then this account could be you. Because it's called They Call Me DSP and it's talking about this mobile game in a place where other people who play this mobile game talk about playing this fucking mobile game. I can't. I fucking can't. I'm so sorry. I'm so fucking sorry. So I remember when I started doing these, I thought, I don't want to be the sort of content creator who sort of like shits all over him, for want of a better word. I don't want to be someone like who's mercilessly critical. I just sort of like, every time he said something goes, no, this. And, you know, I don't want to, like, I wanted to use Phil as a sort of, like, example of various psychological things. I wanted to see, like, what things his behaviours suggested. And while I didn't sort of, like, anticipate them lasting this long, in terms of, like, the video length, not in terms of, like, how long I would produce them, I was okay with it because I thought I'm still pulling like a lot of psychology out of it. I might stop frequently, but I'm not stopping to go, nah, fuck you, you little piece of shit, you know, nah, fuck you, you lying cunt, and you know, nah, you know, but you're a piece of shit for saying that and all this. I didn't want to be that sort of person. You can, not that there's anything wrong with it, because as I'm about to explain, I can understand why people why people have that response to Phil. He is like a very toxic and abrasive person, and covering him does wear you down, and you do eventually end up at a point where you're like, I just fucking can't with this guy. And I don't like reaching that point because I think like you want to pull psychology out of this. You want to pull like the interesting things. You want to be like, you know, his behavior here. You want to like analyze his behavior and his statements and like how he makes them. And you want to be able to like compare, like when he says something, and if you know like previously he stated something to the contrary, you know that you can get that clip. So I wanted to be that sort of creator, and I was happy with doing longer videos because I was like, I'm still pulling like psychology out of this. I'm still like looking at his behavior and saying like, why would you lie about that? What's motivating that behavior? You know, what's behind this? What theories can we look at that might like explain this? but he does wind me up sometimes. And it's like I try not to let it happen, but it does. And so I'd like to apologise to the cat for disturbing her by shouting. And I'd like to apologise to my audience for that little lapse, as it were. But he does get to you after a while, so that was particularly annoying. And I think part of what's made it difficult here is because he's acting like he's treating this like he treated it in the like immediate aftermath of the original champion stream. Like, you know, it's a serious thing. It's not a thing he's laughing and joking about. Like I said, he's not like responding to a super chat with, "Hey, I was just going to spend all the money on mobile games." But he has the goal to do that as well. Here, it's a very serious thing. Here, it's an example of like the extreme lengths to which this like demented, twisted out group goes in order to fuck with me, and then at another point, it'll be something you can laugh and joke about, and it's the fact that he does both, basically, that gets to me. Which sounds weird, because it makes it sound like I feel like it should be an absolute, you either do one or the other, but most of the time with most of the behaviours, there's not so much tied to it, you know, there's not as many consequences, and there's not as much of a, you know, this is champions, there's all this shit behind it, and there's all this stuff that it involves. So, it's an exceptional case, really. It's like sometimes proving guilt in a court of law is very, very difficult. And then other times, sometimes the evidence is overwhelming and conclusive. And that's the issue here. But he's still acting like he did nothing wrong. He is still, you would, if he was an offender, you wouldn't release him because he refuses to take accountability for his own actions. And that's a crucial step. That's a crucial step in offender rehabilitation and offender treatment. When you have, say, a sex offender in prison, somebody who's like sexually assaulted someone, and they're going through like the sex offender treatment program, and part of it, like the very start of it, basically is that you accept that you did wrong. Because obviously some people go to jail protesting their innocence, even if it can be conclusively proven that they're guilty, they'll still protest their innocence. And you can't like get to the point where you have gone through the process and been rehabilitated without accepting responsibility first for your own actions. Because that's the huge part of, then you go, right, okay, well, do you know what you did wrong? Do you know why it was wrong? What can you do to change that? How are you going to proceed now? What do you do with your life moving from this point? Do you think you could ever like be rehabilitated and reintegrate back into society? So you have to look at like that sort of progress through an offender's sentence. And if it comes time to parole, you have to assess that offender. And they're not showing like remorse or like guilt or culpability or responsibility, like they have accepted responsibility. If they don't show that, you cannot recommend that they're okay for release, for parole, because they don't see anything wrong with their behaviour, because they've not accepted that they did wrong. And I think he displays that a lot. I'm not comparing him to a sex offender, but I'm using sex offenders as an example of like this sort of process in a treatment program you would have to go through. you also go through it in CBT and in other forms of treatment, like DBT. You have periods where if you are talking about an event in your life, or something that you did, like as a child or as an adolescent or as a young adult or even as an adult, if you're talking about an event in your life where you did something wrong, if you can't accept like responsibility for that, you're not going to progress further in your treatment or your therapy, because you can't reassess and change your behavior for like future incidents where you might find yourself in a similar situation, and you have to learn how to react a different way so you don't do something wrong. It's just he's not ever going to be okay, because this is a stark example that he cannot accept responsibility for his own actions. He might say he does, but you don't know if this is the real Phil putting himself out there, or if it's a public persona, or if it's a character that he's since changed from. And that's the problem, Phil. You can't have it both ways. You can't do both things. And he's just getting like a lot. And this is supposed to be a wrap-up of the time he said he left his phone on during that daily rap. Fuck. I think someone said I had vodka in this once. And I want to tell you that I don't. I can't drink, so there's no vodka in it. But I have drunk a lot previously, so I know what it's like. And this is very much like a time when you would hammer back a drink to cope with some stress or some trauma. So that's why, just for like the psychological reassurance, just to go through like the same process over and over again. It's like you used to smoke and then you swap it out for like one of them e-cigs or like a Nicorette stick or something. You're not actually smoking smoke. You're not smoking a cigarette, but you're getting like the same delivery. You get the same sort of sense of, this is my like 5-minute smoke break where I can just like stop and de-stress and relax and bring it in and have a quick. It's the same sort of thing, the same sort of process. You go through something with habit and induce it. It's very unusual, the mind. It's very flexible, like it's like a placebo in a way. So yeah, I'm getting off topic again. Let's get through this.
I've admitted to you guys, yes, over the years I've played mobile games. Yes, over the years I have dabbled in this one and that one, and I've told you guys I've played several games and things like that. But what they do is they seem to have this insane, obsessive mind.
Ooh, thank you for watching my groupthink video, Phil. Thank you for watching it and realising that you were using it wrong. So, I appreciate you not using it there. But what more do I say to that? That was a huge dose of gaslighting and lying to your audience. It's a huge dose of misrepresenting the argument, making it seem like it's being unreasonable, and you've been completely open and honest about things in the past. Because you might have said that you play mobile games, Phil, but we're not asked about the mobile games you've played. We're asked about one specific mobile game that you've not mentioned. And you will use the fact that you've played mobile games previously to skirt past that. So, yeah, huge dose of manipulation there. A lot of lying to the audience. Skirting around the issue. It's just so many things. He's such a cunt.
People on Kiwi farms, that is, where they'll find that nugget of truth. We have to turn that nugget into a giant expose of toxic nonsense.
See, once again, you can't understand that people discuss. If you brought a clip to Kiwi Farms and that clip was Phil saying, hey, I played this mobile game, and this mobile game, people would discuss what that meant. People would discuss like how long it's been since that and what might have changed and whether he still plays them or whether it means he's moved on to something else. Because, hey, he said he plays this game, but that was like 5 years ago. And since then, there's been a sequel released. There's been like an update to it or something. Something's changed or there's a new one out. He doesn't understand that people discuss. You just have to straightforwardly state it. Okay, maybe this is because he only really sort of like, he socializes in that way where people ask him a question and he gives an answer, or people make statements and he either agrees or disagrees. Like, say, somebody will ask him, "Hey Phil, what's your favorite Final Fantasy?" And he'll say, "Well, thanks for the tip. My favorite Final Fantasy is number 6." That's a straightforward question and answer thing. Or somebody will be like, Derek says, the filming of Disney's Mulan took place at this time and it lasted this long. Oh, thanks for that, Derek. And it's a statement and he agrees or disagrees. Oh, thanks for that, Derek. So he doesn't have conversation. He doesn't have a back and forth like you would do in a normal conversation. So when he sees other people doing it, he's thrown by it because he's not used to it. He's used to people either sort of like questioning him directly, or giving a statement that is either true or false, that he either agrees or disagrees with. He's not used to seeing actual discussion happening. I bet he doesn't have it with his wife either. Like, what do you want for tea? Oh, this takeaway. All right, I'll order this. It's statement response. It's really stunted socialization. I sort of want to call him Baxter again, because we are getting into a point where it's like there's a greater element here. There's a much bigger issue here than just the lying. It's sort of what's generating that. It's what's propelling that, and it's what's throwing him when he sees like other people doing things that he doesn't understand. It just feels like there's more to this one here. I feel like I could go for hours.
And then they just pile upon it with bullshit upon bullshit upon bullshit upon bullshit. Have I played this mobile game, WWE Champions? Yes.
He mentioned it. Holy shit. He mentioned it. What's he going to say, right? What's he going to say?
I've publicly admitted to it in the past. I've even talked about the game in the past, right? Am I the person they say I am in the game? No.
See, okay, there's the issue, right? We can accept that in the past you have said, I play WWE Champions. Nobody's got a problem with that. Because back then, it was your money and you were free to waste it on however many games you wanted. You got it through different means. You got it through YouTube and Machinima. Nobody cared. It's how long you've been playing it for. Because we can show that account has been active since a certain date. Most like profiles have a joined on this date, or this account has been active for this many days, or most profiles will have that information. So we can see that account started sort of around the time that you were admitting to play it. And at that point, mobile games and your identity being elsewhere was not such an issue. So you didn't have as many worries about calling accounts They Call Me DSP. And we know that because of what you said in the Marvel Future Fight card game thing. So when that account is continuously active and has a roster that people who do play and know how much these things cost can estimate a value of, and that account is active when you're not streaming and it spends a lot of money around the times when you have bills, and we know all this. But the problem is that you can't address all that. The only way you have to go is, no, it's not me. Well, where's your evidence that it's not? How do you prove it's not? What piece of this puzzle is not right? Because the account is like named after you. Well, it was before you changed it. But the account has all these other things associated with it, including posts on forums discussing this and being in faction discussions that are written the way you write things. Like, that writing can be analysed. And it's got like associated lineup stuff where the number that's associated with that lineup, which needed to be verified, it needed to be authenticated, is your phone. So he can't disprove any of that. So he has to just sort of like deny. He has to outright deny. I think he's in massive denial. No, he can't actually be in denial about it. He's denying it. And if you gave him evidence, he'd say it was bullshit. but he's not in denial of it. He just knows that if he accepts it as true, he's going to get in shit for it. So instead he just goes, no. Instead he just denies as like a method of defense. He's not actually in denial. Like, you know, he doesn't like question like the fact that this evidence exists, you know. He's not like in denial as we might know it. He's just using denial as a defense. Is this making sense? He actually knows that this is all true. He's just saying it's bullshit because he can't say yes, it's true. Because that would get him in shit. That would get him in a lot of trouble. Again, I'm going to come back to that later in a wrap up. So, pinning that, move on.
I'm not the person that they say is in chat logs and has spent all this money. That's not me.
The way you would prove that is to show your account name. If we're saying this account is you, and there's all this like supporting evidence, the only way that you can disprove that that account is not you is to show your account. The fact that you don't.
But they'll never be satisfied, because when you become an obsessive personality like that, you never let go. No matter what evidence is presented to you, you move the goalpost to the next level and to the next level.
For someone who lives in a glass house, your projector must be very powerful. Because glass is not a great screen to project an image onto. That's why lighthouses are, you know, glass at the top, so that the light can go through it. The fucking... just... I don't even know anymore that he can call some other people obsessive because they're talking about him and saying like, you know, oh, wow, actually this evidence does like convince me. It's very convincing. I do believe that lineup is Phil's because the evidence of calling the number and hearing him say his name on the voicemail that it goes to is him. I do believe that he's still playing Champions because that screen that he showed on his phone on the Daily Wrap is from Champions. That evidence has convinced me. And he's like, wow, you're obsessive. You need help. And here's the thing, right? His charge of moving the goalposts, again, it really fucks me off because to sort of like ask a follow-up question in the face of like an inadequate answer is not moving the goalposts. It's perfectly reasonable if I say, I think this account is you because this lineup is, you know, because you've admitted to playing mobile games before and it's called They Call Me DSP. And he's like, well, I've told you I played mobile games before. I don't see what the problem is. There's your answer. It's like, yeah, but you've not explained why this account does this. And he's like, oh, you're moving the goalposts. Your answers, your explanations are inadequate. That's why people have more questions. It's not moving the goalposts. It's people asking for clarification because you've not explained it well enough. It really fucks me off, this. It's just that's such a transparent attempt to like misrepresent the accusation or misrepresent the point. Is misrepresenting the argument that's being made. You know, your issue is that, well, our issue is that you lie to your fans about what you need money for because you keep saying it's for bills. And yet we found this account on this mobile game that spends a lot of money. And he's like, and we think it's you. We think you're playing this mobile game and spending your money on that. And his response is, well, I've already told you guys I play mobile games. I've admitted to playing that game in the past, so what's the issue? I don't play it now. And we go, well, this account is called They Call Me DSP. And it was. And, there's all these links to you, like the lineup and the Discord. Oh, you're moving the goalposts. So, no, you've not adequately addressed the issue. If you want to prove that this account isn't you, show us your old WWE account. There's no harm to your family because you're not playing this game anymore, Phil. So what's this old account hiding? If it's like, oh, we've got another username, well, why is that a problem? Because according to you, you use different usernames in different games. So if we find like the one username in this WWE Champions account, let's say it's called, I don't know, the Gun Show 84. And we also know you're playing Dokkan Battle and Marvel Future Fight, and we go to Dokkan Battle and Marvel Future Fight, and we can't find that there's an account called the Gun Show 84 because you're using different names for different accounts. So what's the issue with showing your old account that you've not logged into for ages because you don't play this game anymore and you use other accounts for other games? The issue is that account is called Down from the Rafters. That account started out being called They Call Me DSP. You are playing that fucking game, and your explanation and your excuses and your reasons and your pitiful begging, I'm not playing this game anymore, guys. I've already told you I play mobile games. I don't even get what the point is anymore. What line app? What code? I don't know. Is inadequate. It doesn't explain anything. It doesn't explain all the other supporting evidence. And us trying to get you to address that supporting evidence is not moving the goalposts. When you are in court and you are on the stand and the prosecution asks you a question, they will have a follow-up to your answer. Mr. Burnell, were you there on this street at this time? No, I've been on that street before, but I wasn't there at this time. Well, would you like to explain why this CCTV camera on this street caught you walking down this street at this time? You're moving the goalposts. Your Honour, I'd like to ban him from the chat. He doesn't get it. No. He does get it, but he knows he can't argue against it. So he's just lying and attacking. He wants to make it look like we're never satisfied, like detractors are never done, like any excuse or any reason or anything he could give would never be enough for us, so he's not going to bother because you're only going to add more fuel to the fire and all that. It's like he needs to portray detractors as like that because he can't respond to the central point of you are lying to your fans about where your money is going. It's going to this game. It's not going on bills, it's going on this game. He has no defense to that charge. Because it's true.
Which is why you guys never really hear me going into any detail about the shit that these guys say and do. There's no point. Because every single time you try to debunk, they just move on to the next piece of shit or the next piece of shit.
See? There you go. He's doing it right there.
Okay? So, why am I talking about this today?
Yeah, fucking why?
I've been one of the many victims of Kiwi Farms activity where, and by the way, I will say this because it should always be said. Not everyone at that site was like that.
Oh, now you do it. Now you do it. After that period of slagging them off and saying it, then you had that disclaimer at the end. Fuck you. No, seriously. Like, fuck you. He knows that would have been trouble. He knew when he was saying that. He was like, oh, I should probably mention this at the end. Because it would like actually be like us going, Phil's chat is full of degenerates. Look at Derish. He's exactly the sort of person that's there. They're all like that. Everyone in that chat is like Derish. Don't follow any of their Twitter accounts. He knows it's exactly that. Dude, and by the way, I should probably mention this. Like, little swooping in there to save his ass at the end. I don't think he's going to mention champions anymore, is he? He's not going to mention, like, mobile games at that point. Wait, no, have I still got more? How have I got more?
But the fact that they go out of their way to then make shit up and present it as fact. Now, here's what happens. When they do that, gullible people latch onto that and believe it. Now there's people out there that maybe are unhinged.
See, right. I should really have like stopped and moved on, but if you believe it, you're gullible. The evidence cannot be presented in a way that makes sense or is convincing. You must be gullible. That's fucked up, that. that you can view people like that. I'm sorry, did I wake you up again? Oh, I'm really sorry. See, that squeaky floorboard as well. Fucking hell. Oh, it's all gone to shit. He can't, and I keep catching that out of the corner of my eye as well. I'm gonna need to trim that. He can't have you, consider the possibility that this evidence may actually be compelling, because then he risks you changing your mind about him. So instead, he has to say, the evidence is all bullshit, it's all spun, it's all conspiracy theory, it's all like a distorted nugget of truth. And if you fall for it, you're gullible. It can't be that the evidence is convincing enough to change people's minds, because then that means it's true. If the evidence supports, leads you to that conclusion, then that conclusion must therefore be true, because all the evidence is suggesting that. If I find your fingerprints on a gun, and I find a bullet shot from that gun, and there's a body that's bleeding out from a single gunshot wound to the head, it might, the evidence might suggest that you fired that shot because your fingerprints were on the gun and the bullet came from that gun. Evidence leads you a certain way. Evidence leads towards the truth. I can't help but think of that quote from The Wire, from Freeman, who says,
"You follow drugs, you get drug addicts and drug dealers. But you start to follow the money, and you don't know where the fuck it's gonna take you."
And I feel like it's that here. If you go after what Phil says, if you go after what's public, you're going to find a bit of bullshit. Because what Phil says flip-flops daily. It's sentence to sentence, as we saw earlier. But if you follow the tips, you never know where it's going to... Well, it's going to go to Scopely. But you get my point. That's where you get to the truth. That's where you get to what's actually going on. That's the way you should go. But he needs you to think that anybody who believes this is gullible. And you're not gullible. You're a smart person. You know that you can see a lie when it's a lie. You know that that's all bullshit. You can see how ridiculous that out-group is. So you stay here, be the smart person. Listen to me. Give me money. Support my streams. Buy me more Lucasade.
That hate my guts because they believe all the negative shit about me that's not true. In addition, there's people on YouTube.
Right, okay. That one, just almost missed that one then. Did you hear it?
Now there's people out there that maybe are unhinged that hate my guts because they believe all the negative shit about me that's not true.
You hate his guts because you believe the shit about him that's not true. You can't have come to that decision yourself. Because he can't. When he sees all that evidence, because he's so self-centered, and obviously he's going to be defensive, it's stuff that's critical of him. When he sees all that, he can't conceive that anybody will believe it's true. Because he's outright rejecting it anyway. It's critical of him. But even to see it, he has to sort of dismiss it because he can't accept it. Because accepting it means it's true. And we all know that it's true. So he can't deal with that, and instead he rejects it. But if you believe it, you must be gullible or deranged in some way. Or, stupid people have ended up believing it, and now they're all unhinged and coming after him. And they believe it because they've seen the bullshit. And they don't understand that it's not true. You can't come to that conclusion yourself. Because he can't. He sees all that evidence and he sees bullshit. Because he has to. So when he's trying to put himself in somebody else's position, he can't. He can only conclude that they must be gullible, or they've been lied to, or they're unhinged in some way, and they've believed all this bullshit that's not true.
In addition, there's people on YouTube who literally get their living doing this shit. So they go to kiwi farms, they say, oh, here's the latest conspiracy these nut jobs made up. I'll take it as fact and make videos about it. So now there's morons on YouTube putting out defamatory shit about me that's literally untrue.
Sup? I remember talking to my mum about this, and she asked me, oh, you're not going to get in trouble for what you say about him, are you? Just like, fuck no. Again, you can't consider that we as a community talk about this stuff. Phil, there's a fucking weekly talk show so that we can all talk about this stuff. It doesn't mean we're all unquestioningly accepting it as fact because we're deranged or gullible. We talk about things like this. We discuss. He doesn't know. He cannot socialize to this point. He doesn't really grasp this. Either because he's incapable or because he's unwilling. I think it's more likely that he's unwilling. But especially in this case, we know it's because it's true. All this stuff is true, so he can't accept it and he has to misrepresent it and do all that stuff. I know I'm wrapping up, I'm sorry. But, you have to look at this behaviour in other contexts, and he's exactly the same whenever it comes to anything else that might be critical about him. Or even, I'm trying to think what other social contexts are there that he's been in, and there's few, if any. He's got a multiplayer stream once. He's got a quartering interview, and then you have to go to back when he was going to conventions and going out with Liana and going to Street Fighter stuff. He doesn't really socialise that much, so it's hard now, especially to sort of really analyse and discuss what he would be like in social context, because you just don't have that information. We don't have that example, so we can't analyse. We can only sort of examine. In a way, there's if he put up video of him being out and being at a party from this year, we will be able to look at it and sort of say, oh look, his behaviour here suggests this, or in this sort of setting you would ordinarily behave like this, so him behaving like this is very odd, or whatever whatever we could draw from it. But he doesn't do that. We have nothing to go on, so we only have older instances. And you can only sort of really infer from that point what it might be here. But then you also have to take into account that you've got years of isolation at this point. You've got years of social. Again, I want another word for isolation. He's basically cut himself off. He's ostracized himself from society, basically. So you have to account. You have to account for the influence of the impact. That would have on a person. And it's really difficult to come to a proper conclusion. So what ends up happening is we discuss. People talk about things. We bring different ideas to the table and we all talk about them because it's fun and interesting to talk about it. People talk, Phil. That's how they socialize and communicate. That's how they share ideas and information. This is really alarming in a way, because it just sort of goes to show how little socialization he has and how important it is to your overall mental health and well-being.
But I have no real recourse against it. What do I do about that?
You can prove them wrong by showing your fucking phone. Properly close up to the camera and say, this is my actual account. Except you can't, because that account is named down from the rafters. Anybody else would be able to prove their innocence. If somebody else came up to me and said, I've got evidence that you're playing this mobile game. Here's the username. It's called Steve of the Dead. I'd have to show you my phone to show you that account wasn't me. And if my account would have a different name, because like I said, I do have a different one on PlayStation and Steam. So I'll be able to show you, actually, that's not my account. On this, I use a different name. Here's my account. And as you can see, I've not spent that much. He can't do that. Anybody else would be able to prove their innocence if this charge was bullshit. And it would be as simple as showing the account on your phone. But he can't do that. So instead he has to make everything else unreasonable, and he has no recourse. On his podcast, as he says to his audience, while explaining this thing to them. For the 5th time in a month.
It's all bullshit. But how do you argue it? Like I said, if you argue it and you show one thing that's untrue, they move on to 20 others.
Bro, you've been doing this for years. There are multiple things about you that you've not fully explained adequately and left a lot of questions in the air. So you can't be mad about people adding shit on. Again, just coming back to the fact that he can't account for follow-up questions. He doesn't like when you challenge him on things. You should accept his statement as true, unquestioningly. because that's what he thinks it should be for him. He thinks you should automatically just trust him. He's a narcissist. He's a fucking narc. He thinks his statement should be enough and you should believe him, regardless of whether he's left like any sort of ambiguity or anything like uncertain, or you've got a follow-up question because you think his explanation was unsatisfactory. He can't have that. As far as he's concerned, you should just believe him unquestioningly and accept his statements as gospel. And that's not true, Phil. People are allowed to ask follow-up questions. You have to learn to accept that and deal with it. You need years of therapy.
I would literally be here all day, every day, defending myself from the nonsense they've made up over the years.
Yeah, so go out. Right, I think we're done with this. I think we've covered most of what we can from the times he's mentioned champions since. So I think I'm just going to cut and wrap up because there's not really much else to say for this. I don't think he's going to mention it again. I think he's just going to carry on moaning about Kiwi farms, so you're in the way. No, there's no room for you there. Look, you're going to have to get off me. I need to go and turn the light out. There you go. Up there. Up. Don't wave your tail at me like that. Okay. Are we ready? I've moved this. I'm trying some new things to make it all better. It's been very rough recently. So, I'm trying to improve. I did get my mic stand though. You might notice this isn't moving. Can you not? Like, I'm going to move at some point. So, yeah. Nearing the end of editing this. And I thought I should probably bring up some points that have become apparent to me as I've been editing and as I've gone through all this. And just sort of provide like a brief wrap up. So, I did actually have some points written down. So, point 1. Phil has an issue. He has a problem. I personally think that you could argue that it's Phil's refusal to accept reality that is the ultimate problem here, because that's what leads to these things. That's what leads to the outbreaks of, you know, I've always told you I play mobile games, it's not a big deal, and all, and, you know, I said this thing and then the next day I said that thing. No, I never said that thing at all. You know, all that sort of stuff. All those things are based off of a refusal to accept reality when it comes to admitting fault and responsibility, accepting culpability, acknowledging that you're in the wrong. All those things are a refusal. What is it with me? All those things are a refusal to accept a reality that clashes with a predetermined or a sort of pre-existing belief of how reality should be. Phil, as a narcissist, has a distorted view of reality. He thinks it should be a certain way, and most of those things should be revolved around him in some way. They should be, you know, to his betterment. They should be things that he deserves. They are like better service than what other people have. They are unrealistic gains and rewards for like minimal effort or no effort at all. That is an issue that Phil is not addressing, and every time he has to deal with it, say, I expect to be given this much per stream, and over the last few streams I haven't been given that much, then Phil will try to find a reason for it, and it will come out in the way of, you know, well, people are scared of being members because trolls, you know, whatever. Because trolls are going to copyright strike my channel and then the channel will be gone and they're scared of that. Or, you know, people are just becoming members to unsub later so that my counts go over 2,000 and then they unsub and then it drops back down. There's, you know, things like that. They're all issues that Phil has, and they will be deflections, they will be projections, they will be Phil trying to avoid accepting responsibility for things that are ultimately his fault. His view count and the fact that he's not attracting new subs isn't the fault of trolls, and it isn't the fault of copyright strikes, and people aren't scared of all that stuff. It's his fault. They're all things that are the result of his actions. But that goes against what Phil believes reality should be like. So it's a clash, and then you get the response, you get the deflection. But in times when that's not possible, or in times when that's just taking too much out of him, or in times when the issue is so big that he can't really do that, he will have other coping methods. And it will be spending money, it will be champions, it will be door dashing, it will be drinking, it will be things like that. It will be maladaptive coping methods that serve him better than acknowledging what he's done wrong and moving on and changing and, you know, adapting or being a man and growing up, basically. These are issues that Phil has because he has the problem that he can't just accept reality. He can't accept being wrong. He can't accept that sometimes you have to admit you fucked up. And champions especially is probably the biggest one, which is why we got that little bit of gaslighting, which is why we got an hour and a half of gaslighting. We got that I've always played mobile games. I've always said that I play mobile games. I've been open and honest about my playing mobile games. So what's the issue with the fact that you saw a mobile game in one of my videos? Dodges around the issue, tells you that, you know, the issue is that he plays mobile games, and you know what, actually, yeah, he's got a point. That's not that bad. Everybody plays mobile games. It helps do that. You forget that the issue is actually what that mobile game is and what that means, because that mobile game means that his money is going to where detractors say it goes to and not to his bills, like he tells his audience every night when he asks for tips. He never begs for super chats the same way he begs for tips, because tips he can spend immediately. We all know that. So yeah, Phil has a problem, and Phil cannot accept that he has a problem. And you can watch that. You see that when somebody says, Phil, you have a problem. His response to that is not that of somebody who does not have a problem. Because when people have legitimate reasons for their behaviours, when they're not doing it for, say, maladaptive coping methods, like Phil is here, when somebody can either, you know, believe that their use of a substance is, you know, acceptable, it's within reasonable belief, then they will be able to rationalise that. Or if they believe they're using it for a valid reason, you know, they will rationalise that. They will tell you. They won't say, I don't have a problem and you can fuck off. They'll say, well, actually, I'm using it for this reason. Actually, I'm doing it because of this. Actually, here's why my consumption is what it is. You know, people, when challenged on their behaviours, if those behaviours are legitimate, they will have legitimate reasons that they will give you for it. They won't dodge and Davo you. They won't, like, turn it back at you. They won't attack you for bringing it up. So, okay, that's one issue. That's 1 point. Sorry. Strap in. This one's going to be a long one. Point 2. To sort of briefly expand upon something that I mentioned then. When Phil says it's, you know, it's just a mobile game, guys. I've played mobile games. I've told you that I play mobile games. There's nothing wrong with playing mobile games, especially if you're playing them casually like I am, you know. And a number of members of his chat say, actually, yeah, Phil's right. That's not a problem. Why is it such an issue that somebody's playing so many mobile games? That's a really worrying thing, because assuming that a bunch of them are detractors, they're just going to be feeding Phil back what he tells him, and that's fine. You know, that's part of the play. That's part of being a detractor undercover, as it were. But a chunk of them are going to be real. They're going to be real fans, and that's the worry, because they're being gaslit into believing that. They're being abused into believing that. The fact that they believe that without questioning it is concerning. That's the sort of thing where you should question that. We all know what that game was. We all know what that game represents. We all know what the accusations are behind that game. But if he's moving it away so that you stop focusing on that game and instead believing when he says, yeah, I only just play mobile games casually, that's fine. You know, that's a worrying thing. I find it difficult to talk about why it's such a serious issue without being serious and using serious language, because that's how abuse happens. That's a tool of an abuser. That's behaviour that victims of abuse display. It's victims of intimate partner violence have that sort of that unquestioning acceptance of a statement like that, because it's the way you stay safe. It's the way you avoid another beating. It's the way you avoid another meltdown. In Phil's context, it would be the way you avoid a banning or open mockery by Phil. In cult context, it's the way you avoid being like publicly excoriated, being, you know, punished publicly. It's the way you avoid expulsion from the group. They're behaviours that are displayed in other more serious contexts, and that's why I think it's a serious thing. He is openly abusing his audience, and that some of them are just going with it shows that they are conditioned into it by this point. If you are a fan of Phil's and you're aware of detractors, you're going to know what that game is. You know, you'll have seen it enough. You don't even necessarily need to go into detractor circles. You don't need to go to DDM, or you don't need to join detractor discords, because you'll have seen detractors coming into Phil's chat and mentioning them. They'll be mentioning WWE champions. They'll be mentioning $16.51. They'll be mentioning lying about bills and things. And already at this point, you're sort of conditioned into believing the whole, you know, I pay for my bills with the YouTube thing, but I also pay for my bills with the tips that you give me as we go along, and those tips help immediately for other bills that come up. You'll be believing those two things, and you won't necessarily need to think about it to the point where it gives you cognitive dissonance, or if you have, you've one way or another had that belief sort of battered out of you, I guess. That seems really inappropriate. You'll have had that belief sort of conditioned out of you, I guess, by Phil. He'll have told you something and you'll believe it. And then later on, he'll tell you something and it might contradict it. But if you bring that up to him, you're either going to get banned, or he's going to insult you, or he'll have an excuse. Like, I never said that at all. What I actually meant was this. So if you're having that sort of doubt beaten, if you're having that doubt sort of squashed by Phil, you're already at the point where you're going to be inclined to believe him anyway, even as something more and more serious comes up. Even if you have a more serious concern about something like, say, champions, you're going to be in a place where you are mentally ready to just accept it unquestioningly, because you're in survival mode at that point. You're just trying to not be insulted or mocked or embarrassed or punished or kicked out in some way. You know, you're trying not to be made a fool of and then banned, because you're in this community, and for whatever reason you like being in this community. So that's a worry. Not that you like being in that community, that you're in that sort of mindset where you're ready to unquestioningly accept this gaslighting dodge here. That's the worrying thing, the sort of mindset of an audience member of Phil's, because, you know, you're being abused into it. He's lying to you. He's like outright lying to you. The issue was not Phil plays mobile games. The issue was that Phil lies about where his money's going because he's playing a specific mobile game. But he doesn't answer that. And most of his audience are going to be like, yeah, that makes sense. I don't know why they're making such a big deal out of it. It's fine. I play mobile games. So, yeah, sorry. I know you don't play mobile games. I play mobile games, and it's fine. You've got a point. Yeah, it is a bit unreasonable that they're criticising you for playing mobile games, because everybody plays mobile games. You're accepting that rationalisation, and your attention is being diverted away from the real point that's being made because Phil's saying it. Are you done? You're going to hate the fact that I have to do this at least once a week now. Yeah. Do you want to get back to the regular psychology stuff? Look, you've seen the script I wrote for the horror game. You're okay with that? Yeah. I don't know why you thought it was Phantasmagoria either. And also, just once again to sort of take that argument at face value, the issue isn't that everybody plays mobile games and it's fine. It's that nobody plays mobile games to the extent that Phil does, except people who are, properly addicted to them. Most people, if you're playing casually, they're gonna take up like a small portion of your day. I would consider casual play like when you're on the train to and from work, or if you're going for a shit, or couple of minutes while you're waiting for dinner to be ready. If you got if you're boiling a pan of pasta or something's in the oven, a couple of minutes. Yeah. Casual play like that. It wouldn't be like the moment I stop recording, I'm back on it. And then I also have to record something else. They would always be like at the end of your day sort of period. They wouldn't be, I'm just going to go for a piss and I'll be back in like 5 minutes. It wouldn't be stuff like that. Most people who play mobile games do not play them to the extent that Phil does. So even there's an issue that could be made, taking his argument at face value. But then you're sort of falling into his trap, as it were. You're sort of taking the bait that he's leaving out because you're taking his point at face value and not being persistent with that's not the point. The point is that game specifically. It's champions, which he mentioned once throughout that entire stream, and it wasn't in the sentence, I do not play WWE champions. It was not saying that. So the fact that he didn't address it again speaks volumes, and the fact that people are just unquestioningly believing it is worrying, because it's not behavior that normal. I don't like normal people would say. It's not normal behavior. Most people would question that. But again, most people would be in a sort of situation where they're not supporting a streamer who wouldn't have them questioning that. Most people would be able to question that because most streamers don't immediately ban dissent the way that Phil does. No, I said most. So if you were going to be like, well, actually, LTG does, or, well, actually, this person does, then, fine. I get that there are some other exceptions. Phil is not the only one, but we are talking about Phil here. And most other streamers do not ban the way that Phil does. Most other people do not play mobile games to the same extent that Phil does. Most other people do not spend their money on champions while telling their audience they need help with their bills. So, yeah. Point 3, I think. Little quick one here, but Phil complains about like numbness in his arms and a bit of tingling. That's likely to be possibly, well, actually, there's a number of things that it could be, but given Phil's history, given Phil's medical issues, it's likely to be a disc in his back bulging. There'll be a disc in his neck somewhere here, likely the C6, C7 disc. And it will be pressing slightly on the nerves that are running into his arm. I don't know why I'm going this way. For me, it's this way. So there's going to be a disc just about here, just before your neck reaches the shoulder. In fact, it's pretty sure it's that exact disc where the vertebrae in your spine reach your shoulder. And it will be bulging slightly, and it will be slightly pressing against the nerves going into his arm. And he'll be getting numbness, he'll be getting tingling, he'll be getting weakness in his hands. He won't be able to grab things especially strong. He won't be able to push things. I've done a lot of disc tests. Don't know why. I force a habit to look that way. I've done a lot of like tests on various parts of my body because of my disc problems. So yeah, it's likely going to be that. So I expect at some point in the future Phil is going to have a problem with the disc in his neck, and I'm going to say that it's going to be because of posture, because he moves around a lot. And he leans a lot. Not just to lean in manual. Not just to, shit. Not just to get rid of this asshole. But he leans a lot when he's, playing games. He's not sat with his neck up. He's not sat in a position where his spine can naturally curve. He leans forward a lot. And he lowers his head a lot. So, this isn't anything particular, but it's a thing that bothers me because it's, once again, it's an issue with the back that I happen to have as well as Phil. So I was hoping that after a couple of the first videos that I did, we could all move on past this, like, British Phil or Phil's cousin or you look like Phil, and I've got too many similarities, I know, but somebody has to. I just hope, like, my Italian ancestors are happier with what I've done with my life than Phil's are with his. Also, my cat isn't declawed. Okay, and the last point is, during that stream, Phil says, if I were to tell the truth, it would hurt me, so instead I'm going to lie. Which, if that's the case, that's because you fucked up. If you're ever in a situation where telling the truth is going to hurt you, and I don't mean hurt as in, the truth hurts. I mean, like, it's going to harm you. It's going to have, like, consequences upon you. You are going to lose something because of it. Like, a chunk of your audience is suddenly going to fuck off and disappear. Or you're going to have to pay a fine. Or, you're going to prison or something like that. It's because you fucked up. The truth that, that thing that you're supposed to tell and instead of lying brings consequences. And sometimes those consequences are good, because when you tell the truth, the people are like, oh, wow, I didn't realize that was what you were going through. Oh, wow, it's very brave of you to come out and admit that, When you tell the truth, even when you fucked up to, like, an actual extent, I'm going to use, to stay within the sort of vague realms of film wrestling, I'm going to use an example from wrestling YouTube. And you might know him if you're into wrestling, but there's a wrestling channel called What Culture, and several years ago they used to have a host called Adam Blompier, and he was a very, very popular YouTuber. He was very, very creative. He had a love of wrestling that you could get. He was also very, very sarcastic. He was very witty, and he had a series called Adam versus Adam with one of the other people that worked at What Culture, who was also called Adam, where they'd bet on the outcomes of pay-per-views, or they'd play wrestling games with each other. Not actual wrestling, but like SmackDown on the PS2 and things like that. And he was very, very well liked. And right about the time that Adam Blompier, Adam Pacitti, an editor called Sanddriver, and Jack the Jobber were all about to jump ship from What Culture and start doing their own channel, because they were getting fed up of how things were going at What Culture. It came out that Adam Blompier he'd abused his position, basically, and he'd been chatting up a bunch of female fans and requesting nudes from them. Now, the fans were all overage. They were all, old. They weren't like kid fans. They were all old. The issue was that Adam abused his position. And so he basically came out and said, I'm not going to join Cultaholic because all of this would ruin that. Instead, I'm going to disappear from the internet for a bit because I have problems that I need to work out. I'm going to go into therapy and I'm going to be dealing with those problems, and I don't know if I'll come back. And I don't know if I'll be working with the people at Cultaholic anymore. I don't know if, basically what's going to happen now, but all I do know is I have issues, I have problems, I have things that I need to deal with, so I'm going to go and deal with them. And he did. He disappeared. He went off the internet for a few years. I think it was at one point he posted an update, but then after that he was off again. And then eventually he came back. And people were willing to accept him back into the community because he showed that he acknowledged that he had fucked up, and he had taken steps to deal with that. And he was now displaying that I have dealt with that, and I am now in a position where I can, work again. And if you'll trust me, then I will repay that in kind. And so far things are going great. He's on a different channel, but he's still in wrestling, and his fantasy rebookings that he was very popular for on What Culture are doing just as well as they are on Wrestle Talk Parts Unknown. So he's done very well for himself by telling the truth. There was an act of contrition. He had to fall on his sword. He had to eat his shit sandwich, as it were, to I know it's not exclusively wrestling, but Triple H says it a lot for the curtain call incident. He had to eat a shit sandwich. So, when you are in trouble and you tell the truth, if that truth harmed you, it's because you've fucked up. It's because you have messed up and you have been caught. And that harm that you fear, that harm that you are trying to avoid by lying, is your punishment. It is the consequences of your actions. It is because of what you have done that you are about to have to go through it. But DSP doesn't like consequences. He doesn't want to face consequences. He doesn't want to have them. So he lies instead. Even though, as we all know, the lying about it just makes it worse. Basically, it's just magnifying the issue. It's magnifying the consequences, and it's magnifying the seriousness of... Not magnifying, multiplying. It's multiplying the seriousness of the issue. It's multiplying the severity of it, and it's multiplying the impact of those consequences. Because eventually you will get found out. And we know that this happens because Phil got found out. He kept lying and lying about WWE champions and mobile games. And he got found out when he recorded that daily rap when Jasper was sat in his seat. But the truth, if he'd have just told it right at the start, like the moment it came up, or the moment it at least started to become a thing, at first you can probably just sort of like bat it away one way or the other. But the moment it starts getting, a head of steam in detractor community, and the moment he starts to notice that people are bringing this up more and more to him, and it's becoming more and more of a thing, or somebody asks about it, and maybe it's like, yeah, I do play champions, but it's casually. I don't spend that much on it. I occasionally do when there's a particular wrestler that I want, but I don't really play it that much. Just a casual thing. If you'd acknowledged it at the start, then the issue about his spending would have become the main point, not about the lying. It would have become his spending and the fact that he was spending more and more, which again he could have dealt with by telling the truth, saying, yeah, I've got a problem. I'm spending too much on this mobile game. I'm going to seek help for it. I need to seek help because obviously if I'm spending this much, then, that's indicative of a problem. There are multiple points along this path from when it first started to now and the meltdown where Phil could have dealt with it by telling the truth. And it would have been less harm than telling the truth is now. If he'd dealt with it at the start and then stopped playing it, or played it but kept his spending under control. If he could go and learn to keep his spending under control, which again, the acquisition of skills is not something that you lose the ability of as you get older. This is something that is well within Phil's power to do. It is well within his means to be able to say, no, I'm not going to play it today. But he won't, because by this point he can't. It's a coping method now. It's, in fact, what depresses me more is when TJ said, like, he just, when we talked about it, TJ said he does the bare minimum to get what he needs and then he's done. And it's like, that's, obligation by that point. That's the period of addiction where you are well beyond getting any joy from it and you're doing it because you feel like you have to, not because you want to. So it could still have been a game where he plays it for fun. If he'd acknowledged it earlier, dealt with it, learned to keep his spending under control, and even brought it in on streams every now and then. Because then people would be going, hey, Phil, here's like 50 quid to get like the next pull. And he'd be able to write that off as a business expense. So there are multiple points along this way where Phil could have dealt with it, and it would have caused less harm. But the fact that he kept lying about it just multiplied the amount of harm it would cause, and the impact to his reputation, or to his personality, or to his ego, or to his audience, or whatever. It would have nullified the impact by like not multiplying it. But now he has. Now he's lied so much that it's become such a huge thing that admitting the truth about it is going to cause way much more harm. Sorry, it's going to cause even more harm than it would have done if it had dealt with it at the start. But the point is that he could not tell that truth because it meant admitting that he fucked up. And the harm that he was trying to avoid was the consequences of his actions. The harm that he was trying to avoid was his punishment for fucking up. And people try to avoid harm. People generally try to avoid harm. Which is, it makes sense. Nobody likes being hurt. Nobody likes painful things. Nobody likes suffering. Except, the House of the Dead thing, G. And shit, I can't remember the name of the little bat. I know the big golem behind him's called Carl, but I can't remember the name of the fucking... And I'm called Steve of the Dead, for fuck's sake. Should know that. But anyway... Just in case you were ever curious, that's where Steve of the Dead comes from. Yeah, cut all that, Steve. Just cut from nobody likes harm except... And then cut to suffer like... Nobody likes to suffer. Cut. There. Sorted. So if you're ever curious about where Steve of the Dead comes from, it's House of the Dead. It's really like House of the Dead. Anyway, nobody likes to suffer, but people try to mitigate that harm in various ways, and one of them is lying. One of them is lying to avoid consequences, but ultimately it catches up with you sooner or later. And the fact that Phil has lied and lied and lied to the point where the harm just is so... It's not worth it. Almost, it almost seems disproportionate, but it's because he's lied so much that it's that significant and that severe. If he'd have dealt with it earlier at the start, if he'd accepted the consequences of his actions, he would have been okay. Imagine what he would have been like if he'd have said it like a year and a half ago. A year and a half of not doing this. However long. I'm going to assume it's been at least 2 years since, Champions started becoming a thing for us detractors, and Phil spending his money on a mobile game, But if he'd have dealt with it right near the start, imagine what we would be like now. I'd have just saved, probably 20 hours of my life on recording alone. Oh, fuck. Yeah, anyway, consequences of your actions are punishment for... Cut there as well. Anyway, yeah, the consequences of your actions are the thing that you're trying to avoid, Phil. And that's... I mean, what do you say? Narcissists don't like being punished. More so than most people, narcissists don't like being punished. They don't like accepting that they were wrong. They don't like accepting being punished for something. As far as they're concerned, they did it right. They were doing what they needed to do. And if you felt like, their behaviour was out of line, then the issue was you. So, go fuck yourself. Phil thinks that the way he does things is the way that things should be done. And if you don't do things the way that Phil thinks they should be done, you're an idiot. You're stupid. You're wrong somehow, So you don't know what you're doing serving him a bad burger. You're a stupid idiot if you delivered his parcel to the wrong address, or YouTube didn't put up super thanks and gifted memberships immediately, so the people who are running it are idiots who only know book smarts and not street smarts, or the people who made the biggest fighting game franchise in the world don't know what they're doing with their series when they make a new one, because they're idiots. They've not done it the way that Phil thinks it should be done. This is a consistent pattern of behaviour throughout Phil's life, where if his reality and objective reality clash, he gets angry and he gets defensive and he thinks that you're an idiot and you should have done it the way that he thinks you should do it. And that extends to this. He shouldn't have to be punished because he's done nothing wrong. And in fact, if you idiots had stopped going on about it, it wouldn't be a problem. He thinks that he's done nothing wrong because he's always told you that he played mobile games, so he doesn't see what the big deal is. There are always things that he's trying to avoid or trying to lie about or trying to deflect, and they all ultimately come back to him not wanting to accept responsibility and be punished for it. He cannot accept being told off. Oh, that's an interesting point. I might have to expand on that. Not now, obviously, but, some point in the future. Because I'm sure it's going to come up again, the fact that he doesn't like being punished. So, yeah, stick a pin in that one. So yeah, anyway, Phil, like next time you get caught, and the option is face harm or lie. Maybe face that harm, because you got caught fucking up, and that harm is your punishment for fucking up. everybody's had a slap on the wrist at some point in their lives. It's amazing. Like, see, again, we sort of go back to nature, nurture. We go back to how he was raised. We go back to, because I'm thinking of the time he crashed his car now, and the fact that he didn't receive any sort of punishment for that. The fact that his parents, and specifically his mum, have sort of like really coddled him and tried to sort of like protect him from the consequences of those actions. But like, at what point does it stop being their responsibility and become Phil's? Because Phil's a grown ass man at this point, and it's like, you should be able to be responsible for your actions. So I don't. Again, another thing to put a pin in. Ultimately, you know, that's the issue I have here. If I were to tell the truth, it would hurt me, so instead I'm going to lie. Well, no, fucking tell the truth, man. It's going to hurt you because you're being punished. Fucking grow up, you man-child. Yeah. Yeah, I've done that. And that's all the timestamps, right? So, yeah. It's also just occurred to me, I didn't give it a Lucasade rating. Because it's a serious thing, because of, like, based on the extent of the rant alone, I would have given that maybe 7 or 8. I feel like it's been pushed up a bit because it's Champions, so I'm inclined to give it an extra bottle. But it was a serious sort of meltdown, and there was a huge chunk of gaslighting in it. So I'm thinking, I'm leaning more towards 8 than 7, and I feel like I should give it like an extra bottle because it's Champions. It's such a significant thing. If this was just another lie, and he was just going off on one at, like, say, Snowcal, asking him something when he said something for $1.50, it probably wouldn't be as significant. But because it's Champions, I feel that it is. So maybe 9. I feel like it's going to be pretty high on secrets. But see, I gave Keemstar an 8, so I'm going to give this a 9. Maybe 8.5. No, I'll give it 8 and one of the 330 milliliter bottles, not like a full bottle. I'll give it one of the little bottles, or a can. I'll give it a can. I'll give it 8 and a can. It's always nice in a can. So yeah, there's a Lucasade rating. And yeah, let's skip to the end. Oh, it's down there. I'm going to have to cut it here, I'm afraid. It's been going on for a while now, and I think we all get the point. As time's gone on, he's become more and more confident about joking about it, whereas, you know, closer to the event itself, he was very nervous. So, yeah, I think we've all got that. He seems to have moved on, and a lot's happened since, so I've got a lot to catch up with. Fortunately, that being said means that I can actually get some of it out. I don't have to keep thinking, fuck, I better put that on the list, fuck, I've got to put that on the list. If things are worth talking about, but not for 6 hours, I can bring them up there. And then I've also always got the opportunity to go back and do other things. I do have some pre-recorded stuff that I'm going to get out soon, though. The DSP and his hair and his beard thing that I recorded, I'll put that up in like another 2 weeks, say. Give this video some time to get some views and then put that out quickly. I've delayed this one a bit because I wanted to get like my horror one out. My one about my obscure horror video game, which isn't Harvester, I'm afraid. And I wanted to do it on Halloween, and I could have done it, but I wasn't happy with what I'd written and how it came out, so I thought I'll rewrite it, and it's, you know, just went past Halloween, so yeah, I didn't get it out in time, and now I think this one's just been hanging about too long, so get this one out now, while this is rendering and recording, work on rewriting that and getting it to a better standard that I'm happy with, and then do that at some point soon, hopefully. Also, it's been a pain to capture footage for it because it's an old game, so it's locked at 640 by 480. It's not aged particularly well, so I've had to emulate a console version of it to try and get good footage. Anyway, yeah, that's neither here nor there for this video. Point is, I've delayed this one and now I'm getting it out. So yeah, thanks for watching this. I think we've all got the point. As time's gone on, he's gotten a bit more confident, and back then he was initially shitting himself, so yeah, I think he's a bit more confident about joking about it now, so I think we should bring it back soon. I think we should remind him, hey, you know what? We haven't forgotten about that app. Hopefully it'll be high on Secret's 2022 list, so that might remind him. You never know. Either way, thanks for watching, everybody. I'm sorry this ending's shit. You could put something to follow this, Steve. Yeah, it's tea because it's freezing here, so yeah, I'm quite cold. But yeah, let's put something just to finish off. Something better than this, Steve. You can do something in the edit.
Here's what I will say: a nugget of truth, nuggets of truth, nuggets of truth, nuggets of truth, nuggets of truth, nugget of truth, nugget of truth, nugget of truth, nugget of truth. I have now addressed it. So now what makes you think that if I open this phone and I show you, here's actually what I do, here's a real mobile game that I play, and here's the account name that I have on there. What makes you think that that wouldn't immediately try to cause more conspiracy theories, more bullshit, try to hack that account, get the account closed, contact fucking, Apple and shit, Of course they will. Of course they will. I said, yes, I play mobile games, but I'm not telling you which ones. I'm not giving you my account name. I'm not stupid. This is what I mean. This is what they say and do. They say, oh, you see, Phil's phone lit up in a video with Jasper, and it showed a mobile game. And maybe I'd say, listen, what's the better option? Sit here and talk about it for half an hour like I just did, or just say, I don't play mobile games. Fuck this. Don't listen to them, right? What's the quicker option? Just say, fuck it, I don't do it. And then people, all right, now we can stop talking about it today, right? I just had enough. I'm fed up with the bullshit. I am, Why do you care? Think about that for 1 second. Wait a minute. Why? I like this musician. I like their music. Why the fuck do you care about every piece of their personal life? What is wrong with you? That's obsession. You need help. Stop with that shit. Seriously. Stop. Get help. You need it. Okay? You need the fucking help. If you're going to be in that seriously crazy about it, all right? Trust me, the few times I've been over there, because people are like, Phil, you got to go over there because there's real bad shit about you and your family over there. The few times, it's literally like you're jumping in a toilet full of turds and liquid shit, and you're just completely immersed in it. It's fucking gross being over there. It really is. So, Zane did a super chat. It says, common DSP win. Did you know in India, if you do this, you go to jail? Yeah. In India, if you say shit like that, you just go right to jail. They don't care. Like, shut down your oh, you did that. Oh, you said that, huh? Okay, you're under arrest. Bye. So here we go. Prepare for this podcast to be taken out of context. Prepare for this to somehow, even though literally I've said nothing that would ever confirm anything those morons have ever said, this podcast will absolutely be used as definitive evidence that every piece of bullshit they've ever said about me over the years is true. Okay? I didn't know this would happen, right? Here it comes, right? All the time, on a regular basis, there's new exposés on Darkside Phil, new documentary on Darkside Phil made, all right? I reacted to stuff that is factually true. I reacted to stuff that happened right here, live on my streams, or in my on-demand videos, stuff that's factually well documented publicly. That's the stuff that I've reacted to. Why? Because that stuff is indisputable, documented fact. It happened. Hell, I know it happened because I recorded and broadcast it on the internet, right? It's truthful, okay? Again, you have to understand that when it comes to all this shit, oh, well, Phil reacts to the latest hour-long bullshit documentary that's not a documentary. It's literally all conspiracy theory bullshit. No. You want me to react to factual stuff that actually happened on the internet. 100% indisputable happened because it was right here on my stream. It was in one of my videos. I recorded and broadcast it. You want me to react to that? Yes, I will. Because it's undeniable. All right? What? I don't even know what that means, but I want nothing to do with this, so I'm just going to ban you outright. I don't even know what that means. You're a fucking idiot. Okay. Quick break.
Also, you know, hate to do the whole YouTuber thing, but, you know, like and subscribe and all that stuff. It does help. It helps me see that there's an audience for this sort of thing. It makes me feel very warm and happy inside. And I'm always like really amazed that there's over 2,000 people subscribed to me. So, you know, I do really appreciate it. I want to say thanks for doing it. And also follow me on Twitter. And come watch me on That Being Said. And Scott as well with Ganji Kid, Gravekeeper. Scott, the man of a million names. We talk other psychology and stuff as well sometimes. We talk about DSP too, but, you know, there's other psychology stuff. Like the most recent one we've done has been about like why you might like true crime and sort of like how that genre has sort of like developed over time. It's very interesting. I found it really fun to talk about. So something that I wouldn't necessarily get to talk about on like a podcast or a show devoted entirely to Phil. So it was fun for me and I do like it. So yeah, follow me on That Being Said every Sunday at least, and usually when Phil's off, and normally Mondays or Tuesdays depending, for the recap. And if you're a member over there, you get the rewind as well, where we look back over old stuff. So look at me, I'm doing shit. How the fuck did I get popular? It's weird. Like my parents call it podcasting now. They call me up and like, yeah, are you podcasting this weekend? Fucking wild. I'm sorry. I just didn't expect it. I'm like blown away and eternally grateful that I've gone on this journey, but I just did not expect this when I was starting out originally doing my video. So thanks everybody. Thanks for, you know, following me on Twitter and liking and subscribing. That stuff all makes me feel special. So thank you. What the fuck am I doing?
If you haven't noticed, I've changed for the better, right?